Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pitt men's basketball lost yesterday to Duke, 70-54. Pitt's got another game coming up. It's a road game for them this Saturday at 2 o'clock. They play UNC. Pitt right now last in the ACC. They've got a 2-10 conference record. Matching that record is Notre Dame. They're the two at the bottom right now of the ACC, though Pitt has an overall record of 9-16. That is one of the worst in the conference as well. Also, the Pirates general manager, Ben Cherington, came out and made some public comments yesterday. He said that the team will try to find a role for Andrew McCutchen, and they'll search possibilities, which I guess opens the door for a possibility that he will get signed and do something with the team in 2026. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning, it's me. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the warm-up to the rest of the sports talk day. We're all exhausted from those of you that are just waking up now, to those of you who might be ending your shift at work, you overnighters. That's exhausting. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to get more comfortable sleeping as well because the temperatures are slowly rising here. Right now it's 40 degrees outside, which is great. Aside from the fact that the snow's starting to melt and it's starting to expose the ice underneath. So, like, I almost slipped in my driveway this morning because there's still ice that was underneath the snow that's still kind of hanging out, still taking its good old time to melt. But I'm starting to see grass in my yard, which is good, and grass all around the neighborhood, which is nice. And I think the high today is supposed to be, well, let me check here, 41. It's supposed to be 41. High of 41, low of 26, overcast skies. Tomorrow it gets a little colder, high of 29, low of 22. But next week, the highs are supposed to be getting into the 50s. And there was an early projection I saw yesterday that it was supposed to snow next Wednesday, next week. Not anymore. Looks like it's just going to be rain. It might be too hot to snow, which is awesome to see. So, yeah, hopefully it rains instead of snows. Hopefully the snow gets washed out of here. I'm kind of over it. I've been over it for a few weeks now. But it looks like the temperatures are starting to warm up. So, yeah, early projections I'm seeing into next week. Over the weekend, the highs are supposed to be in the mid-40s, and then next week the high is supposed to be starting to get to the 50s. So good stuff there. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. So, yeah, I still want to stay in my bed, though. It's still cold enough outside that I'm struggling to wake up in the morning. I have not caught up on sleep from the Super Bowl, so I feel like I'm just going to suffer through the rest of the week. We're already halfway there, right? It's hump day. It's Wednesday. So I'm just going to keep going through my days in a loopy mood, because I'm tired. But we shall talk, because there's not a shortage of things to talk about. The Steelers, not really much to talk about there other than just kind of continuing to compare them to the Seahawks and how the Seahawks rebuilt their team. I know Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson on the morning show yesterday made a hypothetical comparison where they wondered how the Steelers would have performed if Sam Darnold were their quarterback instead of Aaron Rodgers, which I think it's an interesting hypothetical. It's always tough, though, to see or try to predict what would have happened if somebody's put in an entirely different setting. But it would have been exciting to see him on the Steelers. It is an exciting hypothetical, too, to think, man, how much better could he have made the Steelers based on how well he performed this season with the Seahawks. So there's that. And I was going to talk about that a little bit. I was going to compare the Seahawks to the Steelers and talk about how the Seahawks revived it in comparison to how the Steelers revived it. But then Ben Cherington made some comments yesterday pertaining to free agency and pertaining to a popular figure in baseball for the city of Pittsburgh. Listen to this.
I think this is a moment in time. And, you know, I think there's a long time ahead of us. Forever is a long time. And I don't think the Pirates will never, you know, completely shut the door on Andrew McCutchen. That's just, you know, how we feel about him. That's not going to happen. There's a moment in time that we're in right now in Bradenton today, focused on the players that are here, focused on how do we get ready for the 2026 season. You know, I think given the complexion of the roster, what we expect it to be here, you know, as we get into full camp when position players arrive, I just think our focus will be on the players that are here. You know, longer term, you know, we don't need to make any declaration about the longer term, just focus on today right now.
So not going to completely shut the door. And I believe he later went on to say that that they would try to find a role for him, or they'd search for a role. If they can find one, they'll give him one. Something along those lines. How about that? Now, right now, when I hear that, because I didn't hear that quote, I read a story with a couple quotes in it last night. Hearing that now makes me think, like, okay, that's Ben Cherington trying to make sure that he's communicating with us that we've acknowledged that Andrew McCutchen is an option. Certainly not the option, though. He made that pretty clear, too. They're focused on the guys that are here, and we're trying to get this team together, but, you know, we're not going to completely ever dismiss or close the door on Andrew McCutchen just based on his reputation and his legacy, and the fact that fans were not happy with him apparently not getting signed back after Marcell Ozuna gets signed. It was just first announced on Monday. Yeah, that's to me is the Pirates just saying, like, all right, well, we just want to make sure fans, we didn't forget about him. Don't worry. That doesn't do much for me, though, hearing the quote, though, again. Like, all right, we won't completely close the door, but we're focused on the guys that are here. I don't like going back and forth. I wish the Pirates would have doubled down, if anything, instead of addressing it, because now that they've addressed it, I'm just kind of like, yeah. Because now I'm thinking, like, and I see these rage bait accounts on social media as well that cover Pittsburgh sports or cover the Pirates, that are saying things like, fans are outraged that McCutchen's not coming back. You know, and it's clickbait, and it's fun for Major League Baseball fans to click on that if they find it and read about how angry fans are and the outrage. I don't think there was that much outrage, honestly. I didn't really hear anything. I mean, people were calling the PM team. The news broke on Monday morning that Marcell Ozuna was signing with the Pirates. That afternoon, the PM team, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, they held a portion of their show where they took calls where people reacted to the likelihood that McCutchen wouldn't be coming back, and people were extreme the other way. They weren't, you know, trying to persuade the Pirates to sign him or bashing the Pirates. They were talking about how McCutchen's washed up and doesn't deserve to play Major League Baseball anymore. It was the other way. And a lot of people listen to this radio station. You ever heard of the Marconi Awards? The whole station has one. People listen to us and call in and react, and there was a lot of people calling in to that show and saying that the Pirates were justified and righteous in not signing back McCutchen because he's a washed-up player. I don't hold that opinion. That's just what people were saying. But then, you know, I heard on this show where I had people calling in who were more respectful to McCutchen, but were also the majority of people that call into this particular 5 o'clock in the morning show were saying things like, you know, hey, I don't think he's a bad player. I don't think he should retire based on what he thinks he can do or if any team's interested in signing him. But I think it's just time to move on from him in Pittsburgh, which is also a reasonable take. I don't know anybody. Nobody has interacted with this radio station, from what I've heard, that's disappointed that he didn't get signed back. Nobody was extremely disappointed. I got to come to the realization. It's like, Pittsburgh fans are so nostalgic for the best players of their time, and baseball in Pittsburgh is a little bit different. Actually, a lot of bit different because the Pirates don't win consistently. We got good fortunes with the Penguins right now and historically in this modern era from the 2000s on. The Steelers, same thing. The Steelers have been a consistent winner. Now, the Steelers are a different kind of torture, but you could definitely make a strong and almost indefensible case that the Steelers are more exciting and a better organization than the Pirates. In terms of winning games, Pirates are the only team in town that has struggled to win games on a consistent basis over a long period of time. So I get the fans are like, hey, I would understand if fans would be like, hey, we want to keep McCutchen. But I think everybody's come to that realization. Not that we don't like him. Not that he couldn't be a contributor somewhere, maybe. But I was coming to terms, like I was starting to process in my head, like, hey, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay that he doesn't sign back. The Pirates are trying to move in a different direction to try new players, to figure out a way to win games, and McCutchen is no longer the best option at any of the positions that he could play, from all three outfield positions to designated hitter. He's just not the best option. And despite Pittsburgh fans' nostalgia for players, I think this is a time where we can all come together and say, you know what, maybe it is time. And I think a lot of fans, on some, some in a degree of rudeness, some being realistic, but it seemed like there was a consensus that it's like, you know what, this is okay, if not good for the organization. But then I'm seeing that fans are outraged. I'm seeing these articles online, and I guess the Pirates saw those ones because Ben Cherington felt the need to speak about this, and then I didn't really want to hear that this morning. I really didn't. Like, I didn't want to hear that last night. I didn't want to hear that this morning. I don't want to hear that the Pirates are still, like, considering he's still in the back of their minds. That there's still room, that the door's never shut. But all he's saying is, we'll still think about it if it comes up, but it's not guaranteed to come up. It's not guaranteed to be a thing. It felt like just a good bit of public relations there to say, all right, we're thinking about him. But also, it's not like I think he's even saying things that are directed to the majority of how Pirate fans feel. I think he just said that because there are these sites out there, these social media accounts that are rage baiting baseball fans and Pirate fans. And that's, that annoys me on another level. But then Cherington coming out, I'm like, okay, I don't need it. I don't need McCutchen. I'm mentally in that zone, and I want to stay there. I don't want Ben Cherington to say anything about, well, we're considering him. He doesn't need to say that. That's not his job. Right now, he's done a pretty solid job. And if you heard our grades on the Fan Morning Show this week, after the Marcell Ozuna signing, it's a B+ offseason. If the Pirates find a third baseman, they get an A. That's where Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson and I are at in terms of our grades. We all agree. Unless something else unexpected happens, our expectation right now is they find a third baseman. They do that, they get an A. They're almost there. I don't need Ben Cherington, though, to come out and address the Andrew McCutchen stuff. I don't. I don't need it. I'm mentally prepared to move on. Now, again, I mean, I talked this week. I'm not thrilled at some of the rumors about how the communication went down. I'm not thrilled with how Andrew McCutchen's responded to some of this. I mean, a few weeks ago, he made some comments to Josh Roundtree after Roundtree had a pretty reasonable perspective on the state of Andrew McCutchen versus the state of the Pirates. Ben Cherington, he's doing a fine job. He doesn't need to address these things. I think he thought he needed to quell a group of Pirates fans that might be outraged that he's not coming back. I think any reasonable Pirates fan, though, can understand that McCutchen won't have a consistent, if not any role that would fit him best or the organization best if he comes back. And McCutchen might be upset now, might be resentful for whatever reason. That's stuff that we can't control nor confirm. But if we're talking about who are the best players right now, and then I saw this one article that said Marcell Ozuna wasn't a likable guy. I don't know that. He had a run-in with the law before. That stuff's not great. Adam Crowley illustrated it best, though. If you can play sports, you're going to play sports. That's just the reality of life. As long as you're good, somebody will get you to find your way out of a tough situation like that. 5 years ago. There's been not a whiff of anything. He plays well. There's no teammate that's spoken out and said that he's done anything bad. I don't think it should be dismissed entirely from our minds, but at the same time, it's like, let the legal system decide that stuff. Like, who are we to judge? He's available. He can play. I don't know why you would hate him. I don't know who's thinking he's unlikable either. Like I'm rage baited by these articles that I'm reading online. I'm rage baited by them because I think people just post things just to get people riled up. And here I am doing that. And the only reason I'm talking about these articles, though, is because I read those where they talked about, Andrew McCutchen was replaced by an unlikable guy and McCutchen's a great guy and fans are outraged. And the only reason that I'm mentioning that is because then Ben Cherington comes out with comments yesterday and says that the Pirates are maybe they're gonna keep him in the back of their minds. No need. All right, 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. You can call me. More McCutchen talk. More of Pirates as pitchers and catchers report. Workouts start today. They're doing it. Baseball's here. 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. We'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. Hey, I was just calling in. I'm changing the subject up here a little bit, but it's about the Pirates again. I actually bought some season tickets this year for the first time in 30 years. You could go down and see them, but go down and see Paul Schemes because I think after the end of this year, with the way how all the contracts are set up, I think Paul Schemes might be out of here at the end of this year because he's going to be in arbitration next year. He's going to be getting a boatload of money from arbitration. They may keep him for one more year after that, but I think the time with Paul Schemes is coming to an end very quickly in Pittsburgh. And if you think people are complaining about McCutchen now, just wait until Schemes is traded out the door. But take a look at it and take a look at everything with the analytics and that, with all the contracts and everything is being made up. I think there's some meat to that bone, but have a good day. Talk to you later.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. See, I actually have a different opinion on Skeens, which is an entirely different conversation. I have a different opinion on how fans might react. The only reason that I think fans would be disappointed way down the line here, I guess it feels quick coming up, especially with the collective bargaining agreement being needing to be renegotiated and re-agreed upon. But I don't think people are going to be outraged if Skeens eventually does get traded, provided the return back is a solid one. But that's the reality of baseball. I don't know. Some team is going to overpay for Paul Skeens. You can't blame the Pirates for the state of the Major League Baseball economy. I mean, Kyle Tucker getting the deal he did this offseason with the Dodgers is ridiculous and nonsense, and I don't think it's great for the sport. Paul Skeens will get that overpayment. I think Juan Soto was overpaid for this past offseason. That's different. I don't even think fans are going to be that outraged, provided that the Pirates could get a return for Skeens way down the line. Again, way in the future. But this also, Skeens, I don't think will be as comparable to Andrew McCutchen, because I think Skeens will be remembered best and in more detail by Pirates fans and baseball fans if the Pirates as a whole win. If they don't, there's not going to be one moment that people point to and say, oh, look at Skeens. He did that. They're going to remember he won a Cy Young. And they're going to remember that he was just a dominant pitcher. If you really want fans to get riled up about Skeens leaving the team, they've got to win games to do that. So there's that too. I don't think the fans will be like more disappointed, I think, if the Pirates are winning and then he becomes a free agent or he gets traded. I don't see Pirate fans getting that upset down the line. This is just the state of the economy. It's like the Pirates were able to draft the greatest pitcher maybe of this generation. He needs more years under his belt for that to be proven, but it's looking pretty solid. He's going to be one of the best of this generation, if not the best. They can't. No, some team's going to have to overpay because every team's going to outbid each other to try to get him. So that's just the state of the economy. I don't think Pirate fans would be that upset with that. They'd be upset if they traded him now, but as he gets toward the end of his deal, his rookie deal, that's where it's different. But yeah, him in arbitration is going to be, that'll be something too. If Tarek Skubal got $32 million, I can only imagine what Skeens is going to end up getting. I wonder if the Pirates could make a bid that would be low enough that the league would take it, but like high enough to the point where the league would take it, you know. Find that balance point, I wonder. The Tigers just bid under Tarek Skubal a little bit too much. And they lost. And so Skubal got that record-setting one. That's just an interesting hypothetical. Went off on a tangent there about Paul Skeens, but Dave makes an interesting point. That's an interesting perspective from him. Really, we're talking about Andrew McCutchen. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Were you enraged that McCutchen wasn't being signed back by the Pirates? Ben Cherington felt the need to comment and say that the door is always open on Andrew McCutchen. Perhaps they'll find a role for him if that opportunity comes up. But right now the opportunity is not there going into the start of spring training. What do you think? How do you feel? Are you enraged? Do you have an opinion on this? Let me know at 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Let's go. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. This is Dave from Hermitage in this balmy 35-degree morning here.
Yes, with the snow melting all over the place. What's up?
As far as McCutchen is concerned, I kind of like that bat in the lineup. And as far as Skeens on a contract, I really felt like the Pirates on a couple of their players have, before the end of arbitration, before their end of their rookie deals, that they did sign a contract. If they're going to keep Skeens, it's going to be on a 1 or 2 year deal past that, and it's going to be breaking the bank. So they might as well just give them part ownership and then go from there. Because I don't really know how they sign a large deal like you're seeing, because they're probably not. So you either trade them or give them part ownership and then see what happens.
Let me go back to McCutchen real quick. You said you would like his bat in the lineup?
Yeah.
Well, just answer this for me. Like, who would you take out of the lineup then, and at what position would you replace him in to make sure that he could be in the lineup?
That's a tough one, because he's not gonna replace somebody at third base or anything like that. So
right. So you got the 3 outfield positions and DH. So which of the outfielders
start him at right?
In right field? So he's going to play over Brian Reynolds?
Occasionally, Brian's going to get a day off or two. It happened last year. Not saying that would be the formula, but you got to have. I mean, if he's a pinch hitter, it's just probably going to be that role. I don't see, but all our pinch hitters play in a regular season as well too. So
you're going to give McCutchen $5 million to be a pinch hitter every so often?
Yes, I guess consolation deal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
You got to find a place for him, or you just move on. And I feel bad if you have to actually move on, but it's a tough call. It is a tough call, but I don't think the Pirates are done putting pieces in here either, and that even shuffles them out more. So.
All right. Hey, thanks for the call, Dave. I appreciate it. Yeah, Dave, even coming to the reality here, it's like we all want him to be in the lineup. Now, I'm not saying that fans don't want him in the lineup. But O'Hearn's going to be in left or right. Brian Reynolds is going to be in left or right. O'Neal Cruz has been moved from shortstop to center field. That happened last season, if you remember. That permanent change happened. So now he's in center field, and you're not going to take him out of the lineup. He's a younger guy that you're trying to make produce, so he's going to be there. He's going to stay in the lineup. So it's like, you think about all that, you got Mangum coming up too. I mean, there's some younger guys that I think you would want to have develop and to fill those roles other than to have Andrew McCutchen on the team. It's just not a good fit. Now, if you want to pay him to be on the bench, that's fine. I'm not sure that McCutchen would even come back to the Pirates to be a bench guy, which is also something to consider. You think he wants to sign here and just be on the bench? I don't know. I would think that he would want to play more regularly if he's gonna try to play somewhere. But now, I mean, how many offers is he getting to play baseball from other teams? I don't think the market on him is very high. I think he's just got a special place in the heart of Pittsburgh fans, and that's even why he's being considered at all or even addressed by the general manager. I can talk about this more later on, but I'm out of time for this show. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This has been the Fantasy Morning Show every weekday morning from 5 to 5:40. Coming up next, it's Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson with the Fan Morning Show pre-show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Hazlitt and East Street are currently closed due to an earlier accident, but looking at the major roadways, your drive into the city is smooth this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It is a hump day. It is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley, Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Ben Sherrington and Donnie Kelly spoke yesterday, so there's some Pirates tidbits to get into, including a beat bop machine, a computer, popping out some good statistics about the Pirates' playoff chances. Much to get into. Good morning, Dickerson.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great.
You're great. Callis, how you doing?
Good. And Adam, do you know what this music means?
It sounds like I should be running in slow motion down a track.
No.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Black History Month, Adam Crowley is going to tell us whether this celebrity is black or white. And now your host of Black or White, Doran Dickerson.
Damn it, I forgot about this.
You want to get it out the way?
I want to get it out the show.
Well, shortest month of the year, so you only got, about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
No.
Beverly D'Angelo.
Can you use her name in a sentence, please?
Beverly D'Angelo was an actor in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Was she in something that I would know?
Yes.
What was it?
I can't tell you that.
Oh, then I have no idea who she is, and I'm just guessing in the dark. She sounds Italian.
No.
White.
Beverly D'Angelo is white.
Yeah.
She is Chevy Chase's wife in the National Lampoon series.
Oh, yeah. Hot or not?
Is she hot now? She's like 80 years old.
Not now.
She was then, yeah. Back then, yeah. Christmas vacation stuff, yeah.
She's kind of goofy looking.
Yeah.
In a super hot way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also very funny.
Yes.
Texter writes that I miss Sandstorm. Wish you could come back at 5:40 a.m. Listen, we wouldn't even be playing Sandstorm today because we're doing Black or White.
Number 2. Morris Chestnut.
Black.
Morris Chestnut is black. He is an actor. Playing Boys in the Hood. Good job, Adam Crowley. Number 3. Mario Van Peebles.
Why are you laughing so hard? It's a name.
Because Doran understands the assignment, and he has picked all tremendous names. Morris Chestnut, Beverly D'Angelo, whatever the hell he just said 10 seconds ago.
Mario Van Peebles.
Sounds German. White.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Mario Van Peebles is an actor, and he is black.
What's he in?
All kinds of stuff. Jaws 4.
Jaws 4?
But he's been in a lot of movies. Okay, here we go.
How many of these are we doing?
About 2-3 more.
Okay.
Gary Oldman.
White.
He is white.
Hi.
Do you know who Gary Oldman is?
I do.
Okay. Who is he?
Commissioner Gordon.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Great job. Adam Crowley.
Is he alive?
Yes, he sure is.
As we mix our two games together, black or white, dead or alive.
Anthony Michael Hall.
For whatever reason, I thought of Anthony Hopkins. Dead or alive?
Alive.
Nice.
Silence of the Lambs.
Correct, yeah. Black.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Anthony Michael Hall is the son in National Lampoon's Vacation, the original National Lampoon's Vacation. He also played in The Breakfast Club. He's a big-time 80s actor. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
No, you don't. All right.
I love The Breakfast Club. Great movie.
Very good movie.
Great movie.
Michael J. White. I could be saying his name wrong. Michael J. White or Jai White.
Black.
He is black. He was Spawn. He's a martial artist.
Can I say something I hope isn't racist?
Yes.
That's always a great way to start a sentence.
You know what? I think after you utter that sentence on the radio, you just should stop talking. And I've decided I'm just going to stop talking.
Last but not least.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Jackie Chan. No, I'm kidding. Last but not least, let's go with off the top of my head.
Beverly D'Angelo has a child with Al Pacino?
I did not know that.
Texter says that. We're looking it up.
Wow. Last but not least, John Witherspoon.
Black.
He is black. He is the dad in the movie Friday. You did pretty good today. These are basically off the top of my head. I was not prepared for this segment as we are at Bowser in Monroeville. And I thought you did a very good job. You're getting better and better. Hopefully the last one in 2 weeks is your best.
Texter writes in that Gary Oldman plays Sirius Black in Harry Potter. I knew that, but that wasn't going to do anything for you or Harry Callis.
No. He also was Dracula. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Great actor.
Bram Stoker's, yeah. Bram Stoker's. I said Strokers. Stokers. I'm really going to have one today, huh? Yep.
Strokers.
Uh-huh.
Barely know her. Texture, how the hell do you not know who Anthony Michael Hall is? I'm terrible with celebrity identification. It's one of my absolute blind spots.
Do you know who he is now, though?
I do, but I can't name enough actors. I just can't. Modern day, I'm okay. But if you go back into the 80s or even early 90s.
No good?
I'm like a 50% hit rate. Texter, what a mood-killing segment. Well, let's pick it up. I don't think it's mood-killing at all. It's a Marconi Award-winning segment. Beverly D'Angelo and Al Pacino had a relationship from 1997 to 2003, resulting in twins.
Wow.
Anton and Olivia, born in 2001. And they have evolved into a unique, strong co-parenting friendship.
Nice.
Parenting. Why can't I say co-parenting?
Yeah.
Parent. What the hell's going on?
Parenting. It's hard. That is
parenting.
Hard. Yes.
Parenting. Co-parenting. What the frig? Texter, Crowley, I'm about to get on a 13-hour flight from Hong Kong. Going in raw, no booze, no sleeping pills. Last row, aisle, this is light work for me. Can you dig it? Absolutely not. That is my nightmare.
Yeah.
If I was getting on a 13-hour flight, I would not be so drunk that I'm falling over because I don't like to do that in public or anywhere at the age of 35. But I would be drunk enough that I'd feel all warm and fuzzy walking in and would fall asleep within an hour.
Yes. It's a long flight.
13 hours and you're raw dogging it? Absolutely the frig not.
And they're listening to us. That's nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah.
You paying for that Wi-Fi?
Are they going from Hong Kong? They're leaving Hong Kong, coming back here. Or they're leaving here, going to Hong Kong. It doesn't matter.
13-hour flight from Hong Kong.
Okay.
Texter, can you have Harry list all his baseball accomplishments as per yesterday's opening segment? That segment took off. My wife loved it. She could not stop referencing it. We were at dinner, and she's talking about how Harry lives and how he's a very interesting man, and I agree with that. I think it's what makes Harry the unique character that he is. Like, people think he plays a character. No, it's just Harry.
No, yeah, that's him.
Harry is as authentic a human as you're ever going to find, and he's unabashedly himself. Harry, what accolades, what were the trophies for?
So there were 3 trophies from 3 tournaments that I was in when I was 10. My All-Star team that year went undefeated. There was 3 from when I was in Little League when I was 12. All-Star team went undefeated. I won 3 individual MVPs when I was 12 across 2 different tournaments. And then I won an extra one, so it was actually 4 technically, but I was the tournament MVP of the one tournament. I have all of my home run balls kind of in a box.
How many is that?
It's 11.
Oh.
11 in my time. 9 when I was in Little League, 1 in Pony League.
Are we talking out of the stadium homers or inside the park?
Out of the stadium, out of the park. Yes, over the fence. So I had those. There was a wrestling medal. I finished 4th in a tournament when I was in high school. I got my JV MVP plaque and some other rec trophies from when we won the championships for our league.
Congratulations on all your success, Harry.
Thanks. Yeah. I think that's it.
How about a guy in the Olympics?
Oh, I forgot I forgot the Cooperstown ring. That's in there too. I played Cooperstown when I was 12.
I'm happy for you. How about this guy in the Olympics? He's adding to his trophy collection. He wins a bronze medal, okay? So this is a Norwegian biathlete. Harry, did you see this?
I heard something about it yesterday. I was watching the Olympic summary.
Okay,
on TV.
this is an all-timer. This is the kind of stuff that makes the Olympics great. Like, I watched some of the wraparound coverage last night, and there's just so many stories, right? All these people have backstories. They're all regular folks for the most part. Totally legit.
Wow.
Totally legit.
Wow.
What I need, though, is to see this chick.
Yeah.
Because if you just, and it's his first medal, you just did the thing that you've probably dreamt of your entire life, the thing that you probably couldn't sleep the night before because you were thinking about. You probably haven't been able to sleep in weeks. You just completed a life dream. And you go on national television, international television, and say, yeah, I slept with someone else, she left me, and he's breaking into tears, saying he wants her to take him back. This chick's got to be Margot Robbie dipped in Sydney Sweeney.
Right. Jeez. You take the time to do that? Wow. I mean, that does show a high level of recommitment, I guess.
Sure.
Right?
Take him back.
Yes.
Everyone makes mistakes. Plus, he's an Olympic bronze medalist.
Right. Oh, man. That's legit.
Yeah.
Can't find her, though.
She has got to be all of the female characters from Landman rolled into one. You got to watch that show. Texter, Harry is the truest definition of a man-child. No disrespect. Harry, do you take offense to that? Because I would agree with that, and I don't think that is a bad thing.
Look, I mean, I posted this on social media yesterday. I love getting feedback from the people. And there was a very small percentage of people that said that me having trophies that were like actual accomplishments, not just a participation. Like, I have actual accolades from my time playing baseball growing up.
I think as long as you are under your parents' roof, it's totally fine. I feel like if you move to your own house,
they're going to be put in a box.
Yeah, you put them in a box.
You won't display them if you have your own apartment?
Probably not. I mean, I get it at that point. It's like, why would I display trophies from when I'm, there? But I mean, I hung it when I was 14. The shelves were hung when I was 14.
I still can't get over the fact, though, that these trophies fell 3 years ago and they remained in the very same spot that they fell.
Right.
I was trying to glue the tournament MVP trophy. It's just a dude in a batting stance, right? But his arm broke off. And I was depressed by that because I'm like, that was my favorite one Of all the ones that I had, that one was my favorite. That one was the one I'm the most proud of. And the arm broke. And I have yet to get that glued together. And I just didn't touch the rest of them because I wanted to get that one fixed, but I never got it fixed. And so, yeah, they're just laying there. They're not in the way of anything. They're just on the side of my bed. That's all.
Yeah, but you didn't even move them, right? Like the bodies are where they died, right?
Not well. Some of them are. Most of them are. I picked up 3 of them, and the home run balls, and that's the only thing that survived. Everything else, like the team trophies, they're most of them are down there still.
Yeah, forget about the team. It's all about you.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, the older you get,
you should pick them up, though.
You should have picked them up, yeah.
I know.
Probably put the shelf back together, put them on the shelf.
I don't know how to do that. They fell for a reason.
I mean, you can look it up on YouTube. It's not that hard. All you have to do is find the stud.
Yeah, with my luck,
I'm right here, baby.
And with my luck, I'll drill into a wall, and there'll be a pipe there, and it'll just water will start spraying everywhere, and then I will have to move.
Harry, you got to tweet out a picture of your room. People are clamoring for it on the text line.
I will not. No.
The people are clamoring.
There are some things in my life that should be private, and that's one of them. Where I live should be private.
It's the inside.
All right, how about this? How about this? You post a video of a house tour of your house, and I'll also do that with mine.
All right, you first.
No, you first.
Damn it. He got me.
Well.
Texter, Harry sounds like he would finish first in all the Boys and Girls Club competitions. Yeah, Harry was a really good athlete back in the day. He still turned around a 92-mile-an-hour fastball in that charity baseball game.
I used to play deck hockey with the Boys and Girls Club in Carnegie, and I won 2 championships with them, too.
I also played deck hockey with the Boys and Girls Club, but we wouldn't have overlapped. I was a goal scorer. Oh,
really?
Oh, I got $5 for every goal, too, because my motivation would wane.
Oh my God!
Speaking of that, I actually played goalie, and that was the developing foundation of how I later learned how to play catcher in baseball.
I'll tell you what, I've been doing a lot of squats and stuff lately with the trying to put on muscle. I got in a catcher stance to go into a bottom cabinet and pull out some pots and pans to cook yesterday.
Felt good.
It felt really good. I'm doing these Bulgarian split squats. My knees have not felt this limber. My quads haven't felt this strong in years. It's been about, 6-7 weeks now. So at least there's some mobility coming back.
Yes, and strength.
That's unreal. Functional strength.
Yes.
If that's all I get, that's fine, honestly.
That's all you need, really.
Just give me some functional strength so I can crouch down like Jason Kendall and stare my 2-year-old eye to eye. It's been, honestly, no joke, life-changing.
Yeah.
When I did that, I was like, oh my, and it didn't go.
Probably helped your back, too.
It has. It has. Been doing a lot of core stuff. I'm going to be sexy in 4 months for beach time.
Yeah.
All right. I won't be.
I have a question.
But I'll feel good. Yes, Harry.
Adam, I'm surprised you didn't get like a golden oar from your time being a coxswain and rowing in high school.
Our team was horrendous. Really, really bad.
Did you guys ever win?
We medaled at Mercyhurst in a sprint, and I got a gold medal on the rowing machine for the winter, but I was the only male coxswain to row. So I got a gold medal in a competition against myself.
Man.
Ask me if I still have it.
You do?
Yes. In 30 seconds.
Where's it at?
It hangs above our bed so I can stare at it whilst we make love.
Where is it in your house or is it in your parents' house?
It's in my daughter's room because she loves hanging up all kind of stuff in there. She just sees a gold medal and she gets excited about it.
You have something displayed in your house as an adult?
It's in my kid's room, Harry. She's 6.
That's the cheat there. You put it in your daughter's room. You're like, oh no, she loves hanging up stuff. Meanwhile, it's just displayed right there in your house.
Oh man,
she
should have said that.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know I didn't really earn that either. Like I could have rowed 100 times slower. I still would have got it.
So you have a participation trophy displayed in your house.
Yeah,
and yet I actually accomplished things, and I only kept the trophies of my accomplishments in my career, and that's a bad thing.
Here's the difference between you and me, Harry. 1, mine's in my child's room. 2, if it fell on the floor, I'd pick it up. All right. In 30 seconds, guys, not only is today hump day, it's a very, very special day. And there's a certain dude on the Buccos that I think all of a sudden has a ton of pressure on him. We haven't talked about him hardly at all this offseason. We'll do it next. But first, well, there's nothing. Bang, 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 bang.
Bang. Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hit the 50-degree mark yesterday, and it felt glorious. I actually listened to some tunes in my car with the window cracked. Went for a nice afternoon walk with the family. It felt like baseball season. Well, today, it actually is baseball season. Folks, P's and C's report today. We got pitchers and catchers, baby.
We sure do.
Let's go.
Man, comes around quick.
It sure does. The offseason flies by when your team is actually linked to good players. The offseason actually flies by when your team acquires good players. I felt like as a kid that the baseball offseason, it was my favorite sport. I felt like the baseball offseason was the longest offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm older, none of the offseasons seem very long, except for college football. But baseball's goes real quick, especially doing what we do.
Yes.
Like as a kid, they weren't showing a bunch of the games on spring training. You might get 2 or 3. Now you get a whole bunch. You listen to them all on the radio. But pitchers and catchers report, and that actually does something for me. It gets me all hot and bothered in the loins. It's February 11th, and Paul Skeens will be doing some pitcher fielding practice today.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be video. And Jason Mackey will film himself in a polo shirt with the sky and the sun gleaming in the background. And I'd be lying to you if I said it didn't do it for me. But it's not just that the pitchers and catchers report today. Fangraphs came out with their team projections. And Fangraphs is pretty good at this. Only the Dodgers, Braves, Mets, Phillies, and Cubs have better playoff odds than your Pittsburgh Pirates. That puts the Bucks 6th in the National League. This just in, 6 teams make the postseason in each league. People might forget that because it's been so long since the Pirates have been there. 6 get in from each league. The Bucks are projected by Fangraphs to be that 6th team with a record of 83-79. But more interesting to me, the Cubs predicted to win the NL Central at 86-76. So at least by this projection model, the Bucks are 3 games behind the Cubs right there. And they sim the season thousands upon thousands of times, run it through their algorithm, whatever. 3 games back, and you still need to add a starter, and you still need to add a third baseman. It's not just us.
No.
It's not just you, not just me, not just Harry saying, oh, the Pirates could contend, not just the Jason Mackeys and Dan Zangrillis of the world. This is independent. Fangraphs just knows ball.
Yeah.
The Buccos, a playoff team. And that puts pressure on a guy that we haven't talked about. We'll get to that in a second. But I was a little bit surprised to see that they were valued as much as they were. Like, I still thought that they were a bat or 2 away from even being predicted to finish above 500. But, hey, here they are without their roster finished. Still a team projected to go 4 games over 500.
Well, you have the best pitcher in baseball. That clearly helps in a lot of ways. I think that a lot of people, and obviously this is a simulation, but I think there's a lot of people outside of Pittsburgh, national people, that are pleasantly surprised that the Pirates have spent the money that they spent and gotten the guys that they've acquired. The O'Hearns, obviously, and the Laus of the world. I mean, that those 2 right there just automatically shifts your projection. Just adding those 2 types of guys. So I think if people are buying in, and what we talked about, yesterday and a little bit the day before, is that I do believe that the Pirates were in on the other guys too, the Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't think that it was ever going to happen, but I do believe that they were in on it, and they were going big fish hunting. They were going big game hunting. So, they have a couple spots to fill still, and you wonder where and how this lineup will shake out. We've been trying to do it, the configurations of it, but at least we can do configurations. At least there's guys on this Pittsburgh Pirates team, lineup-wise, that don't have to be forced into the lineup.
Yes.
And now they become utility guys. They become depth players. The depth players in the past have been the starters. So now it's like, oh, well, who do we put in right field? Who do we put at first base on this day? What do we do with Gonzalez? Oh, is Gonzalez even going to start if Connor Griffin comes up? Now Gonzalez is a depth player, and he doesn't have to be relied on as a big-time starter. So I think that has a lot to do with the projections and how people are feeling about the Pirates right now.
You are so spot on. If this was a typical Pirates offseason, being that it's pitchers and catchers report day, we'd be talking about the Pirates a lot, and we'd be talking about the strength of their starting rotation, and hopefully the bullpen is as good as it had been under Donnie Kelly last year. Hey, the pitching is going to win the day. Can you get more out of a top 10 pick in Nick Gonzalez? Can you get more out of a 1-1 guy in Henry Davis? Can O'Neal Cruz finally break out? Can Brian Reynolds be better than he'd been? Can you get a full season of Spencer Horwitz? That's what we'd be discussing. You give Sawinski one more shot. Can he be the guy who had 26 homers a couple of years ago? That's what we'd be banking on. Now it's just, can Brandon Lau replicate what he did last year? Probably, because he's been a top 10 second baseman in baseball for a handful of years. Can Ryan O'Hearn, who was an all-star last year, be an all-star again this year? Can Marcelo Ozuna regain some of the form from 2 years ago? If not, he still would have led the Pirates in homers last season. Connor Griffin is a question mark, but he doesn't need to be the guy. He would have been part of that previous conversation, that hypothetical conversation that I alluded to. It's a totally different feel. And now you've got Fangraphs throwing their considerable baseball weight behind this team. The Pirates, according to Fangraphs, have a 42.5% chance of making the playoffs. That's the highest it's been in a decade. In 2016, it was 28%. 2017, 15%. 2018, 8%. 2019, 10%. 2020, 8%. 2021, 0.4%. 2022, 0.9%. 2023, 6.5%. 2 years ago, 16.2%, and last year, 20%. So going into the season, this is the best Pirates roster since they made the postseason in 2015. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, but it's nice to see a national outlet that is a big resource for baseball fans to say, hey, this team has a shot. And not for nothing, I think it's going to be a really competitive National League, especially where the Pirates project how many games the Pirates project to win. But the Brewers are at 37%, so that 5% lower chance than the Bucks. And the Reds, even though they've had a pretty good offseason, they're sitting at 24%. Because I think some of the projection says the Reds won more games probably than they should have last year. I love it. But this is where we get into the pressure conversation. We haven't talked about this at all. Best roster the Bucks have had in 10 years? Donnie Kelly. You got to go win baseball games, man. And I have a lot more faith in him than I did in Derek Shelton. I kind of feel bad for Shelty because the Pirates have added $49.5 million in payroll, and the Twins have slashed their budget by like $25 million.
Like 35 or something, right?
Oh, my God. I believe in Don Kelly, his bullpen management, the fact that he actually believes in consistent lineup construction, things of that nature that Derek Shelton never really did. But this isn't just a team that Pittsburghers are excited about. This is one that can legitimately contend for a playoff spot. And if they don't, I think that looks bad. That reflects bad on Don Kelly. Like, we'll get into it the closer we get to the season. I think this season's a failure if they don't make the playoffs. But for Don Kelly, if they're not winning in the mid-80s, he didn't do a good enough job as a manager, health notwithstanding, and weird circumstances, meteor strikes, things like that.
I just like what he did last year of, coming in. What was it, about a month in that they fired Shelton, something like that? And
they were 12-26 when they fired Shelty.
And then trying to just put his philosophy out there. And that's hard to do on the move. And especially whenever you hadn't been the guy and now you step into that role and you try to change things on the fly. And I thought at times it looked like it. Like, it was very evident that his handprints were on this roster. So I'm anxious to see. Obviously, he's a hometown guy. It's crazy to think that two out of the three teams, professional teams in Pittsburgh, have two guys that are from Pittsburgh that are head coaches, basically, and managers. That's kind of wild. I don't know if that's ever happened in a market before in the country, that the football coach and the baseball coach or the hockey coach are from the city that they're coaching. Like the professional teams, I don't think that's probably ever happened before. So that's obviously cool, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Now, I'm anxious to see what he can put together, how the baseball stuff does come through. Can he get guys like O'Neal Cruz and work with him and get those guys on the right path? It is going to be an interesting season, and I think that they're doing right by themselves so far, and they still have some work to do.
They do have work to do, and we'll get to that. We've given Ben Cherington's offseason a B+. He's picked up his end of the bargain here. As much as I and we in this station and anybody who writes columns or has a voice in this town has crushed Ben Cherington, and rightfully so, the last 6 years, he has done well this offseason. Now the pressure falls on your in-the-dugout manager, and that's Donnie Kelly. And I believe in Don Kelly. Texter writes in, Ozuna, Lau, and O'Hearn, you guys think we're a playoff team. You guys are bleeping high. Pull your heads out of your asses. Yeah, that's what Fangraphs says.
Right.
Fangraphs has them as an 83-win baseball team. If they won 83 games last year, they'd have tied for the Reds for that final playoff spot. You can say we're homers or whatever all you want, but you've legitimately added guys who, over the last 2 years, each of these players they've added have been all-stars. Mm-hmm. Now, Marcell Ozuna wasn't last year. He still would have led this team in homers. But Lau was an all-star last year. O'Hearn was an all-star last year. If you don't think adding 3 all-stars helps your team, then you're just not going to believe in the Pirates until you see it. And I get that to an extent. But this is a simulation, thousands of simulations with no agenda. So you can say we're peddling some sort of agenda. We're not. This is coming from a third party saying that the Bucs are projected to win 83 games this year, and they've got a 46% chance of making the playoffs and a 25 or some odd chance of winning the division. A, do you think this team can be a playoff team at 412-928-9370? That texter obviously doesn't. And B, do you agree that now the pressure falls squarely on Donnie Kelly, 412-928-9370. It's funny because while I think the pressure now lies on Don Kelly to get the most out of this roster that is considerably better, if they fail, he's not going to be the one to go. Donnie Kelly's going to be here for a while.
Right.
It's his second year. He didn't even manage the full season last year. If this team fails to make the postseason, one head's going to roll, and that's going to be Ben Cherington.
Yes.
But I do think that he's given the groceries now to Don Kelly, where this team's good enough to contend in the NL Central and in the National League overall. 412-928-9370. We'd love to hear from you. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Do you think these Bucs are a playoff team? Fangraphs does. Do you agree? Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball lost yesterday to Duke. Pitt is 2-10 in conference. They are toward the bottom of the ACC, and their next game comes up. It's a road game on Saturday at 2 p.m. against UNC. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorton.
Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook, and with the trade deadline over and teams gearing up for the stretch run, don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LeBron James is doing something we haven't seen since 2004. He's looking human. James missed his 18th game on Tuesday night, meaning he won't play the required amount of games necessary to qualify for an All-NBA team. It snaps his record 21 consecutive All-NBA teams. I'm emotional. I grew up watching LeBron, and now he's slowing down. It's time for me to start gearing up for the end of his career. I'm Denton Day.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you have been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for well over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. We are like having a jeweler in the family.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Cloudy today, the high 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The major roadways are still clear. Looking at the Parkway East and Parkway West, your drive is smooth in toward the city. Looking at 28, though, you will see jam-ups in the Oakmont area due to construction. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fangraphs gives the Buccos a 42% chance of making the playoffs, a 25% chance of winning the NL Central. Has them pegged as an 83-79 win baseball team. Do you think they can make the playoffs? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I'll be clear on this. I think they can make the playoffs. I won't say they will until they get a third baseman, until they get another left-handed pitcher, or I guess a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, but we know that that's coming. Well, we think that
we think it's coming.
Yeah.
We think it's coming. Now, the quality of those players, we'll see. And Jose Quintana just got gobbled up last night. I woke up this morning to that news, and it bums me out. Former Bucco, former White Sox, former Cub, who's a lefty, signs a 1-year, $6 million deal with the Rockies. Why would you want to sign a 1-year deal with the Rockies? A, they're terrible. B, you're pitching in Coors Field.
Yeah.
It makes me believe the Pirates weren't all that interested in him.
Right.
Because they could absolutely have afforded $6 million. And if Quintana's signing a 1-year deal, you would think he'd want to be able to get a deal on the back end of that. And he's a lefty. He'd be pitching at PNC Park. He's already had success at PNC Park. So they must not have been interested. I hope they weren't interested then. That leaves guys like Tyler Anderson and Patrick Corbin out there. And I imagine that over the course of the next couple of days, and Mackey told us this yesterday, they'll probably get something done with a lefty, but it will not be Jose Quintana.
Mm-hmm.
Are they a playoff team? 412-928-9370. Dustin in Charleroi wants to talk some Bucks on Pitchers and Catchers Report Day. Hello, Dustin.
It seems so crazy because we just spent, how long there not even reaching freezing, but we're getting there. So
we're back, baby.
So to me, it kind of seems like it's maybe coming more from ownership because this offseason's been so atypical from what we're used to that it almost seems like maybe Nutting was kind of putting the reins on Sherrington a little bit. And maybe he's finally starting to feel a little bit of the pressure and saying, okay, go do your thing, because we haven't really seen this recently. So I think maybe we'll get to see Sherrington do what he can actually do, having a little bit more maybe autonomy here. And I do actually think that they can make the playoffs. It's not like they just made, 1 or 2 moves. It seems like they're actually doing something here. And like you said,
they added 3 All-Stars, Dustin. I mean, that's just the facts. Mm-hmm. Like the only way that the lineup's not better is if Ozuna and Lau and O'Hearn underperform what they did just last year. And I don't see that happening. Like, I know people around here get pessimistic, but good players play good. That's not right. Deep analysis, but like if Kyle Schwarber came here, the stench of the Bucks wasn't going to make the guy hit 15 homers. He was still going to hit 40 to 50.
And I think, we look at the Penguins too, and maybe the Pirates aren't making as many changes as the Penguins did, but, no one expected the Pens to do what they're doing. So Pirates fans do have a right to be pessimistic, but hey, it can happen. So I'm here for it.
Thank you for the call, Dustin. Appreciate it. I think if you're objective and you look at this team, you probably see right now an average lineup with the potential to be better. And if you add a third baseman in Connor Griffin, you might be flirting with a good lineup. And most people around Major League Baseball seem to think the pitching is going to be very good. So if you've got an average to good lineup and good to great starting pitching, you know what you have? Pretty good baseball team.
It's going to come down to the guys that were here, that were Pittsburgh Pirates last year, playing better. It's great to add all-stars. It's great to incorporate them in your lineup and have lineup protection. But the Cruzes of the world, the Reynolds, even Gonzalez and Henry Davis, Triolos of the world, the guys that we're going to see that were here last year have to be better. If they're better, then they could be a playoff team. If those guys are better, they could be a playoff team.
And that's where the projection comes in, because I feel pretty damn good that Ozuna's floor is what we saw last year, and I think the hip injury had a lot to do with it. I think Lau's going to do what he did. I think O'Hearn's going to do what he did. Can the lineup protection get Brian Reynolds to be his former self? And can O'Neal Cruz not be a 0.1 win player or whatever he was last year, where he was all pop and stolen bases and that's it? I think yes, but that is a projection. That's why you need one more bat.
Yep.
That way, if one of those two becomes what he's supposed to be, you're in a really good spot, and the other guy winds up being a role player. Not that that's ideal, but you get what I'm saying. 412-928-9370. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter, this team definitely has the potential to make the playoffs. So-called Pirates fans hating this offseason clearly aren't real Pirates fans. Hey, I got no problem with Pirates fans that are scorned.
Right. I mean, it's just what you know. I believe it till I see it. Whenever I see it, I'll believe it.
Yes.
And I understand that. That's kind of how I want to operate right now. But there's just a part of me that's like, okay, like they're actually doing something. So how can I not put a little bit of faith in them being successful this year?
Yeah, I don't like this from Pirates fans. We have heard this. You need to spend money. You need to do X, Y, Z. You need to add bats. Then they spend $49.5 million. They add 3 all-stars, and people are still like, well, shoot. It doesn't mean that they don't need to do more. You and I are both in agreement on that, but they've had a good offseason up until this point. Texter writes in, the Pirates aren't a playoff team and won't end up particularly close, and there's no pressure on Kelly due to exactly what you said, that it'll all fall on Cherington. He will be the head that rolls if they don't make the postseason, Ben Cherington. But as for they won't be particularly close, I'm not seeing it. They won 71 games last year. That's not a great number. They're projected by Fangraphs to win 12 more. I mean, a full season of Bubba Chandler, Braxton Ashcraft in the rotation, Connor Griffin at some point this year, 3 all-stars added. I mean, that sounds like a 12-win improvement to me. And if you win 83 games, no, it absolutely does not guarantee you make the playoffs. It would have last year. But you're going to be in it the entire season. If that is the nice thing for small market teams in the way that the playoff format's set up right now. If you're a 500 baseball team, you're going to be in the thing.
Right.
And as constructed right now, I think they're going to be in it. You need a third baseman. You need another starter. And that would push me diving. A good roster is a good roster.
Yeah.
And I'm going to value that more. Like, we've seen the Pirates win before. Doesn't happen often. And also, we saw the team play a lot better with Don Kelly. Like, I think he got as much out of the roster that he was given last year as he could.
Yes.
Derek Shelton did not.
Yes.
412-928-9370 is the number to call. Are the Pirates a playoff team, in your opinion? Fangraphs says yes. Fangraphs says they're only 3 games or so worse than the Chicago Cubs, the favorite to win the NL Central. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. Also, Ben Cherington spoke yesterday in Bradenton, and he talked about Andrew McCutchen. We'll let you hear what he had to say when we come back. Plus your calls. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates general manager Ben Cherington made it a point yesterday to address Andrew McCutchen in that situation, saying that they'll find a role for him if they can find a role for him, and they're never going to completely close the door on a return with McCutchen. Although he also did make a point to point out that he is focused right now on the players that will be participating in spring training, guys who have contracts at the moment. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you in your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I think this is a moment in time, and I think there's a long time ahead of us. Forever is a long time, and I don't think the Pirates will never, completely shut the door on Andrew McCutchen. That's just, how we feel about him. That's not going to happen. There's a moment in time that we're in right now in Bradenton today, focused on the players that are here, focused on how do we get ready for the 2026 season. I think given the complexion of the roster, what we expect it to be here, as we get into full camp when position players arrive, I just think our focus will be on the players that are here. Longer term, we don't need to make any declaration about the longer term. Just focus on today right now.
I had to laugh at the beginning salvo there from Ben Cherington. Asked about Andrew McCutchen if the door's closed on him. And he said, this is a moment in time. Forever is a long time. My man sounds high as hell.
Yep.
But I get what he's saying. Like, the door is open for Andrew McCutchen to be a part of this organization and honored by the organization. But read between the lines, it's over for Kutch. And we knew that when Marcell Ozuna got signed and Andrew McCutchen changed his Twitter picture and everything like that. I'm okay with it. I know Doran's okay with it. You want to get better. And Marcell Ozuna is better than Andrew McCutchen at this stage of their career. It ain't personal. It's business. And the business, finally, for the Pittsburgh Pirates is winning damn baseball games. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, how can you think the Pirates are going to make the playoffs if they're clearly the fourth best team in the division, with the Cardinals being the only worst team? Look, I think the Brewers, the Pirates, and the Reds are very similar.
Very, very similar.
And FanGraphs would agree, and that's what we're going off of today. Buccos predicted to win 83 games. Their playoff percentage is 42.5%. The Brewers are at 37%. The Reds are at 24%. I think all those teams can win somewhere between 80 and 88 games. And I do think, to an extent, you're kind of pulling them out of a hat. Who stays healthiest? Who gets a little bit more luck? Who adds meaningfully at the deadline, perhaps? That'll determine which of those makes the playoffs. But I don't think that the Reds are clearly better than the Pirates. I don't think the Brewers are clearly better than the Pirates.
Aren't the Brewers and Reds and Pirates kind of in the same ballpark now with payroll, too? Not that that really matters, but, I mean, for the first time in a long time, you're seeing the Pirates almost be equal with those teams that they're going to be competing with.
Yeah, the Reds and the Brewers last year spent $115 million, almost on the dot. The Pirates are at 108 now, which is the highest payroll in team history. If they sign a lefty starter, and we do assume that that'll be the case, they'll be up around 115. So they'll be swimming in the same waters. Mm-hmm. And that's all we've really asked for. I have always hated it when you talk to people and they go, well, people who defend ownership and defend the economics of baseball. Well, they're not going to spend like the Red Sox. They're not going to spend like the Mets. No one's asking them to.
Right.
We're asking you to spend like the Reds, to spend like the Brewers, to spend like the Guardians, to spend like the Rays. That's what we're asking the Pirates. Yeah, they're doing that this year. 412-928-9370, the number to call. Big C in Fort Myers. Oh, that's where the Phillies play their spring training games, no?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Nice to talk to you again, as always.
Big C, what's up, man?
So I will say this. They've got my attention this year. It's been a long time, but they have my attention. I'm not going to anoint them and say they're going to make the playoffs or going to go on a run, but they got my attention. And they got my attention so much so that we got 2 games down here in Fort Myers, as we do every year. On the 14th of this month, I'll be down there watching them playing the Red Sox. And then on the 16th of March, we got the Twins down here. I'm literally
nice.
10 minutes from the stadium. So they've got my attention. They've added some pieces. It looks good, but I'm not willing to say they're going to make the playoffs. I think we're going to reserve judgment until we see the baby being delivered.
Yeah, get a third baseman, get a starter, and then I think people will be even more on board than they are already. I mean, this is a team that's at least going to be watchable, you'd think, through September.
Absolutely.
Now you got to push the final chips into the middle of the table. And thank you for the call, Big C.
Like, this is the first time since we've been together that I'm excited to go to the home opener.
Me too.
And not just because of it's the home opener.
Oh, Kutch is back.
Or that, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm excited to actually watch this team and see up close and personal what they got and what it looks like and what it could potentially look like night in and night out, basically, throughout a baseball season. That's what I'm most excited about right now. And I haven't felt that ever, really. I mean, how can you not be intrigued by the potential lineup to start the season and to not think down the road what they can be as they develop together?
Right.
And can Cruz, come through, as I said earlier? Can Reynolds be his truest form? Can guys like Gonzalez and Triolo take a step when needed? Henry Davis, he's going to be batting ninth. Like, can he show just a little bit of pop? Can he be even just slightly below average if he's that?
Right.
This lineup is pretty good.
Right. If you have a catcher that is a slightly below average hitter but plays defense the way that Henry did last year, that's a useful player.
Yeah.
It just is. Last year, Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz needed to be the two best hitters on the Pirates. Now, I think a safe bet is Brandon Lau and Marcell Ozuna are your two best hitters. And then O'Hearn's a good hitter. Reynolds can just be a good hitter. Horwitz is a good hitter. You're right. Guys who get on base. Guys, not one of these guys, unless Ozuna is what he was 2 years ago, is going to be consistently every other game popping one over the fence. But Ozuna is a 21 homer guy. Lau's a 31 homer guy. O'Hearn's almost a 20 homer guy. Reynolds is a 20 homer guy. Cruz is a 20 homer guy. You've got enough pop consistently through your lineup that I don't think we should be seeing, my Lord, the offensive swoons that they went through last year. I mean, they'd go on streaks where they'd pitch really well, and they're losing games 2-1. They're losing games 1-0. They're losing games 3-2. You're going to see less of that this year. To the phones?
Yes.
Rob in Chicago. Hello, Rob.
Good morning, guys. Hey, about your pre-show discussion, I got to make a quick point. Gary Oldman was also Lee Harvey Oswald in JFK, if you remember, back in 94.
Yes.
Great
movie.
Yeah, it was. Now, you said something about Cherington earlier, and how he's doing a great job. Well, when you're not reduced to the role of a seagull or a squirrel that climbs over dumpsters looking for scraps, all of a sudden you become a lot smarter when you've got some more money to spend. I think this team will be, like you said, a lot more competitive, and just the overall quality of hitters might trickle down to Henry Davis, Brian Reynolds, and, like I said, Marcell Ozuna speaks the same language as O'Neal Cruz. So, I mean, that might get through to him. I think it's, if they can win some divisional games and beat the Cubs, then they're gonna make some noise.
Well, and I think, and thank you so much for the call, Rob, I think a great start is huge.
Yeah, fast, yep.
Like, if through 25 games even, you're sitting there at 15-10, I think that goes a long way. Like, the ballpark will start filling up. People will start believing they'll win more games at home. I mean, we talk about this every year, but the first sign of a team taking a step is you start winning a lot of your home games. But I think with a team that's got a nice mix of young and old, the lineup kind of getting older, but the pitching young, like, if you start winning games and these young pitchers don't feel like the weight of the world is on their shoulders, I think that's massive.
Yeah.
Because last year, I mean, Keller goes out there, throws 6 and gives up 3. He's probably taking the L. Like, that's got to wear on you eventually. It's got to wear on Skeen. It's got to be incredibly frustrating. You score some runs early, you win some games early. I think that goes a long way. You can give us a ring, 412-928-9370. What about third base? Who could they be looking at? How would that change the math at 412-928-9370? By the way, 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry anytime we're out in the community. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. Fan headline.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball played and lost yesterday to Duke. Final score of that game, 70-54. Pitt's next game is on Saturday at 2 o'clock. They have a road game against UNC. Pitt right now has a 2-10 conference record. They're at the bottom of the ACC, tied with Notre Dame with that same 2-10 conference record. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
An accident has been reported on 770 Bower Hill Road in Bridgeville Borough. Meanwhile, looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, an accident has been reported around Churchill, causing stoppages around Wilkinsburg. On the Parkway West, traffic is slowing to a stop at the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
Your best President's Day deal is at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and we've got them. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $10,000 off or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Outlander Sports take up to $5,000 off or just 2.99% financing for 60 months. All backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is right here in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. In about 10 minutes, Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. There's one thing they've done better than most the last handful of years. Can the Steelers do the same thing? We'll get into it. Ray Fittipaldo joins us at 8. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. In the meantime, Fangraphs has the Pirates 6th best chance to make the playoffs in the National League. 6 teams get to make the playoffs in each league. I think they need to add a third baseman before I'll buy in hook, line, and sinker. And I heard Ken Rosenthal yesterday say that the Red Sox, because they got Durbin, are out on Isaac Paredes, and that the Pirates might be, given what they paid for Marcell Ozuna. But Paredes has multiple years of control. He cost $10 million. The more I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if they're going to go bargain basement for a lefty and try the reclamation project route, because that's something that Charrington's been good at.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why a guy like Quintana signs for 6. Maybe you're trying to get someone for like 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you eat the $10 million for a couple of years of Paredes.
Yeah.
I could see that happen.
For sure.
And if you add him, I think you're making the playoffs. I do.
Paredes?
Yeah. Now you've got, if you include Griffin, every single hitter in the lineup, I want to make sure I'm not missing somebody. Every single hitter in the lineup would have a chance to hit 20 home runs. I'm not saying they would, but they've all got that kind of power.
What did Paredes do last year?
Roughly that. Now it's a much better right-handed hitter's ballpark in Houston.
Yeah.
But if you've got Pop up and down the line, you don't need a prodigious guy.
Mm-hmm.
Although Charrington said yesterday he expects Ozuna to be penciled in the middle of the lineup pretty much every day.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if he could just
be as formed that he was 2 years ago.
If that hip's okay and he hits 40.
Oh, well.
I mean, come on.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I think he could. I don't think he will.
I think it'll be around 28.
If he hits 28 homer, I would sign in blood for that right now. 28 bombs.
Yep.
And then you consider everyone else you got. Like, I think Lau's their best all-around hitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'd hit him 3rd, Ozuna 4th. Is Reynolds hitting 2nd?
2nd, right.
Cruz is going to hit, 6th? You know, Connor Griffin, when he comes up, you push him down the lineup as to keep the pressure off him. I mean, that's a pretty good lineup, man.
Who's leading off?
I'd probably have Horwitz lead off just for his on-base.
Yep.
Yeah. Like when Mangum plays, he could lead off because he steals a bunch of bases.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do it with Cruz because he just doesn't get on base enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Horwitz would be more often than not my leadoff guy.
Yeah.
Gets on base, draws walks, and then you've got guys behind him who can knock him in. Texter writes in, Beatty and Viento still an option. I think I saw Lindor's out for 6 weeks.
Yeah. He has like some type of deal going on. He's hurt.
Yeah, that's no good for the Pirates because I would think the Mets, who believe that they can be a playoff team, who's going to play short for them, and maybe one of those two slides over and plays short for 6 weeks or whatever, and they don't move them. Like they're down a body and they had a surplus. Well, now you no longer have a surplus. And I was watching a guy who's a Mets contributor, his video yesterday. He said they don't have an obvious option at shortstop, so it could be one of those two.
Or you trade Gonzalez, maybe.
Oh, that's interesting.
Trade Gonzalez, move Triolo to short, have Beatty or Vientos at 3rd, and then wait for Connor Griffin to come up.
I'm giving you a fist pound. I like that a lot. Yeah, I do like that. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, no to a bargain lefty. Let Hunter Barco be that guy. Well, then you've got 5 guys in your rotation, and 4 of them are youngsters.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not fair to put Skeens in that category anymore because he can pitch 200 innings, but
3.
Yeah, you know that Keller can pitch upwards of 200. You know Skeens can pitch 200. Beyond that, Bubba Chandler pitched, 69 innings?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, he was 31 and Ashcraft was 69.
Oh, okay.
Either way, those guys combined for 100 innings. So I don't want Barco to be my 5th starter, even though I believe in the guy and he throws left and he throws hard. Not at the beginning of the season at any rate. 412-928-9370. And look, I thought Bailey Falter was going to suck. And Bailey Falter came in here and was good. And then Bailey Falter went to the Royals and sucked. Like, they know what they're doing with lefties, and lefties, they pitch well at PNC Park. Like, if there's one area that I could be okay with Ben Cherington scraping the bottom of the barrel, it would be a left-handed starting pitcher. Mm-hmm. And if you need to spend less there to spend more on a guy like Paredes, I'm all for it. I am. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on the Bucks. Coming up next, Seattle wins the Super Bowl, and there's something they've done over the course of the last 5 years better than just about any team in the National Football League. Can the Steelers replicate that? We'll get to it next. Ray Fittipaldo at 8. First, fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. I'm finally excited to hear about the weather. KDK will take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. How nice was yesterday? We hit 56 at Pittsburgh for the high. Well, there's no comparison to yesterday's picture-perfect weather. Today's not going to be too bad either, with temperatures in the mid-30s right now, and that's where we'll be for most of the day. Hey, it's cloudy with winds coming in out of the northwest at about 10 miles an hour. Just a heads up, there is a winter weather advisor in place for the Ridges and Laurel Highlands. That goes through this afternoon. Our first alert meteorologist, Ron Smiley, in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met? Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews remain on the scene of the accident reported on 770 Bower Hill Road in Bridgeville Borough. On the Parkway East, as you head inbound, you will see major stoppages back to Wilkinsburg. And on the Parkway West, traffic is stopped about halfway down Green Tree Hill inbound toward the city. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I spent the majority of this last break, Doran, reading a think piece on artificial intelligence.
Oh.
And now I'm terrified. Just code rewriting itself.
I've been telling you this for about 3 years now.
I know. The way it was described is because of the rapid improvements in AI, that there had been incremental improvements throughout the years. And now every improvement, it's like all of a sudden, if you were wading in a foot of water before, with every single improvement that is now made to AI, it's like the entire room gets filled with water.
Yep.
And we're effed.
I mean, look where we're at from last year to right now. I mean, just with the, videos on X and the videos on Instagram, the people that are recreated and or just created, like, I don't know what's real, what's not. Like, I saw somebody interviewing Bronny James yesterday, and it said, like, Bronny James had to guard Wembanyama in last night's game, and it looked like it was kind of fake, but I guess it was real, but I had no idea.
No clue.
I had no idea if that was a real thing or not.
Yeah, I don't like it, Doran. I showed you a picture of my brother-in-law. We went to Big Jim's 2 weekends ago, and I went with my brother-in-law and my other friend, and they had their arms around each other for a photo at Big Jim's. And I took that photo, and I put it in Grok on Twitter, and I said, put them in bikinis kissing. And it looked exactly like them in bikinis kissing, and I sent it to their wives, and everyone was perplexed and afraid. This is no good. And so that's where my head is.
Yeah.
So let's talk about football instead.
Okay.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Can I say one more thing about
Please.
AI? One thing that I will like about AI, and it's definitely going to go in this direction, is the people that have passed. I mean, obviously we're fans of TV shows and movies. Like, you'll be able to recreate and keep characters alive. Like, say, I don't know, like, who has passed? Like, say, like, Marilyn Monroe. Like, we'll be able to see her probably do a concert in about 20 years from now.
I don't want that.
And it'll be just like,
I don't need it.
Just saying.
If you're dead, you're dead.
Just saying.
That's life, baby.
I know. I'm just saying. That's where they're headed. That's where they're headed.
Although I do love the idea of Crowley in perpetuity spitting sports takes on this year radio station.
Yeah, like 60, 70 years from now.
Oh, man. Was it Larry Richard I was talking to who he signed, or I don't know if he signed, but he was thinking about, because he does so many voiceovers all throughout the country because his voice is friggin' butter. And if he gives a snippet of his voice and signs over the rights, they can replicate his voice in like 50 different languages to do commercials all around the world.
Yep.
Great.
Do you remember that time I made a video of
928-9370. Yeah, but that looked fake. But we're getting to the point, Harry, where they ain't looking fake.
Yep.
They ain't looking fake. Like, this picture of my brother-in-law in the bikini.
I thought it was real.
It looked real.
I thought it was real. I was like, what do you have going on Saturday? Like, what were y'all doing?
What the hell's going on? Why are you at Big Jims and bikinis making out with each other? That's wild. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Also wild, the Seattle Seahawks went from 10-7 last year and missing the playoffs to winning the Super Bowl this year and really looking like far and away the best team. And the reason that's happened, Dickerson, there are many, but we can boil it down. they draft and develop really damn well. And I'm wondering if Steelers fans have faith in Omar Khan and Andy Weidl in this regime that they can do the same thing. One of the things I've dealt with on social media is I tweeted out that the Seahawks have had a winning season in 13 out of 14 years. And a lot of people have chimed in saying, well, that is true, but one thing that's important for context, Crowley, is they also traded Russell Wilson for 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. Undoubtedly true. The Steelers also have more draft picks this year than they have ever had in a single draft. And if they should so choose, they have players that they could move to either accrue more picks in this year's draft or next year's draft. And I would imagine that the philosophy is going to be much the same, where they're going to go after guys that aren't going to affect their compensation formula. So I would think next year's draft, they're going to have a lot of picks too.
Yes.
Let's say they have 12 again. Let's say you got 24 picks in these next 2 drafts. Can you do enough with Omar Khan and Andy Weidl to get back to legitimate contender status? Not just 10-7, not just getting blown out in the first round, but build up the roster of good young players to really contend for the thing.
Well, I mean, you have that many picks, and it's nice to have, get a first-round receiver. It's nice to get a first-round tackle, a first-round defensive lineman, a first-round safety or corner. That is all well and good. In the second-round running back, in the next 2 drafts, maybe. I'm just throwing hypotheticals out there. But, man, it boils down to just one position.
QB.
That's it. Like, you can have as many draft picks as you want, but as long as if you hit on that quarterback, you're fine.
That is the cheat code.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the easy button. That's AI, right? You get your quarterback, and it makes up for a lot of ills. Think about Cincinnati when they went to the Super Bowl. Think about Kansas City winning all those championships. Those offensive lines have been ass. And in Cincinnati's case, their defense had been bad. I mean, that year they were good, but you get what I'm saying. Burrow makes up for a lot when he's healthy. Mahomes makes up for a lot when he's healthy.
Which I've developed in taking on the philosophy of Doug Whaley. We'll have him on at 9 a.m. And this happened, 2 years after I got drafted. I think it was 2012, 2011, of what the Redskins at the time did. And that's what I would do. I would draft 2 quarterbacks. That's when they drafted RG3 and they drafted Kirk Cousins. Like, you get 2 shots at it. So, like, if I had mad picks, I'd draft a first-round quarterback, but I'd come right back and draft one in the second round to have them go battle and potentially battle out. But then I have 2 shots at, hey, one of these guys got to pan out, right? Like, if it was a quarterback-heavy draft, like I anticipate it being next year, and some guys are going to fall to the second, some guys are going to fall to the third, like, I would wrap back around, whether it was the 3rd round or maybe the 4th round, and draft another one if Will Howard or somebody doesn't pan out. Like, I would do that.
It's funny you say that, because I want to get into that at the bottom of the hour, because there's been some, 3-round mocks that have the Steelers taking quarterbacks, and the names are going to drive people crazy or make them very excited. I would consider drafting one in the middle rounds this year and a first round next year.
Or that, yeah.
Either way is the same kind of deal for me. We'll get into that because I think that's a worthwhile conversation. As for everybody else, the Eagles won the Super Bowl on the strength of their roster. Like, not to take anything away from Jalen Hurts, but they won the Super Bowl because their roster top to bottom was the best in the NFL. If Detroit wasn't banged up last year, I think they might have been battling it out with the Eagles for the NFC Championship and then subsequently the Super Bowl because their roster was so damn good, but then they suffered so many injuries. This year, Seattle won. Good coaching, no doubt, on both sides of the ball, but their roster just top to bottom really good. They've got some stars, but really the strength of the pack, to quote Mike Tomlin, is the pack. I think Omar Khan and Andy Weidl are now going to have more room to operate. Like, when it comes to taking a quarterback, presumably in next year's draft, of course Mike McCarthy should have final say. But with everything else this year, I don't think that's falling on McCarthy. And McCarthy, I don't think has ever been as invested in the buying of the groceries as Mike Tomlin was.
No.
And I like the idea of seeing what Omar Khan and Andy Weidl can do now when one of them is going to absolutely have the final say and not have to argue at the war room table with Mike Tomlin. Like, they've done some pretty nice stuff in the draft. The Kenny Pickett draft was the last one, of course, for Kevin Colbert. The following draft got Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig, Spencer Anderson in the 7th round. Now, Broderick may have been a swing and a miss. This will be the defining season of Broderick Jones' Pittsburgh Steelers career. JPJ's a hit. They're going to pay him. Keanu Benton, I think, now is a hit. Is he a great player? No. Was he better at the end of the year? I think so.
Peyton
Wilson, that was the following year. But Darnell Washington, good player. Nick Herbig, borderline great player, especially if he played more. That's a good draft.
Yeah.
Now, can it be a great draft if you miss on your first-round pick? Probably not, but that's a good draft. The next draft, you're right, was the Peyton Wilson draft. How do you feel about him?
Anxious to see, and this is where I think that Andy Weidel and Omar Khan will make their money. And you talk about them having more autonomy of drafting players now. I think that they're really going to hit defensively in the draft this year because they have the autonomy. But now you don't have to kind of be narrow-sighted on the type of player you can draft because with Patrick Graham's defense, he can run multiple defenses. It's not just like Mike Tomlin, hey, this is the type of player that's going to fit my defense. You know, this guy's on the board, he ain't going to fit, so let's skip over him and draft this guy. Now they're going to go into the draft and be like, hey, man, best defensive player available, we'll make it work. Patrick Graham, we have faith in Patrick Graham to make it work. I think that that's where they're really going to hit this year. But Peyton Wilson, interested to see how he comes along this year, and it's encouraging because of what Spillane did in Las Vegas underneath Patrick Graham, and now obviously he went to New England and is a
great point
to really get the most out of him. And the Steelers gave up on him. So I like Peyton Wilson. He's got to slap on like 10 pounds, but I like where he's headed in this new regime.
Man, Robert Spillane's a great call. I mean, he made himself some money in New England. Then he's a captain, and you hear guys in New England talk about him, including Mike Vrabel. He was such a big piece of what they did.
Yep.
And he got much better, you're right, under Patrick Graham. I hadn't even thought of it from that angle. That draft also had Roman Wilson, see ya. But Troy Faltanu, good. Zach Frazier, good. Mason McCormick, passable at the very least.
I mean, you're getting the most out of him. He's a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
He started out, every game this year?
And you need that. You need 4th-round picks to make your team and play well. And I don't think I don't think he hurts your offensive line.
No.
And I'm
he has room
interested
to
to see
get better.
what he does. Exactly.
He does.
With this coaching staff that now has a big focus on the offensive line. And then the final draft that we've seen from Omar Khan and Andy Weidel's regime, Derek Harmon. Like, I know he was injured early in the season, but, boy, when he played, they stopped the run. When he didn't, they didn't. I don't think that was an accident. Caleb Johnson.
No.
Have you already seen enough?
Yep.
Man.
I didn't like the pick.
I know that.
I tried to like it, but I knew, like, when I saw him run at Iowa, I was like, yeah, no. So.
And he was supposed to be a perfect fit
for
Arthur Smith's offense, and this is going to be different.
This is going to be, he might end up getting released.
Art, didn't you say he was going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Who?
You. Caleb Johnson, excuse me.
For the Steelers?
Yeah.
No.
I think you did.
No.
It was me.
I was about to say, I didn't see that.
I said that.
I wonder, who did I say?
I don't know, but it sure as bleep wasn't Caleb Johnson. We actually had an argument before the first game. We did odds and ends.
Yes. You said that he was going to get
9 carries.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's no chance. Like, they didn't draft this guy with their second pick to not get 9 carries. How many carries did he get on the year? Caleb Johnson.
Less than
28.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
All right, put that one in the Doran win column. Jack Sawyer, good pick.
Yes. At the time, I was like, I don't know if this makes sense, but it ended up making a lot of sense.
I think that guy can be real good.
Yep.
Now, he's not going to get a chance to play a ton if TJ Watt's still on the roster. We can get into that later on with Doug. Wyatt Black, good pick.
Quality.
Carson Bruner in the 7th round.
Quality.
Special teams team. Prediction, he's going to be a special teams captain at some point.
Yes.
Like, he's that good, at least in that element of the game. And that's why they drafted him. I mean, that's good business right there.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 drafts, a lot more good than bad. The problem with last offseason is they tried to Band-Aid over the holes they did have. Now you've got 12 draft picks, and I'd like to see them plug holes through the draft and develop with this coaching staff. And I think that's the way the Steelers have built forever, and not everything they've done is right. But the way they've tried to augment the roster in recent years, it hasn't been right either. So go back to what's tried and true. Go back to what you've done well for half a century. Draft and develop. And with this coaching staff, I think you got a better chance of developing.
Yes.
And with Mike Tomlin not here to push back on personnel decisions, I think you got a better chance of drafting well. That was not Tomlin's strength. It never was. And it somewhere along the way, it became part of his job description.
Yeah.
And, hey, I get it. The guy won a lot. But, Bill Belichick wasn't a great GM. Bill Belichick was a tremendous coach, probably the best of all time. But when he got the general manager powers, things started falling off, even before Tom Brady left. So the question, do you believe Omar Khan and Andy Weidel can put together some Seahawks drafts over the next couple of years, now with Mike Tomlin not standing in the way? 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk to you about this fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Doran brought up drafting a quarterback, multiple quarterbacks in a draft, like the Redskins did in the Kirk Cousins RG3 draft. Wait until you see who NFL.com mocked to the Steelers 76th overall. Yeah, baby. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates general manager Ben Cherington came out yesterday and addressed Andrew McCutchen, saying that he might find a role for him. The door is never going to close. Although he also said that he's going to primarily focus on those that are coming to spring training and are under contract currently. But if a door opens, a door opens. Was pretty much what he was getting at there. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
We have a couple nationally televised and some other pro basketball games on tonight. Let's take a look at the latest pro basketball injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. New York takes on Philadelphia in the first nationally televised game. For Philly, center Joel Embiid missed Monday's game against Portland with a knee injury. He's listed day-to-day. And guard Quentin Grimes also missed Monday's game due to an illness. Both players will likely be game-time decisions for tonight. For New York, center Mitchell Robinson is unlikely to play due to a left ankle injury, and guard OG Anunoby is day-to-day with a toe injury. We'll see if he's able to suit up tonight. In the later game, we've got San Antonio against Golden State. San Antonio will be without two forwards in this matchup. David Jones-Garcia underwent ankle surgery last week and will miss the remainder of the season. And Lindy Waters is likely to miss extended time due to a left knee injury. He's undergoing further evaluation and rehab. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. With the trade deadline over and teams gearing up for the stretch run, don't wait for that what-if moment. And switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It was a tough Super Bowl for Patriots left tackle Will Campbell, who had multiple issues blocking all game long. Head coach Mike Vrabel, though, said that the fourth overall pick in last year's draft is staying at left tackle next year, though. Will is 22 years old. He's our left tackle. He'll get better. He'll get stronger. That's what Vrabel said. They got a whole offseason to get better, that's for sure. I'm Nick Ashew.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us.
tax season, and TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East, as you head inbound, traffic is stopped around Churchill, and on the Parkway West, traffic is building to the top of Green Tree Hill. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just talking about the state of the world between segments, AI, politics, life.
I mean, it's awful.
412-928-9370, the number to call. Pitchers and catchers reporting today in Bradenton. Yesterday, Ben Cherington said that pretty much everyone was there already.
Yeah.
I think position players, too. They got to be giddy. They got to feel like they got a shot. And we'll get more into the Buccos later on in the show. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10.
Wasn't there a video of, I think you said it yesterday, Skeens pitching to Griffin?
He did, and he struck Griffin out on 3 straight fastballs. And then Griffin came up again and hit a line drive single to left field.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting.
I'm a little bit nervous about this World Baseball Classic. I think Skeens, he got there early, and he's going to pitch for the United States. And, hey, look, innings are going to be pitched by him either way, whether it's spring training or the World Baseball Classic. It's just you're getting thrown into pennant race baseball because he cares so much, and these teams care so much that you're putting late year stress on the arm and the elbow early. And he's a horse, and I'm sure he'll be fine, but that's how I view the world.
Yep.
I'm scared of everything, Dickerson.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
I'm excited to watch it. It's better than spring training baseball.
Yes.
By leaps and bounds. Just like tomorrow, the United States Olympic hockey team is going to play, and I've been missing the Penguins, and it sucks they don't get to play till the end of the month, but that's going to be some high-level stuff.
Yes, it is.
And even if you don't have as big of a rooting interest as you would, let's say, in the Penguins, the entertainment value is going to be through the roof. And I found that with the Olympics. I've been enjoying the ever-loving hell out of it. It's just something on in the background, people doing stuff that's funky. It's cool. All right, ready for this? I was perusing NFL.com. People have tweeted this out. They did a 3-round mock draft with the 76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State. How about that?
I saw that.
The pick before him in said mock, Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback, LSU. Not for the Steelers.
Okay. No.
But with the 75th pick, yeah.
Interested to see where they both are evaluated, like how close they are. If it's Nussmeier over Aller, I'm probably taking Nussmeier, but for the sake of this discussion, I think that Drew Aller is going to be a better pro quarterback than he was college quarterback. So at that point, I would not hate that.
You've said that for a long time. He's got everything you want.
Yep.
Size, mobility, arm strength. Now, him throwing the deep ball, the numbers weren't good in college, but you've also said for a long time that Kotelnicki's offense was really smoke and mirrors, and he was never a good fit for it. And boy, did that bear out to be the truth. I think, prediction time, not a scout, not a draft Nick. If I was running your scouting department, your team would lose a lot of games in the NFL. I bet you one of those guys gets drafted in the second round or maybe before. Like, I could see one of those two at pro days, at the combine, coupled with interviewing well, start to regain some of the prospect shine that they had going into the year. Like, you don't all of a sudden totally become a crap prospect because you got hurt. Like, if Drew Aller played the entire season, is he a third-round pick? Maybe, but I doubt it. And so we're going to have him penciled in as a third-round guy because he got hurt. And there were some red flags before that, but I bet you one of these guys goes earlier than.
I think there's going to be teams that look at the fact that both of those guys got hurt and both those guys lost their head coaches. I think that they're going to be like, all right, was it them at the first portion of the year whenever they were playing, or was it the system and the coaches that they had? So I think that you may be correct. I think one of them is going to get drafted higher than probably they should. But both of those guys in the middle rounds, coming off an injury, if they're fully healthy, obviously Nussmeier is. Haven't seen Aller do anything really, but you'll see him at the combine and pro day. I'll take a flyer on one of those guys.
Would it be the worst thing in the world if Rodgers says, I'm done, and you go into the season with Drew Aller against Will Howard,
I still think that even if you drafted Drew Aller and that was the scenario, that there would be even Mason Rudolph would start the season.
Yeah.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo or a veteran quarterback would start the season. Now they would compete for backup quarterback, which they would even with Rodgers being here. I'd be fine with that. But I don't see a competition to be the starting quarterback of the season for two guys that's never thrown a NFL football in a game.
Yeah, that's just not the way they believe in doing business.
Two guys
This ain't New Orleans.
Mid to late round picks, no.
This ain't Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shook. They just don't operate that way. Aller doesn't do it for me.
Well, I mean, you have so many picks. What's it hurt to see? And then you have them compete, and then next year you get even more. That's just kind of like my theory with Doug is, Doug's theory too. Is take as many shots as you can.
Mm-hmm.
You think that? I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible situation for a Drew Aller, a guy that has like prototypical size, and to be in Mike McCarthy's system.
If Mike McCarthy likes Will Howard, and I have no reason to believe he doesn't, and there were even more reports that came out of Super Bowl week where everyone talks and everyone gets the scuttlebutt that he really does believe in Howard. If you believe in Will Howard, and I know he won a national championship and Drew Aller generally lost all the big games. If you like Howard based on his size, his running ability, his pocket presence, his arm strength, I don't know how you wouldn't like Drew Aller. If you're just looking at a prospect independent of his team and independent of the win-loss record, which I don't think they care all that much about, I don't know how you could like one without liking the other.
Right.
I'm starting to think they do draft a quarterback this year. Just not in the top. Definitely not in the top 2 rounds.
Nope.
412-928-9370. Did you guys watch Aller's career against good teams? He chokes, he folds, he can't handle pressure. That's what we wanted to see from Aller going into this year. Like, our discussions around this quarterback class focused on him a lot, and it was, go prove yourself in the big games. Will Howard did. He's dominated against the Purdues of the world and the West Virginias of the world and teams that didn't have the talent that Penn State did. And we didn't get to see him do that beyond the Oregon game. We didn't. Now, that being said, James Franklin also sucked in big games.
Right.
That's why James Franklin's not the head coach there anymore. I almost lost my train of thought there. That was a long pause, which sounds like, never mind. 412-928-9370. How about Drew Aller, 76th overall, Steelers fans? Or could I interest you in a Garrett Nussmeier, a quarterback drafted by the Steelers this year? 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. It's also the Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball lost yesterday. Pitt played Duke and lost 70-54. Pitt's next game is on Saturday. They have a road game against UNC that starts at 2 o'clock. And right now, Pitt is at the bottom of the ACC with Notre Dame. Each of those teams have 2-10 conference records. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator? With a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. and it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winner games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winner games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Black and Gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
DQ presents
The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track today. High of 35. Give us a text, 412-928-9370. It's also the number to call on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We were talking about NFL.com's 3-round mock draft, where Drew Aller was mocked to the Steelers, 76th overall. Garrett Nussmeier going the pick just before that, 75th overall. Does that do anything for you guys out there? 412-928-9370. There's another mock. Field Yates. 1-round mock. Think you know where this is going. Ty Simpson.
No.
21st overall.
No.
His write-up says, one of the most pressing questions of this draft is how high Simpson will go. He was entrenched in the top 10 conversation mid-season before a significant second-half slide. The pros for Simpson: he can throw with pristine accuracy, improvises in the pocket, has enough arm strength to drive the ball downfield. The cons: his decision-making waned down the stretch, as he had 4 interceptions and a combined 62.6% completion percentage in Alabama's final 6 games. Playing devil's advocate, because I don't want him either, isn't that something you can coach out of a guy? Like, if you've got the arm strength and the accuracy, like, and you're just a poor decision maker, like, can you coach that out?
Maybe. But, I mean, sometimes it's overwhelming whenever you're already a poor decision maker and you get to the NFL level and the decisions happen at a light year, like, insanely faster than college.
It's totally different, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally different. Totally different. Like, mechanics, yeah, you could coach that out and you could coach that in to a player. But, like, if you're already a bad decision maker, that's going to be tough to work with. I mean, there's guys that could probably do it, but I wouldn't want to waste my time, especially as a first-time head coach of a franchise, to try to bring along a first-round pick that already makes bad decisions. Like, that's just I don't know if I'm in the game. I don't know if I'm willing to do that.
Yeah.
I want to be doing that at that point.
It'd be different if it's like a consensus. Everybody thinks he's a top 5 guy.
Right.
And he's a bad decision maker.
Right.
Like, his traits are so good that you can't ignore it, and you just hope to coach that out of his game. Like, I never liked Jameis Winston for that reason.
I was just about to bring him up.
I mean, Jameis was he was a turnover guy in college.
Yep.
And then he goes to the pros, and he threw 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions one season? Like, he never figured it out. Now, doesn't mean that some guys can't.
But you were willing to try because he was the first overall pick, right?
Right. Like, he's got that kind of upside. Texter, Meyer has tiny, tiny hands. Yeah, he does. Nussmeier's not. He worries me for that reason. Like, prototypically built, Yeah. Like, when there was going to be 5 or 6 first-round quarterbacks, I kind of looked at him as, like, the Knicks, like the 4th or 5th or 6th guy.
Yes, same.
Like, never the cream of the crop.
But he has, to me, like, I look at the pedigree he has. His dad's a coach, and, you know, he knows ball. He knows offense, clearly. So I'll take that. Like, his decision-making's probably pretty good.
Coach's kid. It's a big deal.
Yeah, big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would look at that.
Jake Gensel's dad.
Coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's on the United States Olympic hockey team.
That's right.
I'm going to be rooting for Jake Gensel. Yeah. Remember when he wasn't going to be good outside of Crosby and all he's done is score goals since he left? Yeah, that'll happen.
Good player.
Very good player.
Yeah.
Underrated. He's also doing, I don't know if you saw this, he's doing figure skating and doing flips at the Olympics.
No, he's not.
No, but the guy who is,
looks like him.
He looks just freaking like him. That dude's a marvel.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Everything at the Olympics is scary, though. Like, there's not one event, save curling, and even then you could slip, where it's not like, dang, that's terrifying. Like, I saw, we were watching the long jumps, the thing where they're injecting their penises, and their starting point, and this was the smaller hill, was the height, as they described it, of the Statue of Liberty.
Jeez.
And once they take off, they're in the air for longer than the length of a football field. And then they got to land the sucker.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And that's the tiny one. The big hill's like double that size, and you're going like 600 yards.
No way.
And landing.
No way.
Humans shouldn't do that. Anyway, I digress. 412-928-9370. Will we be ruining the day if they don't draft Ty Simpson, though? Like, will he become Jackson Dart? Like, do Steelers fans wish we had Jackson Dart right now? I'm sure there's some.
There's some, yeah. I know that Bostic once wished the Steelers would have drafted him.
Mm-hmm.
Will he become Jackson Dart? I mean, he'll be getting drafted. What? He'll probably go to maybe Houston or something, right?
I could see him going to Los Angeles and being behind Stafford. They got 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
And then
that'd be a great situation for a guy like that.
Yeah. Hey, Ty, I know you've had some decision-making problems. Why don't you learn for a year behind a future Hall of Famer, probably in Matthew Stafford, an MVP, and you've got Sean McVay as your head coach, and you get to throw the ball to Puka Nacua, who I saw a video of him. Was this AI or was this real? Stumbling around the streets, drunk, jumping headfirst into a limousine.
I saw that too. I'm not sure.
Is that... like, ready for an old man take?
Uh-huh.
I think every single human being who has ever played in the NFL at some point or another has been drunk enough where they need help getting home. Every single one. It's just for 50 years that wasn't getting filmed and then blasted onto the internet.
No doubt.
Puka Nacua.
Yep.
Texter writes in, you're really a jerk. I say good morning to one person in the chat, and you put me in timeout. GTFO. Okay, so that's not a very nice way to handle your problem, Texter. I'm going to throw this out there as a public service announcement. Sometimes on the text line, it will respond with an automated message saying you will no longer receive texts. I have no idea why it does that, but it's not us doing it. And I've seen people say, you guys are the best. And then bang, they get hit with the automatic message. So if you get it, don't fret. You can keep sending texts. Okay? Just throw that out there. Because a lot of people respond with that every single day. Nicer than that texter did, but they do. 412-928-9370. Dean in Bethel Park wants to talk quarterbacks. Hi, Dean.
Hey, how are you? I wasn't actually going to talk quarterbacks, but can I talk about Andrew McCutchen for a second?
You know what, Dean? Sure.
Okay. How about making him the batting coach? He's got a 271 lifetime average. Hagu's got what, 229? Played in like 84 games. You know,
Dean, he still wants to play.
I understand he still wants to play, but still, though, I mean, he knows the strike zone. I mean, look at the guys last year. O'Neill Cruz 202.
Okay, but to your point, Dean, don't you think he might have been giving the guys a pointer or two last year and nobody could hit worth their weight?
That could be, but I mean, if he did it full time, I mean, there might be a big difference. I mean, I don't know. How do you justify Hagu or Haig? How do you pronounce his name?
Haig,
221 average, 229.
Well, thank you for the call, Dean. You're not the only person who's thrown that out there.
Really?
Yeah. Was Wayne Gretzky a good hockey coach? No, he was not.
Wait, there's been multiple people that have said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the Heinz Ward should be the Steelers head coach version of the Pirates right now, yeah. Go ahead, Harry.
The early morning show, a bunch of callers had called in and said the same thing. I said, he don't want to coach right now. They're not going to sign him to a contract for him to be a de facto coach. That's just, he still thinks he can play, so he's going to play if he's going to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bigger overarching point that Doran's making. Like, hey, Kutch, we don't want you to actually go up to the plate, but can you help these guys not suck? You want to talk about a slap in the face?
Yeah, he'd be like, no.
We love you so much that we want you around, but just as a guy, yeah, I don't think so. And I'd like to see what Matt Haig could do as the hitting coach with, actual major league hitters. Like, I know that the hitting coach around here for a couple of years has taken a lot of criticism, but we're talking about Jack Sawinski's and Alexander Canarios and Alika Williams, guys like that I don't think Barry Bonds in his heyday could inject guys with steroids and then coach them up and get them to hit. With all due respect to the previously mentioned players. Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us next. He, of course, a Steelers insider from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Does Ray think that the Steelers will draft a quarterback this year? And what's their first order of business this offseason? Can't wait to talk to Ray today. I feel like it's been a while, even though it's just been a week. Lots been going on in the football world. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates general manager, Ben Cherington, came out yesterday and addressed Andrew McCutchen matters. Biggest point of which was that he said the door will never close on Andrew McCutchen, but they're also going to focus on the players they have under contract right now with the team. Pitchers and catchers, they report today. Spring training is getting underway. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
A vehicle fire has been reported at 851 Parkway Drive in Springdale Township. Looking at the Parkway East inbound is back to Churchill, the Parkway West back to the top of Green Tree Hill. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. insurance. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound this morning, traffic is backed all the way to Churchill. Looking at the Parkway West, traffic is still built to the top of Green Tree Hill. And 28, you'll see stoppages through Millville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Best thing on the radio!
It's The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, earlier in the show, we told you about the Norwegian biathlete who won the bronze medal, then unprompted used his post-race interview to reveal how he cheated on his girlfriend and wants her to take him back. The girlfriend has been found and has commented, Doran.
Have we seen her?
We have not seen her. She wants to remain anonymous.
Okay.
And was not happy with the fact that he's airing all this dirty laundry in front of the entire world. She said it's hard to forgive even after a declaration of love. His translated transcript was, 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, the world's most beautiful, sweetest person. And 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake in my life and cheated on her. She then said to a Norwegian tabloid, I did not choose to be put in this position, and it hurts to have to be in it. We've had contact. He's aware of my opinion on this. Then he came out and said, I deeply regret that I brought this up on what was a joyous day for the Norwegian biathlon.
Jeez.
My man's in a world of hurt. My man screwed up big time.
Yes, he did.
Whoopsies.
Yep.
Still need to see a picture of this lady.
Yep.
Ray Fittipaldo joins us now, brought to you by AV-rated super lawyers, LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Ray, anything you want to get off your chest here in front of thousands and thousands of people on the radio?
Well, whatever you guys were saying, I didn't catch it because I got piped in late. But so no, I don't exactly know what the discussion point is.
Okay, very good. It was leading you down a road you didn't want to go down anyhow. Ray Fittipaldo, as we mentioned, of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, joining us on the Fan Morning Show. All right, Ray, we've seen now Drew Aller mock to the Steelers. Some places Garrett Nussmeier in the third round mock to the Steelers. Ty Simpson mocked to the Steelers by Field Yates, who's really tapped in as far as being a draft nick is concerned. Do you think they could draft a quarterback? Do you think there's any chance they could take one in round one?
Well, they have 12 picks, Adam. I don't think they're going to use that draft capital to move up and take a quarterback. So, no, I don't think they're going to take one in round one. But I think any other round is certainly in play. I'm doing my first mock draft. It's going to be published tomorrow. I got them taking one in the 7th round. So later,
yeah.
I just think, if Rodgers comes back, he's the guy. They've told us Will Howard is the next guy, and I just think, you probably just need a developmental guy to get in behind them. So I think, I don't want to say you'd be wasting a pick if you drafted one in the 3rd or 4th round, but I think it'll be a little bit later than that.
Ray, what do you think they do with running back? Say Kenneth Gainwell signed somewhere else for a big contract, and we know what Caleb Johnson put on tape last year. Do you think that they'll potentially draft a running back in the first 3 rounds?
Well, I will say this. They do not want that to happen. I think they're going to do everything in their power to make sure Gainwell does come back. But you know how it is. You got to strike while the iron's hot if you're a guy in Kenneth Gainwell's position. So maybe you will want to test free agency. In that scenario, I would think Caleb Johnson, 3rd round pick, they would want to run him out there and just give him some runway to see if he could do it. But yeah, like if Kenneth Gainwell left, you would have to bring in another guy. I don't think it would be a high pick. Maybe early day 3, you get another guy to go with Warren and Caleb Johnson. But Gainwell, he's their guy. I don't think they want to let him out of the building.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Ray joining us on the Fan Hotline. What would you say is their number one need in the draft?
I think it's receiver, hands down. Yeah. And just looking at this receivers class, I put on the waiting to come on with you guys. I put on the Pitt Louisville game. I was just watching Chris Bell. Chris Bell is a guy who tore his ACL late in the season, but he had like 10 catches for like a $135 against Pitt. Looking at his stats, he was like, that was his first of 3 consecutive 100-yard games before he got injured. And like, the trick is like, where do you take a guy who has an injury like that? They found Peyton Wilson in the 3rd round because of an injury history. So maybe they can get a guy like Chris Bell, I don't know, 2nd, early 3rd round. something like that. But I would double down. Like I would take one in round 1, 2. And, we were talking about that draft capital at the top. Why not use some of it to go up and get one of the top receivers? A Carnell Tate or a Lemon or a Jordan Tyson. Jordan Tyson was coached by Hines Ward. If you read a little bit about that guy, I think Steelers fans would be pretty impressed by what he's done the last couple of years. 18 touchdowns in 24 and 25. So there's a lot of good options early and in the middle rounds, but I'm really intrigued by Chris Bell. Just watching him and just knowing a little bit about him, I think he could be a good pick like in the middle rounds just because of that injury.
Ray, would you rather go that route where, say, they traded up to get one of those big-time receivers and then drafted somebody 4th, 5th round, maybe even 3rd round to bolster that receiver room, or would you rather see them draft a receiver whenever and pay somebody? Like, do you think that that's on the table, that they may pay another number 2 receiver?
Yeah, I mean, they might, Doran, but they just got done paying DK Metcalf $150 million. I think they have to let that play out. He's their guy. They have to hope that he develops into, more of a playmaker than he was this past season. And I think if you surround him with better players, I think that could happen. I think he has 1,000-yard season in him. I think he could be more productive with touchdowns, but you got to surround him with better players. So I would take 2 receivers in this draft. By the end of the season, they were playing Adam Thielen and MVS. Roman Wilson wasn't in the equation. I'm not saying you're going to give up on Roman Wilson, but let Roman Wilson earn it. Have him compete with the other 2 guys. That's what I would do. It's a deep draft for receivers. I would take advantage of it if I was the Steelers.
Ray, can we play a game?
Sure.
Now, it is February 11th, so subject to change. Best educated guess from you right now. I'm going to start naming guys, and you tell me if you think they'll be Steelers next year or not.
Okay.
Jonnu Smith.
No.
Pat Freiermuth.
I do. I think Pat Freiermuth can be a big beneficiary of the Mike McCarthy hire. Yes.
Doesn't he kind of give off like Dalton Schultz vibes, like to fit perfectly into this kind of offense?
I think so, yeah. And I think it's much needed. You're paying the guy. You might as well make it work. You don't want to start over at that position.
All right, Jalen Ramsey.
Man, $17 million cap hit. Now, here's the deal. Only $10 million in salary. So if you pay out some of that, I think there's a roster bonus they might have to pay out in March.
Yes.
If you're the Steelers, if you pick that up, he is tradable with only a $10 million salary. So I'm on the fence on that one, Adam. But at some point, you have to let Mike McCarthy build his team. And maybe he likes Jalen. Maybe he doesn't. I think we'll find out soon, maybe in another week or 2 at the Combine.
We'll go more rapid fire through these in a second. But if he is a Steeler next year, is he a safety?
I would think so. I think – different coaching staff, but didn't everyone kind of see enough that he isn't a top-notch corner anymore? That's my feeling.
Well, I sure did, Ray. All right, a couple more here. Patrick Queen.
Man, I said no, but he could easily come back. But I'll stick with what I said a couple weeks ago. I'll say no.
TJ Watt.
Yeah, I think they'll make it work.
Cam Hayward.
Yeah, who's behind him? You got to bring him back, I think.
Isaac Seumalo.
No. Andy and Omar are pretty good at landing mid-round guards. I think they could do it again here in this draft.
Ray, thinking about Peyton Wilson and thinking about how Robert Spillane developed in Las Vegas, and now obviously he's a captain for New England, but underneath Patrick Graham, how do you see his development going this year? Do you think he's going to flourish underneath Patrick Graham going into his 3rd year?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. They gave Peyton some runway to earn that full-time job, and there were some early season struggles against the run, and I think Peyton had a little bit of that pinned on him, but he didn't put his head down, and he was still a really good player in sub packages. So I think the question for Graham is, can you run him out there again? Can you see if you can make it work, even though he's not that typical body type who's a full-time inside linebacker? Or do you just stick with him and, he's still going to play 65, 70% of the snaps. I think either way, you still got a really good player. And even if he's just a sub-package player, Dorn, like a year from now, I think he's a guy you want to extend just because he's a great athlete and he makes a lot of plays for you when he's on the field.
Do you think they'll pick up the fifth-year option on Broderick Jones?
Man, Adam, that's tough because of that injury.
Yes.
Neck injuries are tough, man. I don't know. Let's say he's healthy. Here's my thoughts. If he gets a clean bill of health, they ought to let him and Dylan Cook battle it out in training camp to see who the starter is, because Cook looked really, really good, and Broderick was very inconsistent throughout the whole year, although he did get a little bit better as the season progressed.
Ray, after watching the Super Bowl, say Sam Darnold is the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers this year, how well do you think they do, hypothetical?
Probably 9-8, 10-7. Like, he's not a miracle worker. Like, he wasn't going to be able to make it work with MVS and Adam Thielen, being two of his top three guys. I think he's a really good game manager. I think he's better than a game manager. He's, obviously won 28 games in the regular season the last 2 seasons, but I don't think he's like a Josh Allen or, any of the top tier quarterbacks. But hey, you can win a Super Bowl with guys like him. The Seahawks prove that.
Ray, if it's not Rodgers, if he says, you know what, I'm donezo,
yeah,
who would your prediction be for their starting quarterback this year?
I would almost rather than Malik Willis, and I don't have anything against Malik Willis. I just don't think he has the resume to command a contract and starter status in this league. I'd almost rather make a trade for a veteran, and I'm not talking about Kyler Murray. I'm talking more like a Jacoby Brissett type of guy, like a veteran who could come in here and help you win games and, be a good leader. I'm just not it's not that I'm not a fan of Willis. I just don't think he's done enough that you would pay him free agent money and make him the starter. I don't think he's earned that quite yet.
Ray, you're a wonderful man. Thank you for your time.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Ray.
Be good. Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I sounded like Starkey there. Someone texted in and asked, and I think this is a legitimate question. Did Austin Bechtold drive Starkey to his colonoscopy yesterday?
Why?
I mean, he did pick him up when it was snowy the one time because Starkey didn't want to shovel. It's early in the morning. I mean, I'm sure Starkey's wife had to take his daughter to school.
Was Austin not producing yesterday?
He did.
He might have.
His colonoscopy was at 6:30. Rumor has it. Hope Joe's doing all right.
He should be. He should be fine.
Can I say something weird?
You're going to anyway.
I bet you getting yourself all cleared out like that, I bet you feel pretty good afterwards. Like you just basically go on a 24-hour cleanse and it all comes out.
Have you ever had a colonoscopy?
No, have you?
I almost did, and then the pandemic happened and I never got one, but there's been colon cancer in my family, so doctors recommended I get checked. But my mom had one, and no, it doesn't feel good.
I'm not saying that part of it feels good, and running to the bathroom every 10 minutes probably isn't great, but afterwards I'm saying, when everything has come through
After they poke the camera?
Not that part. You're missing what I'm saying here. It's just the cleanse.
Clear it out.
Yeah.
The relief after you feel pain.
I don't think he understands what I'm saying again.
I don't.
You have to take a bunch of liquid or a pill, and then you have diarrhea for 24 hours pretty much.
Cleaning yourself out.
You clean yourself out. That's the part that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how my rectum feels after they pull the thing out, Harry. 412-928-9370. I mean, sometimes, a couple times in my life, I've got the real bad stomach flu.
Mm-hmm.
And, the next day you feel like trash. The following day you feel like trash. But, day 3 after recovery, it's man, I got all the toxins out.
Yes.
Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Ask Joe.
Can I give Harry a little bit of advice here?
Sure.
If your doctors recommended that you get a colonoscopy now 6 years ago, and you haven't got one, Harry, I would advise you, go do it. I care about you. There's obviously a reason they're saying go get a colonoscopy.
Well, just because of the hereditary nature, that's all. Doesn't mean I have it. My mom didn't have it. That's good.
Yes, but early detection, as they say, is the key. You could also get tested for colon cancer with a product called Cologuard, and you poop in a box and then you mail it to your doctor.
It's nasty.
Mm-hmm.
That's nasty.
Sure is. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've talked about the draft as it's ever approaching here in Pittsburgh. It'll be here in 2 seconds. Ray just brought something up that I hadn't yet thought about that might be the exact play in this upcoming draft. We'll react to Ray when we come back. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pitt men's basketball team lost yesterday to Duke, 70-54. Pitt is now 2-10 in conference. They're at the bottom of the ACC. Their next game comes up not tomorrow, on Saturday. They play at 2:00 on the road against UNC. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Michael worked with my friend Gina to purchase a home in the South Hills a few years ago during a buyer's market, and then he also worked with Gina to sell that same home 3 years later. In his 5-star review, Michael said that Gina is not only the best real estate agent in Pittsburgh, she'd be the best in any city. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro, Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. So after the Lakers lost to the defending champion Thunder, LeBron James was honest when asked to compare his team to OKC. You want me to compare us to them, he said? That's a championship team right there. We're not. We can't sustain energy and effort for 48 minutes, and they can. That's why they won a championship. And that's why LeBron is honest. I'm Nick Asher.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
A new accident has been reported on 2055 Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin Borough. Meanwhile, the Parkway East inbound and Parkway West inbound, you'll see jams in your usual spots. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
People are texting in saying Kohler Guard is trash. I had heard that it's not super reliable. I'm going to pass that along.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of texters agree that Harry should get a colonoscopy.
He should.
It's good for him. Have you ever had one? No.
No.
How old are you supposed to be when you start getting them?
I thought like over 45, maybe.
Yeah. I wonder if Starkey's had them before, if this was the first one.
Ask him.
Palm said it's the best 15 minutes of sleep he ever got in his life. Texters are writing in the same thing.
Only 15 minutes? You're only knocked out for 15 minutes?
It's not a long procedure. It's really the prep that's the bigger deal. A lot of folks saying they're so hungry afterwards, though, because you're on the toilet the whole time and you can't eat for 24 hours, which we're not generally accustomed to. Have you ever fasted?
Yeah.
For a full day?
No.
Me neither.
Like half a day.
The only time I haven't eaten in a day is if I've ever had the stomach bug.
Yeah.
You just don't want to put anything in.
Nothing seems good.
That's my Doran. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We had been so focused on quarterback for the Steelers last year and talking about them stacking draft picks. Ray has a great idea that I think is totally feasible for them and might be in their plans. Trade up and get the best possible receiver you can.
Yes.
Right? You've got 12 picks. You've got 3/3. You've got draft capital. Package them together, move up, and get a bona fide dog.
Yes.
That you could put on the opposite side of DK Metcalf.
Yes. And Aaron Rodgers.
Yes,
for this year. And then, see how many picks and what you can accrue for next year and then trade up to get your quarterback.
I know a big discussion around Rodgers has been he didn't play well against good teams last year and put up a lot of his numbers against bad teams. And that's true. That's statistical fact. He also didn't have a number 2 wide receiver. And they haven't had one for years. If Rodgers comes back and he's got Mike McCarthy here, which he would, and you get, a top 15 player in the draft at a position of need at wide receiver, that does intrigue me. It does. Are they going to win the Super Bowl? Probably not. Are they going to win a playoff game? It's not a guarantee. Are they even going to make the playoffs? Who knows? But that's more intriguing than Rodgers drops back. He looks left. DK Metcalf covered. He looks back to his right. Marquez Valdez-Scantling stinks. It's different than that.
Well, look at where Emeka Egbuka got drafted. Be right around where the Steelers are probably going to draft, and look at the production that he brought to the table his rookie year. You can get that type of production from a receiver without even having the trade up. Now, if this is obviously a heavy draft for a receiver, and if you think that teams are receiver needy, then you're going to want to trade up to make sure somebody else doesn't get that guy that you want.
Right.
But you can still, look at what Ibuka did for the first half of the season this year.
A Mecca Big Boo.
Big Boo. Mecca Big Boo.
You're right. And we see it every year.
Yeah.
We see it.
Brian Thomas the year before.
Year. Yes.
Around the same time, right?
We've even seen guys like Puka Nacua who aren't thought all that highly of coming in and play well immediately. George Pickens put up good numbers for the Steelers in his first year. Forget the off-the-field stuff. He was a good player as a rookie. Shoot, Chase Claypool was. Deontay was a very good one. They've had a history of that. Martavis Bryant. What did I just do? Martavis Bryant didn't play the first 6 games, comes in, first game, scores a touchdown, runs into the end wall, and the rest is history. The Steelers averaged 30 points per game after that. Now, they had Ben and Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown, but you get what I'm saying and what Doran's saying. Even if they don't trade up to get the guy, the number 1 wide receiver, Matt Miller, who we've had on the show before, who's one of ESPN's draft analysts, says this is a deep wide receiver class, and the top 75 picks, there's going to be a bunch of receivers that are taken. Steelers have 5 picks in the top 100.
Yeah.
I would double dip.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting 2.
Yeah.
I'm 100% getting 2. I have 3 third-round picks.
Yeah.
I'm getting 2. If I don't have to package and trade up to get one does fall in my lap, say the Lemon kid from USC, if he falls in my lap, I'm definitely going back in the 3rd round and getting a quality 3rd-round wide receiver.
Yes.
So I have 3 guys.
Bang. 1st, 3rd. Your veteran is DK Metcalf, who I wanted to call Des Bryant. And then you've got 2 talented guys drafted with Mike McCarthy as the head coach, who, as you've brought up time and time before, has done wonders with wide receivers who weren't picked in the 1st round. And if that means the end of Roman Wilson, so be it. I think I've seen enough.
Yeah.
I know he was in the doghouse with the previous staff. Maybe they don't view him the same way now. But Weidl saw him. Omar saw him. So I'm not tied to that guy. I would only bring Calvin Austin back if he's a 4th wide receiver, and I'd be paying him 4th wide receiver money. He's a free agent, but I'm not paying that guy to be my number 2. I ain't paying that guy to be my number 3. So wide receiver, if the draft were tomorrow, that is by far the number 1 need.
What's the head coach's name from Jacksonville?
Duval. Used to be Rich Rodriguez. Talking about Jacksonville State?
No, Jacksonville. The Jaguars. Well, he was talking during Radio Row, and he said everything changed once they traded for Jacoby Myers. He said everything changed at the time. Our offense, just shot through the roof, just how he just approached every day. And, that is, a legit number 2 wide receiver. That's why they're so important to have a guy like that. Now, you might not go out and find the next Jacoby Myers or trade for a guy or pay a guy that way, but if you get a 1st-round, young, talented wide receiver, your offense it'll be doing something. It'll be actually legit, because if DK Metcalf goes and punches a fan again, that kid can step up and be your number 1 for the time being.
What a sentence. Yeah. Or gets hurt. We've had this conversation for the last few years. I'm tired of having it. Go get a guy.
Liam Cohen. Sorry. That's his name.
I know.
I had to do it.
I get that.
It was bothering me.
I know. Yeah. That's one of the worst feelings you can have.
Yes.
That, stubbing your toe.
Yep.
I put them in the same category.
Colonoscopy.
When something's on the tip of your tongue, don't know if that's bad or not.
Yeah.
Look at Rashid Shaheed when he got picked up by Seattle. And these are, we're talking about Clint Kubiak, who just got a head coaching job. He knows what he's doing at coordinator. We're talking about Liam Cohen, who in 1 year transformed the Jags because he knows what he's doing from an offensive standpoint as a coordinator and now as a head coach. It's been such an obvious fatal flaw for the Steelers these last couple of years. And it's time now not to just fill that spot, but hopefully get 2 players who can be here into the future. And I think if you draft the right guy, that can be your wide receiver 1.
Uh-huh.
We've seen it. You mentioned Ibuka, Big Boo. He came in and was a stud. And they dealt with injury problems this year in Tampa. But you can have a guy walk in day 1 and be your number 1 wide receiver.
Yep.
And I would take 2. I don't want to be in this position ever again. You are a team that has wandered through the quarterback wilderness now, going on 5, now 6 years, right? Do you want to draft the right quarterback next year? Or, my God, find one this year if Rodgers says no and it's Mac Jones, just to name a quarterback. And that guy walk in here and he's throwing to this year's version of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Like, you need your quarterback to walk into an environment where you can have some confidence and have some success. Like, we've talked about this too, man. Like, picking the right guy matters, but circumstances matter. Sam Darnold's a Jet. He stinks out loud. Shoot, Geno Smith was a Jet. Stunk out loud. These guys go elsewhere. They're good. Mason Rudolph. Here, wins 3 straight games. He's thrown to Deontay. He's thrown to George Pickens. Not like it's a great spot, but better than Tennessee, where he's thrown as many touchdowns as interceptions.
Right.
The spot matters. 412-928-9370. There is a free agent that we've bandied about before. I want to talk about him coming up next. But wide receiver, that would be the need. I feel like it's going to be hard to get moved off that spot before the draft, too. Like, I can't. Even a can't-miss corner, I'd rather have a wide receiver.
But you're going to be able to see all of them, that perform with the combines and stuff. They're going to run the 4.3s and stuff, and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, WR.
I love this time of year because there's a guy I'm going to fall absolutely in love with that's going to stink out loud in the NFL.
Yep.
Happens every year.
Me.
What do you mean?
I was one of those guys.
That I fell in love with?
Yeah, that stunk.
I don't think you stunk. What am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to answer that?
I did it on purpose.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You put me in the corner. Yep. 412-928-9370. Couple of wide receivers in the draft that do tickle my fancy. We'll get to coming up next as well. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Also, pitchers and catchers reporting for the Pirates today, and Fangraphs is high on them. Why, we'll tell you, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates general manager, Ben Cherington, he came out yesterday and addressed the Andrew McCutchen situation, saying that if there's a role for him, they won't close any doors. But he also mentioned that he's going to focus on the guys that are under contract right now that are coming to spring training, which does begin today. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Doran.
Hi, Doran. Go.
Hi. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, There's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it, no trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Ray Fittipaldo said it's a possibility that the Steelers could trade up in the first round to draft a wide receiver in this year's draft. We don't hate that. There's a ton of wide receiver depth in the first 75 picks, according to Matt Miller of ESPN, and a lot of these other draftniks out there. We've also talked about Alec Pierce, who's a big play specialist, averages over 20 yards a catch. If you don't sign that guy in free agency, you should draft two receivers. If you sign that guy in free agency, I'm totally fine with them drafting one receiver. And this wouldn't be one of those Darius Slay kind of signings, 1 year, $10 million. You need to give up big money for Alec Pierce, but he's only 26 years old, and you'd have him under team control for a little while. So I don't hate that. As for a couple of the wide receivers in the draft that get my blood going, Doran, Denzel Boston from the University of Washington, 6'4", 209.
Yep.
20 touchdowns combined the last 2 years. Okay. 13 contested catches, according to ESPN stats and info this year. So he goes up, high points, that kind of fun thing. And at 6'4", 209, you should. I like that. And then the other one is KC Concepcion from Texas A&M. Could be the fastest wide receiver in the draft.
Size.
Let me check out on the size.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I get 25 touchdowns in the last 3 years, 2 punt return touchdowns, got wiggle, got speed.
So he's probably like 5'11", 190.
I don't mind that if you got DK on the other side.
Yeah, if you got speed.
Yeah.
You can take the top off for sure.
And what have we heard from...
And you're going to want somebody maybe to be your punt returner too, now that Calvin Austin may not be back.
Yeah.
So he can do both.
Yeah. I like Calvin as the PR guy. Like, if he's back, I'm fine with it if he's your fourth receiver and a punt returner, but I wouldn't stop a dynamic player like KC Concepcion from doing it if he's on your roster. We heard from Mike McCarthy that he wants interchangeable parts. So, like, I kind of doubt that Austin's back. I know he played outside, but I think that was more necessity. He's the mother of invention. He's a slot guy. What?
I said Casey, and I had no idea what size he was. I said 5'11", 190, right? He's 5'11", 190.
Just tell that by the scouting report.
Just by what you said.
There's some AB in that, right? Now, AB was thicker.
Smaller.
AB was thick. He's probably pushing 6 feet.
No, he's 5'10".
You don't think he was pushing 6?
No. Nope. 5'10".
What about in cleats?
Maybe.
Oh, there you go. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
In cleats.
Yeah.
McCarthy wants guys who can play every position. Outside, inside, Z, X, blah, blah, blah. Concepcion, I guess, could.
Mm-hmm.
And Boston, he played a lot in the slot actually in Washington, too, at 6'4", 209. So both those guys fit the bill. And as you've spelled out, like, it's not just McCarthy's this great quarterback whisperer. Like, they drafted guys in the second round and beyond that wound up being really good NFL wide receivers. So it does seem like that's a secret sauce for him. That's something Kevin Colbert did really well. Now, you had Ben at quarterback, which helped. But I think AB probably would have been pretty good even without Ben. Like, I think Martavis Bryant would have been pretty good even without Ben if he just stayed off the weed.
I like Alec Pearson, even a first-round receiver. Like, you get Alec Pierce, you pay him some money. He's 6'4", 215. You pay him some money, and then you get, like, a Concepcion at 5'11", 190 who can just blaze.
There you go.
God.
There you go.
Feeling really good.
You got your catch-and-run guy. You got your deep threat. And we know that DK Metcalf can do a little of both, but he's more a run under the ball and score guy and not so much a contested catch guy. You want diversity in your wide receiver room. Like, you want guys who can do everything, but you want a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I think that the Steelers were pretty predictable, too, when they would go into their 3 wide receiver sets, like late in games when they were coming back. And that's when you'd actually see them use Pat Freiermuth. Like, okay, you know that you're going to have Calvin Austin lined up in the slot. Marquez Valdez-Scantling's going to be on the outside. Or then whenever Thielen came in, he's going to be in the slot. Like, they could play those positions and only those positions. That's going to be better under Mike McCarthy. And I think that opens you up to a wide variety of wide receivers that you can draft. And while I do think that Ray's idea is a good one, if you identify a guy, you go up and get him. Even if you don't, you should be able to, in your first 3 rounds, draft a couple of quality players. That's my number one priority this offseason.
Yes.
Like, offensive line, I think you're moving in the right direction. You're probably going to sign a guard. Maybe you draft one in, like, the 4th round, and he can be maybe your future at that position. But the right side of your line from center to right tackle, I think you're in a really good spot. Priority for this year and for your following quarterback, who's your franchise guy, is get him a damn wide receiver room that can be dynamic. And I don't love talking about production. Like, JPJ didn't have a ton of production in college. He's turned out to be a really good player. But when I'm thinking about offensive threats, I want guys who scored touchdowns in college. Like, if you didn't score touchdowns in college, you probably ain't scored touchdowns in the pros. And those 2 guys we talked about, Boston and Concepcion, they scored 25 and 20 touchdowns, respectively, the last 5 years combined. Yes, freaking please. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Doug Whaley's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. And the text line is just mired in colonoscopy talk. No meaningful football conversation on there whatsoever.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that you gave Cologuard a free shout out and then said that they were mid.
I would rather get a colonoscopy than poop in a box.
Do you really think it's like you just send it in the box? I'm sure there's like a bag or something.
Yeah, there's something. I don't think you just squat over a box and then take a dump in it.
Like I'm a stray cat in an alley? No, you're right. Oh, man. Could you just imagine me not reading the directions and being like, well,
squatting over the. Oh, my God.
Leanna, steer clear of the second floor bathroom. I got to go in the box.
Oh, that's so gross.
That's so nasty. So nasty.
If there was, if I knew somebody that worked at Cologuard and I didn't like him, that'd be a great prank.
Just do it in the box.
Yeah, my bad. I thought this is what you're supposed to do and didn't do it right.
Oh, it's fine, honey. We'll just send you another one.
Are you ready for this to get real weird?
Can it get weirder than this conversation?
I don't know.
So my wife and I were having trouble getting pregnant, right? And I'm going to spare you all the dirty details. But the first time I ever got my swimmers tested, I could get it at home, do it at home, you know? And then I had to drive 25 minutes to the hospital with the sample in a brown paper bag. And then you're just walking through the hospital with a brown paper bag. People think, oh, he's bringing lunch. No.
Did I ever tell you about
You had to share that?
No, I didn't. I don't know what compelled me to do that.
Well, while we're
actually.
spiraling, did I ever tell you about the time that I got an ultrasound?
Go on.
Well, remember that picture of me from when I got hit in the junk with a baseball? Yeah, so I went to the hospital after because I was paranoid. I thought something was wrong with me, and I got an ultrasound on my goodies.
And?
I'm fine, but it was weird to see that, and there were just a bunch of nurses around, like, getting everything prepared.
What are we doing?
We're a transparent show. That's all. All right. Coming up next, there's a report about Pitt basketball that I want to run by you. They fell last night to Duke. It doesn't get any easier on Saturday as they take on North Carolina. They now sit at 9-16, 2-10 in the ACC, and they might be robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'll explain what that means when we come back. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates, they play. I got the giggles. The Pirates don't play. Spring training begins today. Ben Cherington spoke yesterday and talked about how they'll still leave a door open for Andrew McCutchen if something fits, but ultimately Cherington's going to focus on the players that are currently under contract that are getting prepared to come to spring training. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
Thank you, Harry. It's a little warmer today than it has been yesterday. Felt like a summer day, but this winter has been brutal, and we're still not out of the woods yet. If your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, you might ask yourself, why? And you might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation. Get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now. You'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote online right now at windownation.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you make your way in toward the city, traffic is still backed around Wilkinsburg, and on the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is still stopped to the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet? Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight? I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Kohl's gets it. Valentine's Day comes with expectations, grand expectations, telepathic expectations, and heart-shaped everything expectations. Yes, even waffles. Kohl's has gifts that rise to the occasion, from romantic to playful, sparkly to sweet, or all of the above. Plus, get 15% off some of your finds. So go ahead, exceed those Valentine's Day expectations with Kohl's. Select styles, offer ends February 16th. Some exclusions apply. See store, Kohls.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Saw a report on 24/7 Sports that with the state of Pitt basketball being what it is, that they're going to take money from the rev share for football and divert some of it to basketball. And when I read that, I thought there's no way that could be true. And I have now since been told by people who are in the know that that is not true. And I could never really see a program such as Pitt diverting funds from the football program that has had success of late and now taking a thing that's been pretty good and was great not that long ago, winning the ACC championship, and was in the playoff discussion late in this year and in the playoff discussion through 7 games the prior year, and going, oh, let's make this thing actively worse to help paddle some water out of a ship that's taking on water. That being said, man, I can't believe the season that Pitt basketball's having.
Yeah, it's very bad.
9-16. North Carolina coming up next. 2-10 in the ACC. Could miss the ACC tournament. I think they take 15 out of 18 teams. And I don't know what the solution is.
I don't either, but it like they're not even in games half the time either. Like,
they did fight yesterday.
They fought, but still.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, I looked at I turned it on and they were up like 15-9 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, well, we'll see what the end score is, what they ended up losing by like 16 or something like that. I mean, it's just.
They covered, but
it's no good. Like,
it's not, and it's a shame. And that's coming from me. It's tough to get off the mat in today's day and age. Now, if you hire the right guy, it can turn around quick. Like Louisville, they were bad. And all of a sudden last year, good. This year, good. And there are other examples as well. Like you hire the right coach or you get the infusion of the right talent at the right time. Like it's not like Capel hadn't done it here before, but it almost takes the planets aligning if you're bad to then quickly become good.
Right.
Like you need a very specific flow of events to happen. And I know they've got a good recruiting class coming in next year. That's a great start. And then at that point, you just need to supplement around it. But I thought this year, while it would be probably a step back, like last year wasn't what people thought it would be. 2 years ago, they deserved to be in the tournament. The year before that, they were in the tournament. So it could be 2 out of 4 years being in the tournament, which isn't a terrible percentage. It's a far cry from the, Jamie Dixon era and the Ben Howland era.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. They haven't been like good in over a decade.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Long time.
about West Virginia, too. Like, you have a great coach and you lose a great coach and you can be competitive, but the years of going every year, unless, again, the planets align, they just don't happen. And it's a shame. It really is. And I know last night the attendance was good for Pitt, and the Oakland Zoos come under fire a bunch. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're a fan and you're in college and the best team you saw, beat Iowa State and got to the round of 32 a couple of years ago. And I think if you have to prioritize football or basketball, you're going to prioritize football every single time.
Yeah.
And you're going to give resources to the coach who's won. It's a reality. 412-928-9370. And I don't know that Capel can go anywhere because of the buyout. I also don't know that he can't.
Well, I mean, that's the problem, too, is the trickle-down effect from, the previous administration and, where they're set up now from that. Like, it's not just, the direct programs and athletic programs at Pitt. Some of the things that had happened previously are taking effect now negatively on the programs. I'm not saying that the direct programs aren't pulling their weight. Like, of course not. Of course, Jeff Capel isn't pulling his weight right now, but
he would tell you that.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that had taken place years ago that are negatively affecting the programs now. It's as professional as I could say it.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yes.
And I think you're 100% correct. 412-928-9370. Doug Whaley going to be joining us, by the way, from 9 o'clock until 10. But what I heard is that report was a total farce.
Yeah.
It's a total farce.
Yep.
Oh, gee, well, basketball's in a tough place. You got Mason Heinschel. Well, how's he sticking around? Probably had to pay his ass. Why was the previous quarterback there? Oh, because they paid him. Yeah, I think it'd be a telltale sign that they were getting funds away from football if he was gone.
Yeah.
If he left. So just wanted to throw that out there, that we're hearing that we know, in fact, that's nonsense. All right, coming up next, Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. What would his first order of business be as the Steelers general manager? Fan Weather First brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Today, high of 36. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey, it's Crowley for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees, adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the bigger investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Again, this month, 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
This is Doran Dickerson. Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
You've got a big day,
So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, you'll still see traffic stopped at Wilkinsburg. Meanwhile, on the Parkway West, as you head inbound, traffic is stopped to the top of Green Tree Hill and even slow as you make your way through those Fort Pitt tunnels. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doug Whaley with us at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, just having a nice chat about college hoops during the break. Doug, you came in a couple weeks ago and said, Winter Olympics. You guys excited for the Winter Olympics? And I'm wondering which Winter Olympic sport you feel like you could have competed in.
It's going to be between, realistically, curling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Optimistically, downhill.
What?
Yes.
Really?
I love the downhill.
You ski, though, right?
Yeah, I ski.
Yeah.
I just came back from skiing. That's where I was.
How fast do you think you've ever gone on skis?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. There's an app for that. And this ski trip, my fastest time was 45 miles an hour.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, they're going 80 miles, so to double it. I'm like, oh. And I'm not trying to come through on curves and all that other stuff.
Do you think you could go faster if you weren't afraid of dying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And if I took lessons and got more proficient on the skis, I could definitely go faster. But that's that's a sport I love. Just downhill because failure's not an option.
It's not.
It's not, because you're going to be breaking some bones.
We were talking about
Lindsey
it.
Vonn.
My daughter was asking how fast they're going.
Yeah.
And it's tough for her to conceptualize that. I said, she's going as fast as cars on the highway.
Right.
And you think about, okay, I got airbags, I got safety tests, I got this and that. You're just going down, you got a helmet.
Yep. Yeah. And you're going over those jumps, too?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Also, on curling real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that look like it'd be a blast if you were having a couple of beers with your guys?
Yes. When I lived in Buffalo, they had curling.
Did you ever curl?
Yeah, I never did, but went to a couple classes and but actually got in a curling match. No, but it's fun. It's bocce on ice.
Exactly.
That's all it is. It's a great sport.
You should be able to body check. I do feel like if I were to do it, I'd rather be the sweeper than the person who.
Do they have special shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
like spikes
bowling
on them?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like that, but the little spikes on them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the curling. The match yesterday was electric. Yeah. I actually talked to an Olympic medalist curler on AM radio like a decade ago. Schuster or something his name was? I don't know. Real weird cat. Real weird. All right, Doug, but you're here not for the Olympics, but for your football acumen. What would your first order of business be? I mean, the Steelers got a bunch of free agents. We can go through these guys. You got the draft plan in place. I mean, obviously, the combine's coming up, free agency in about a month from now. So as you're prioritizing, how's that go for you?
Oh, you're right now, Sheldon, Omar, and Andy, they are sitting there saying, okay, Coach, you get your staff together, but we're going to have a meeting. We want your staff to give us a positional breakdown and rank everybody in their positional group. Now, after that, we'll say, okay, now that you've ranked those, here are some targeted free agents that we think fit where our market will be for a receiver, a DB, or whatever. Look at those guys. Now let's have a meeting and intersplice those guys. Our returning players and these free agents, where do they rank, and let's rank them. And then, okay, so at wide receiver, you may have DK as your number one guy, but our number two guy is better than Marquez Valdez-Scantling, better than Austin, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's rank in there. So basically, you're starting to put a game plan together by involving the coaches on how to go after free agents and what free agents to talk to when you go to the combine, because that's the next step. Obviously, the college guys have been at the all-star games and everything. That's when you start saying, okay, now that we've got that, a week before the combine, we'll start giving you some college guys to look at. Here are the guys that were coming in for the 30 but the talk to at the combine. Let's start watching those guys. Here's some other guys that we're not going to talk to, but we think we'll be interested in that are going to be at the combine. We want you to interview on the off-site places to interview. So you start giving those coaches the game plan and players to look at, be them free agency or college, but make sure you target it because you know they're going to be overtaxed with putting the playbook together, getting ready for offseason and all of that other stuff. So you try to limit it, but you also have to have their involvement, because in the end, it's all about identification, but more identification for the proper use. How do you see this guy fitting on our team and in our current roster with the guys we have returning? And that's a good way for the personnel department, especially with a new coaching staff, to really get an idea of what these coaches like, not only physically, but intangibly, what they like in players. And that's how you get that melding. And everybody's like, well, you've done this for a year. But when I was a GM, think about this, 4 years as a GM, I had 3 head coaches, 4 defensive coordinators, and 5 offense coordinators. So you learn how to get these guys up to speed real quick. And it's one of those things, in the end, it's, all right, coach, I appreciate your expertise on evaluating positives, negatives, overall strengths of this player. But for me, because I'm trying to get to know you, I want to know your vision of this player in your system and on our team. And it does 2 things. One, it helps me to understand, again, or our scouts understand what they mostly like to put importance on, and it also holds the coaches accountable. So if you say, oh, here's the vision I see in him, okay, well, that vision with our value equals this. We go out there and draft him in the 3rd round, but then they use Caleb Williams. I'm not saying they did him wrong, but a player like Caleb Williams, well, he was a stretch zone outside run guy or inside zone. Now you're trying to do something different, and he's doing speed options and stuff, and that's not what happened. I'm just giving you an example. Sure. Mm-hmm. Then you're saying, well, coach, that's not the vision, and that's why the value's messed up, and now everybody's on me or the Scouters because we took them in the 3rd round, but you're not using them the way you. So that's how you can put them on an accountability trail, but also get to learn what they like and don't like.
John Schneider, he's been the GM in Seattle since 2010. What do you think he has done so well? They've been to 3 Super Bowls during that time. They've won 2 of those Super Bowls, obviously just winning the Super Bowl a couple days ago. What do you think he does so well and so differently to really be in it for the last 13 years?
2 things. One, he has identified quarterbacks, Russell Wilson, and now Sam Darnold. Russell Wilson he was a 3rd rounder.
3rd round pick.
And that was before everybody, think about that was in 2012? That was before short quarterbacks were in vogue. Everybody's like, "Oh, if you're not 6'2" or above."
11,
it was 11 or something like that. If it's not, so he went after Russell Wilson. Now it was a 3rd-round pick. Sure, he would have said first, but that and then Sam Darnold. But the more important thing is knowing when to tear it down and restart it, and that's, I think, a lost art. It's not an art that a lot of people don't want to do, and especially now. Think about where we are. They don't feel about they can tear down and still be competitive. He's showing you can do it. Legion of Boom. Okay, great. We had a nice run. Get rid of them, and that's what the Steelers, when I was there, and I don't know if they're there yet, but it was, let's get rid of them a year too early than a year too late. And that's what John Schneider's done. Over and over, well, for 3 iterations. That's all I have to say. So that's why I think he's so good.
The trade for Russell Wilson, right? Or moving on from Russell Wilson, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Steelers don't have that quarterback to move off of. I mean, they do have some pieces, though.
Yes.
And the TJ Watt, chief among them. If you're trying to copy the Seahawks model, do you move on from a TJ Watt? And now are we at the point where you missed your window because I know he was hurt going into this season, but now he had 7 sacks this year and did not look like the same player at all.
I was clearing my throat because I brought this up 2 years ago.
I thought you were legitimately clearing your throat there. That was good acting. Did you pick up on it? You picked up on it. Okay, it was just me. My bad.
That's when he was the highest. That's when you can really get bang for your buck. That's when you can get those 2 first-rounders and a second-rounder. Now you're talking about a $41 million guy that had 7 sacks.
Look at Jerry Jones. What he did with Micah Parsons. Same thing. I mean,
but Parsons was much younger.
Right. He did it at the right time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's getting 2 picks back. I mean, as much as we want to crush Jerry Jones,
right.
I mean, it's probably not going to be a bad situation.
And if they did it with Max Crosby, which is, I guess, rumored to be happening, they're going to get the most out of that.
So, and that's that balancing act when you are in that seat of the GM is making sure you're making decisions with your head and not your heart. As fans, we make decisions with our heart. How can you get rid of TJ Watt? He's the best player, one of the greatest Steelers ever. Absolutely. But your job as a GM is to always keep your team in the position to compete for a championship, not to favor a player. Even a quarterback.
I was just going to say the same thing, and it's not apples to apples because I still think Watt's better than Kutch, but my God, he's getting paid a lot more money.
Right.
And Pirates fans, it's funny. I feel like the Pirates, because of their PR issues that they had last year and for a long time, the easy thing for them to do would have been to keep Kutch. Well, he's on the outs, and we have opened the phone lines for a couple of days, and we get the texts and the tweets. Not a lot of people bitching because people just want to win.
Exactly.
The organization, seemingly, with the Steelers is putting more stock in the one helmet thing than even the fans do.
Exactly.
And I would have thought that should be backwards or would be backwards.
And think about this. 2 years ago, they trade TJ Watt for 2 first rounds or second round. They turn that guy in, those picks into a quarterback, a receiver, and another DB. And TJ Watt's on whatever team getting 10 to 15 sacks. You'd be like, great. I love TJ wins. Who cares?
Right.
But we're winning. We broke our playoff drought, and we're competing for a chance. That was great, but it's all about winning. It's not about affinity for one player. Because guess what? At any time, that player can get hurt. He can get an accident. Something drastic can happen, and he's going gone. So that's why you always, as a GM and in the personnel department, collect as many great players as possible and don't be afraid to move on.
What do you think about trying to find the next Darnold? I mean, does that guy exist? Is it Mac Jones, Malik Willis, Daniel Jones? Do you think any of those guys, Kyler Murray, could potentially have a career renaissance if they land in the right place?
I would say absolutely possible, but does Mike McCarthy's system and his vision for this fit with their skill set? Do I see a Kyler Murray in a Mike McCarthy system? Probably not. Maybe a Mac Jones, because that West Coast is really on timing. It's really on understanding and knowing this and making sure everybody's on the same page. But it's short timing routes and it's more mental and physical. So a guy like Mac Jones may lean towards being a nice piece than a Kyler Murray. So my thought process is absolutely try to get a vet. You got young guys on the roster now.
If they don't get Rodgers, because we know they're going to. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got Will Howard, young guy on the roster now. Maybe even bring in 4 to camp. Mix it up, throw it out there and say, best man win. Competition. Guess what? There's nothing wrong with competition. I used to always laugh when people are like, well, you got a starting quarterback. You can't draft another quarterback behind him because he'll get all upset. Then you got the wrong quarterback. Because I know this much. Every winning quarterback and quarterback that I've been around that won championships, you can bring in whoever you want. This is my job.
My spot, yep.
This is my spot.
Rodgers, when they drafted Love, he was pissed, but then he won the MVP.
Yeah.
He was so pissed off, you ain't taking my spot.
That's what you want, Instead of guys like, oh, you go turn down in the dumps, you bought somebody in to replace me. If you win the job, you're not getting replaced.
Right.
So go out and win the job. If you're that good, go ahead. And if you're that good, if we want to replace you, you're going to go out and get paid by someone else. So that's it.
Steelers got a ton of free agents. We'll run them all by Doug. Bunch of stuff to get into over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. If you got a question for Doug Whaley, you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates general manager Ben Cherington came out yesterday and said that the door will never be closed on considering Andrew McCutchen, though he still emphasized that he is going to focus on the players that are currently under contract and getting them all prepared as he can as the spring training period begins. Pitchers and catchers, they report today. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. Part of the start of the NFL offseason means guys letting it be known they aren't happy where they are, and that's where Max Crosby comes in with reports he wants out of Vegas. He met with new coach Clint Kubiak, who said, quote, "We want him to be a part of our success going forward. There's no doubt about that." Well, it remains to be seen whether he's actually going to be a part of that. I'm Nick Asher.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews are on the way to an accident reported on Route 22 westbound and 376 westbound in Robinson Township. Looking at the Parkway East, as you head inbound, traffic is stopped at Wilkinsburg. And on the Parkway West, traffic is stopped toward the bottom of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, a ton to get to with Doug, but now there's more. Joey Porter Sr. went on Cam Hayward's podcast and absolutely unloaded on Ben Roethlisberger.
Huh, really?
And he's getting dragged all across the internet right now.
Well, let me ask you this. Who's getting dragged? Joey Porter Sr. or Ben?
JPS.
Oh.
What precipitated this? Did they have a Twitter beef before or anything? Or let me hear it.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Harry, hit it.
He broke the brotherhood. Then 7 definitely broke the brotherhood because, like, the 7 did that we don't talk about. I know. Is crazy. Out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person. He's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that. But we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Damn! Wow. Holy cheese and crackers, Batman. We don't talk Steelers business. Ben talking Steelers business, that's bad. But by the way, he was a terrible teammate, blah, 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 blah. That'd be pot calling the kettle black a little bit right there.
Wow.
He didn't just go so far as to say he's a bad teammate. He said he's a bad person.
Man.
Wow.
But that shows you production equals tolerance. You may hate a guy, but if he can help you win, that's my quarterback. I only won one Super Bowl.
No doubt, and this is just one teammate's opinion of another.
Well, let's not act surprised that we've heard stuff like this before.
We have, but even guys who have thrown footballs at the feet of Big Ben, a la Antonio Brown, have come out after the fact and called him his brother and stuff. Like, I don't know what to do with this, really. But that's damning from a guy that Steelers fans love. I mean, I got a Joey Porter Sr. jersey hanging in my closet. I mean, that guy in that playoff game in particular against the Colts with a couple of sacks of Peyton Manning, his run to the Super Bowl 40 championship, his trash talk, his sound bites in the locker room. They shot me in Denver.
Yes.
People love Joey Porter Sr. And for him to come out, I mean, he didn't tiptoe. He didn't dance around.
I mean, was he provoked?
What precipitated that?
Well, so Diana Rossini is sitting there to his immediate left, but this was on Cam Hayward's podcast at the Super Bowl. So I'm not going to pretend like I sat there and listened to Ben's entire show. All I'm privy to is this that's now circulating the interwebs. Usually the podcast comes out. I'll check it out on a Wednesday night, and we'll get back to you. I don't know. I can't pretend to know what precipitated that part.
Is it one of those things where Ben went off on JPJ? Right. So that's where you got to get the full context. But the point being is, for Joey Porter Sr. to come out on a podcast about a guy that helped him win a Super Bowl, sometimes it's okay just not to say anything. It's okay just to have secrets and just be like, I think this
years later.
Yes, it'd be different if it was,
something perturbed him.
Something
say it now, 20 years later.
Yeah. I'm not sitting here defending Ben. It's never really been my position to do as a guy. I don't know, right? But we've heard things. We've all heard things about Ben. We also heard about the rehabilitated Ben. So being fully fair to that process, Ben was never the first guy in, last guy out. Like, that wasn't his thing. And I do think Ben got better as his career went on at playing quarterback the traditional way. But Ben was a pure talent guy. I mean, you're not going to be able to list too many quarterbacks who are more talented than Ben Roethlisberger. What would have made him a top 5 player of all time is if he had Peyton Manning or Tom Brady's work ethic or brain.
Absolutely.
Not everybody has all that.
And think about it this way. Let's set this up. You're a small town guy from Ohio. You play at a smaller school at Miami of Ohio. You come to a football crazy town, one of the most iconic franchises in the NFL. As a rookie, you go 15-1. The next year, you go to the Super Bowl. Think about everybody, what they are offering you, what do they want from you, what you can do, what you can walk into a room and anything you want to snap you. So I'm not condoning his actions and what type of person he was early, and he may have matured and matriculated to the rehabilitated Ben, and I'm not condoning any of his actions. But as 21-year-old coming from his background and having that stardom pushed on him, I don't condone, but I may understand. I'm not talking about the legal stuff.
Right.
Just the air of, I'm Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh. Steelers, rookie, taking them to heights they haven't seen since Terry Bradshaw, and I'm getting everything I want in life. So, again, I'm not condoning it, but at 21, I don't know if I would not done the same things, except, again, not
totally
the legal stuff.
Totally get it.
Let me get that right. Let me keep saying this so people don't hear a snip, and the next thing I'm getting killed on the
Right.
social media.
The biggest misnomer I think people have of professional athletes is thinking that teams and teammates like each other.
You got a collection of 50-some dudes.
You're not going to like everybody, and not everybody's going to be liked. Not everybody's there to be liked.
Right.
They're there to do a job.
Yes.
You know, you work in a big business, and you have a bunch of, and you're sitting in a cubicle. You don't like everybody in the whole room.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to, that's the biggest misnomer is that people think that teammates and athletes are all buddy-buddy. Mm-hmm. That is not true.
Doesn't work that way.
It
doesn't work that way in any fact.
Michael Jordan's teammates hated him too.
Yeah.
But
Kobe's?
But he won.
He won.
So there's things that, like you're saying, that you're just like, all right, whatever. As long as we win, I'll bear with it.
As long as you produce, I don't care what you do.
To your point, Doug, I vividly remember going down the Strip in 2004, and you've got T-shirts with Big Ben and Bill Cowher and their fingers touching on the front in that famous photograph. Like, he became the savior like 6 games into his rookie year. Absolutely. You beat New England, you beat Philadelphia, and now you're the king of the mountain, one of the flag-bearing franchises in the NFL. You win a Super Bowl the second year. Now, you're around for a lot of Ben's career within the organization. Is that how he was viewed internally, or is this just a Joey Porter Jr. or Joey Porter Sr., in his own personal beef?
I wasn't in the locker room, so I'm not going to comment on that. As a player, it was one of those things where you knew, like you said, he wasn't the first in, the last out, but he got the job done. And it was when you watch film on Monday, because we'd all watch film on Monday and be like, oh, he missed that. Oh, but he missed that play. Oh, I wish he would have seen this. Oh, but he saw that. So it was one of those like, all right, yeah, okay. So you could tell he was doing it all on just pure ability. He wasn't trying to master his. Now, that was early. And obviously, when you see the older he got, he started mastering the craft of the quarterback position. He even got better. But early on, it was just balling. He was just like, let me go out there and, all right, break play, boom, open. A lot of his plays were staving off a stack, avoiding a stack.
Talk more about that next. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball lost to Duke yesterday, 70-54. Pitt now 2-10 in conference games, and they've got another one coming up this weekend. UNC is their opponent. It's a 2:00 road game for Pitt. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood Lawn Sports. With Arizona pulling from the ranks of the unbeaten, a certain Big 12 team has a real chance of taking the conference in the regular season. The Houston Cougars are dynamite on both ends, excelling at second chances, turnover defense, and shot challenges around the rim. Give me Kelvin Sampson's squad to win the Big 12 at plus 155. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
February in western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty.
10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain, limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Man, we got a humdinger for you. Joey Porter Sr. on Cam Hayward's podcast calling Ben Roethlisberger not just a bad teammate, but a bad guy. And it seems like the precipice, that's probably not the word I'm looking for. It seems like the reason why he did it is because he was taking Ben to task and James Harrison to task for criticizing the Steelers organization as often as they do.
Gotcha.
Porter would go on to say that Ben, as a rookie, refused to sign items for teammates to give to family members. Mm-hmm. And he said that when he was playing for the Steelers, nobody would vote for Roethlisberger as a captain because he didn't have any quote-unquote captain qualities. Now, we were looking back during the break at the list of Steelers team MVPs, which Kenneth Gainwell won this year. And Kenneth Gainwell now ties Ben Roethlisberger for Steelers team MVPs. Big Ben, of course, rookie in 2004, retired in 2021. So 17 years, one team MVP. He's a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A two-time champion. Thrown 30 touchdowns, 5,000 yards, 6 touchdowns in back-to-back games. And one time he gets an MVP. This seems like Joey Porter saying the quiet part out loud. And what I was going to ask you guys is, like, doesn't this violate some sort of code? Like, I think there's a difference between being an analyst like Ryan Clark and you're paid to give your opinion, but you don't go this far. And Joey Porter's like, no, this guy was an ass.
Well, I mean, Joey Porter, it's on brand, kind of. I mean, and he's not an analyst.
No, he's not.
Porter, right. He's just like, whatever. He's like, I don't care what Ben thinks about me because I don't think that much about him, and I'm going to say it.
Right. And he doesn't think, I know he doesn't care about what we're all talking about, and anybody on the social media that's roasting him, he could care less.
Nah.
And that's a good spot to be in.
So you don't think it's some sort of code break to put the guy on blast?
Yeah, I mean, I would never do it, especially 20 years later. But hey, man.
That's JJ. That I don't expect anything less from Joey. Now,
he treated him like he's Jeremy Stevens.
But the point was, he could have said it like you said it. Hey, Ben won me a Super Bowl, but think about this: he's a quarterback, and in 17 years, he's won MVP. Enough said.
Yeah, right.
Say that, and boom, everybody gets it. But JPJ is not that way. JPS, I mean.
I would be more weary and aware of the platform I did it on if I were Joey Porter and not doing it on Cam Hayward's podcast.
Right, you put your
Cam
brother
Hayward
in
is
a
now
bad-
going to be in hot water with Ben. And it's like, Ben's not calling Joey Porter. He's calling Cam, being like, I can't believe you let him blah, blah, blah say this on your podcast. Are you kidding me? Now Cam Hayward is in a tough spot. I probably wouldn't do that. But if I had a problem with somebody back in the day and I wanted to say something, I mean, and I was on a platform, I would do it with Kay Adams. But I wouldn't do it with Cam Hayward, who is a Steeler.
Right. One helmet Steeler guy. Yeah, you don't put him. You don't put him in that situation. But.
Sorry, I froze there for a second. I was thinking about Kay Adams. I think the next Ben Roethlisberger podcast. Must watch.
Or he's going to totally ignore it.
That'd be hard for me to do.
It would.
Me personally. You're going to criticize me. Hey, you're a bad radio host. Whatever. Okay, fair enough. You start talking about my integrity. And Ben has admitted in the past he wasn't a great person early in his career. He's come out publicly and said stuff like that. But you start attacking my integrity as a man, as a human being, I don't think I can keep my mouth shut.
All right, let's role play. We're Ben's podcast.
Sorry, I'm thinking about Kay Adams again.
And now you want that and role play. Huh? But anyway, all right, you're Ben. Your podcast. What's your opening salvo?
This guy done some stuff, too, that we can't talk about. That's what I would say.
Right.
You're going to say there's some things that I did that you can't talk about? Oh, you want to talk about glass houses? I mean, shoot, Joey what was he, outside the flats? Holding someone up against a car? Like, it happened. Didn't his dog kill a horse? like that guy.
Didn't he go on a bus for somebody?
Yes, he went on the Ravens team bus. Joey Porter was doing some crazy stuff. Like, that's the kind of thing, you really want to shed the light on that kind of stuff? Like, the locker room's a locker room, but, my man was doing X, Y, and Z off the field. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. If you're going to do that on a platform that everybody's going to listen to, you better have, your closet better be clean.
That's right.
Yeah. You better be squeaky clean. And
or
you better know it.
You go the other way. You lean into it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
One bad guy knows another bad guy.
That's a good move.
That's what I do. Yeah, I was bad. I got shot. What do you think I was doing? I don't get shot sucking a lollipop and watching rainbows. No. You lean into it. Then you diffuse everybody. Everybody's like, yeah. So I tell my daughter, when you're wrong, admit it. Then no one can come after you. They can't say anything. Well, yeah, I was wrong. Sorry. All right. That's what I was a bad dude.
Does Tomlin get a little bit more credit holding this all together?
Absolutely.
I think, in retrospect, I'm kind of willing, not that I would want him to continue to be the coach, but you look back, that's a difficult dynamic. I mean, that's what ended the Legion of Boom.
Yes.
Those guys did not really like Russ, and we saw some of the reasons why. He didn't seem to be super authentic. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything like that, but that happens. Schisms. And Tomlin held it. I mean,
he held it together to the fact where it didn't get out. Right. I don't know if he was holding it together underneath the roof.
Good point.
And that is the key to being a head coach. There's a lot of good coordinators that can call plays, call defenses, call offenses. But when you get in that head coaching chair, the thing that got you there is the least part of your job. You're not drawing up plays. You're not calling plays. You're managing an owner, a GM, coaching staff, players, You're managing people. Now you get pulled into PR stuff. You got to go to do this and meet with this person and that person. So you're getting pulled in so many different directions, but you also have to get that collective of men together to accomplish one goal with, like you said, Doran, 53 and 90 guys that all they care about is themselves and making money, and they don't really care about their brother next to them unless some of them do, some of them don't, some hate them. So just that all dynamic, and that's why I say, and you know too, Doran, it's hard to win in sports, more importantly in professional sports.
Mm-hmm. They just went into the Hall of Honor together. like, come on, man. Ben, what he should do, the programming play is get Joey on your podcast.
There it is.
But
let's hash this out.
And if he invited JPS, you think for a second he wouldn't do it? You think he ain't a double down guy? He's like, I don't see Joey Porter backpedaling.
No,
he said what he meant, and he meant what he said. And we're not going to get a statement from Joey Porter saying, "Nah, my bad. I was angry about XYZ." That ain't happening.
Think about the subscriptions for that one.
I mean, I know what we'd be talking about the next day.
Yep.
I'd probably watch the sucker live, for goodness sakes.
That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, Debo also came under fire. Now, we had heard that, too. I mean, the end of his tenure in Pittsburgh, he was falling asleep in meetings and
he came under fire from who?
Joey Porter.
He called out
Debo.
I might backpedal from him. I might.
So he's taking shots at everybody. Now it's a little bit different.
Yeah. So Debo, too. I mean, those two were brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Scorched earth theory.
Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday, February 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. Support Youth Sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave Gray, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. One more segment with Doug Whaley on this Wednesday with Whaley. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers report for spring training today. Pirates general manager Ben Cherington acknowledged the Andrew McCutchen situation yesterday, saying that a door will always be open for McCutchen, but Cherington will also be focusing on the players that are under contract right now as they report to spring training over the next week. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
The Parkway East as you head inbound toward the city is still slow through Edgewood Swissvale, but has eased up some. The Parkway West as you head inbound is slow toward the bottom of Green Tree Hill. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, LGKG.com, your local super lawyer.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. The feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos?
Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at whalenexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So, Joey Porter rips Ben Roethlisberger on Cam Hayward's podcast, says not just a bad teammate, but that Ben is a bad guy. Now, this stemming from Joey having a problem with Ben and Debo kind of kicking Tomlin at times on the way out the door, as I'm catching up on details here. We also got a little deet from Cam Hayward as we play tabloid on the radio. Cam the other day had that tweet. It was the book closing. Well, he addressed it on his podcast because everyone was wondering, are you retiring? He said, all I was saying was that I finally get to close the season. Yep. So there you go. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yes, he did. Because now everybody's like, oh, it's Cam. I got to turn into his podcast to see if he's retiring.
Exactly.
Then you get numbers.
And then he probably doesn't think, like, I wonder, and I now have to go and look if they did a live broadcast. And if not, he could have made the decision not to air that part. Cam.
You're saying he's complicit?
No, I'm not. No, and that's probably not fair.
It was at Radio Row, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it probably was live.
Yeah. But what was the actual question?
Good question.
That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
What opened the floodgates?
I think it was the fact that they were talking about Ben and Harrison trashing Tomlin on their podcast, and JP was probably like, man, you want to know something?
Yeah, he just kicked the door down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Harrison was a jackass at the end. I mean, I heard from guys in there. I mean, it's well reported, but falling asleep in meetings, leaving
he also
early.
wasn't treated great at the end either. And from his point of view, like he was probably, I think he was told a lot of things that didn't really happen. So he's kind of like, he's a rebel.
He's got an axe to grind with Tomlin because of the way it ended, no doubt about that.
So he was a rebel. Like, I'll fall asleep, I'll do whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
And
cut me, go ahead, cut me. I dare you.
And then think about that.
Turned out okay for him, too.
Yeah. There's a few guys, like the Blunt situation, where they may have told them one thing coming in, especially veterans. Hey, we're going to do this. And you get there and those things didn't happen. That's
Melvin Ingram,
all those guys. Like, all right, you know what, Coach? So I'm not. There's few guys that have that axe to grind against Coach.
Sure, no doubt about that. And James, he was a defensive player of the year. He thought he could still play, and they brought in T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt's getting his reps over him on the opposite side of where everyone thought T.J. would eventually play and ultimately landed on. But, man, I mean, he got what he wanted.
Yeah.
He got what he wanted. I just know it rubbed some people the wrong way at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm just wondering where this is going to unfold and what's going to happen between today and tomorrow's show.
Get your popcorn ready.
That's right.
When does Ben do his podcast?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So usually, during the season, by Wednesday, we've got the clips ready to react to. So I can't wait to see this.
I know.
And I'm curious on how he's going to handle it. Like, he's a quarterback, too, and quarterbacks know what to say. But Ben's never been like your average everyday quarterback.
No.
I mean, shoot, his radio show on this station was incredibly highly rated for years because he was willing to go places other quarterbacks wouldn't. All right, good stuff, boys.
Absolutely.
USA Hockey tomorrow. Doug, you watching?
I'm watching. Absolutely.
Man.
No doubt. It's got to support the country.
I'm busting out. I got my US of A stuff to wear tomorrow. My gear.
Your jersey.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Michael
like
Eruzione.
Yeah.
Do you believe in miracles?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You want to wear your Pitt hockey jersey? Hockey day?
Yeah, probably.
Yay! All right, that's going to do it for us.
All right, fellas.
Is Starkey back from his colonoscopy? Find out next. But first, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Today, high of 36. Tomorrow, highs in the upper 30s, low 40s. It's Fan Morning Show. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet?
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
This report brought to you by twomenandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at Two Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress.
2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It all begins. Pitchers and catchers report to Bradenton for the Pirates today at Pirate City as the Buccos start the 2026 spring training campaign. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Wednesday Pump and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Taking care of the important things first here, Limits. We're trying to get Ron, the Ron Fathead, propped up on that
radio,
chair
my man.
over there. If you would, I don't know, can you make it better than it is? It's almost perfect with him and Bob.
I can try to go in there and adjust the camera, but that's just where Ron is right now.
Yeah, he's sitting on top of a pit helmet right now. He looks good enough to me. What a day. Man, do we have a lot going on suddenly. Well, what was happening at the end of the morning show? Joey Porter ripped Ben, or what happened?
Yeah, Joey Porter Sr. went on Cam Hayward's podcast and somehow, I don't know if he was provoked, unprovoked, or what, but Ben was brought up and he went after him.
What'd he say? Not a good teammate, I see?
Yeah.
That Roethlisberger do that we don't talk about is crazy. Out of anybody that talks, he should never grab a microphone and talk Steelers business because if we're talking Steelers business, his ass is foul of all foul. Wow. We won a Super Bowl with him, Joey Porter Sr. said, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. He knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that. I've only won one Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No. Wow. I wasn't going to open with that, but that's pretty powerful stuff from Joey Porter Sr. Now, how does James Harrison get involved here, oh Limitless Wonder? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No idea. He must have been
Crowley, can you
something.
text Limits with how he gets involved, where Debo comes in here? This is unbelievable. And this was on Cam Hayward's podcast that he said this, correct?
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity.
You did insult the integrity, Joe.
So, where do I fall on this one? I don't know that either was a great guy for his whole Steeler tenure, Joey Porter Sr. or Ben. But as I've said many times, especially in regard to the team I'm about to talk about, it's not the nice guy Olympics. It's the who helps you win Olympics. That's what I'm mostly interested in here. And, man, Joey Porter Sr., he's gone after Mulsey, too, hasn't he?
As of when? Or are you talking about on the golf course?
Yeah, a couple of years back at one of our golf events.
Thought he was going to go after Mulsey.
He wanted to throw down
verbally
with Mulsey. So you put Ben, Debo in their current state, right? Not as players. You put Ben, Debo, Peasy Sr., and Mulsey in a room, and you tell them to fight till somebody is still standing. Who's still standing?
Well, I think they're going after Mulsey first.
All of them band together under the guise of enemies are friends? They all get Mulsey first?
The team returns to take out Mulsey, yes. It's like a game of weakest link. And that's no shot at Mulsey.
That's a shot at Mulsey.
Well, no, you really think Mulsey could beat up Ben Roethlisberger?
I do.
Joey Porter?
In their current state, I'm not sure that Mulsey isn't the last guy standing.
They're all right around the same age.
I know, but only 3 of them were racked up in pro football for a decade.
And that's why I think they would probably have the advantage.
I don't think so. I think they're all injured. But I do.
Mulsey's injured. Didn't he tear his Achilles years ago?
That's true, too. No, he had a knee injury.
Oh, the knee.
But I do agree that for a moment, even though they apparently hate each other, at least Peasy doesn't like Ben, they all band together and crush Mulsey. I think that's a fact.
Yeah, I agree.
So Mulsey is crumpled in a corner. Then you have 3 left. I don't think Ben survives for long. Do you? Although he is 6'5", 250.
Probably not.
I think Debo, from what I've seen of him still lifting and things like that, survives this one pretty easily.
Isn't he supposed to be doing a boxing match at some point soon?
Yeah. I mean, there's still clips of him, God bless me, in weight rooms. And what he would do to Mulsey, I mean, would be not viewable, I think.
He was supposed to fight Ocho Cinco, but it never happened.
Here's where I think Mulsey might win there. He just runs around like Sugar Ray Leonard against Marvin Hagler. You know what I mean? He just runs around the ring. He tires out Ben for sure. And then at some point, Peasy just collapses. I mean, he's got injuries left and right. I don't think he's kept up in the weight room like Debo.
He just pulls good old-fashioned Floyd Mayweather dancing around the ring and playing defense.
The Mulsey rope-a-dope.
Relaying one great punt.
That's exactly right.
One great punch is all it takes.
I mean, this is interesting. Listen, I'll get back to this. Everybody knows, even Ben knows he wasn't a great teammate early in his career. Everybody knows that. I think later on in his career, that may have changed a little bit. Although, what did he win? 1 MVP award his whole time here? He was never a beloved teammate. Who cares? He had a couple guys he was close to, it seemed like. Some offensive linemen, maybe a couple of receivers, including a tight end or 2. Who cares? He won 2 Super Bowls. That's all I care about. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a different story being in that room and having personal relationships with them, but from our perspective now, they won. Could they have won more? Yes. But still 2 championships. That's what your legacy is going to end up being. Not that, Ben was a bad guy or anything like that.
Well, he was actually early in his career, and
yes.
I do care about that. But I'm talking in terms of what kind of teammate they thought he was in the room. I think that got better. And then I think by the end of his career, he was twice the age of some of the guys in there and just, not relatable, really. Who cares about that? I don't. I care that they won. They won 2 Super Bowls. And maybe could have won more if they'd found it. Now, he had something to do with it, right? Later on in his career, wasn't great in the playoffs, probably in the last, 10 years, last decade of his career, practically.
Well, his defense also let them down significantly.
Yeah.
But he did, too, with interceptions in a lot of those games.
And the thing about Porter saying Ben should never grab a microphone and talk Steelers business is ridiculous. Everybody has the right to do that.
Correct.
They're all free to do that, and Ben's podcast is good. And Joey Porter, I love the fact that he went on here and talked about old Steeler business. I love it. It's great for business, our business, right?
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
What happened now?
I just saw a headline of a player that you brought up yesterday for the Pirates that I think is just very funny.
Please tell me as we move on to the Pirates. We'll get back to as the Steelers of the 90s and 2000s turn in a minute. Go ahead. What do you got?
Joe, you brought this guy's name up yesterday when we were discussing catchers. According to DK Pittsburgh Sports, former Pirates catcher Jacob Stallings is back.
Yeah.
He's joining the team's baseball operations department.
Great guy.
How about that?
Love Jacob Stallings. And I like that addition to the old ball club. Unfortunately, if you put him on the field right now, he'd also hit better than Henry Davis.
That's Gold Glover, Jacob Stallings to you.
Which is going to be one of the big issues as we begin spring training. And that's where I really want to begin today. Off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Everything's okay with me. In case you were concerned, you probably weren't. I had a routine medical procedure yesterday. Everything went well. There was, now I can't remember her name. At the end of the procedure limits, you're still under the influence of drugs, although you don't feel like it. So I was interacting. Is her name Susie? That's my wife's name, I know. But there was another person there who was very nice and helped me when I was setting up the appointment and came to visit me yesterday. She just had a knee replacement herself, and now do you know what I mean? When you're under the influence of the drug, it feels normal talking, but now I go back and try to remember, and I was under the influence of the drug.
Yeah, that's what those drugs will do to you, Joe. So no, I do not know if her name was Susie or not. I wasn't in the room
I know
with
you. I know you don't.
Just in case you needed a reminder of that.
But I would like to say hello and thank you to her and all the fine people over there. The people who work in that industry are amazing. They're amazing to me. And I was in there at 6:30 in the morning over at Shadyside Hospital. And all the women working in there. A couple of men now that I think about it too, although I was under the influence of drugs. Had such incredible attitudes, welcoming and kind and helpful. And just, I was listening to them talk amongst themselves while I was waiting for my procedure and just the spirit among them. It was really powerful, actually, to listen to it.
I don't know if you're like me because I'm mortified of hospitals.
No, so am I. We all are.
So
Beano Cook used to say, people of my age, he was talking about his age then, which I think was 80s. He said, we're not afraid of dying. We're afraid of the exhibition season, which is life in and out of hospitals.
Yeah.
That's what people are afraid of. My dad, toward the end, was saying I'm spending way too much after his stroke, would say really softly, and I could hear him barely, I'm spending so much time in hospitals now. You know what I mean? That's all of us, I think, share that.
Yeah.
And that's why it's extra meaningful when you have people with those kind of with that kind of energy and those kind of spirits. I mean, it's everything.
Yeah, I give healthcare professionals a lot of credit. A lot of credit. Like my sister's going to graduate this year from Kent State and is going to be a nurse and wants to, further go to, another master's degree and stuff like that to further move up. And I walked into the hospital to see my aunt a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just like, get me out of here as quickly as possible. I just can't. It just freaks me out.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
Like, we can talk in front of thousands and thousands of people and be completely okay about it. But if we walk into a setting like that, we're completely terrified. Where if the shoe was on the other foot, it might be the same case. So everybody's just built differently.
Brings up all our fears. And that brings us to the Pirates again. Seems like all roads lead back to the Pirates.
Spring training, Joe. Here we go.
First day. Pitchers and catchers. Optimism in the air. Oh, limitless wonder. The over-under, I think, is still at 76.5. Did Marcell Ozuna move the needle at all? Can you check that right now? But that's where we really begin today. That is rightfully where we begin. And it's juxtaposed with something else. This was my original intention today. The past and the future is what's on my mind. The past being 25 years ago today, Three Rivers Stadium was imploded. Limits wasn't even born. He wasn't even a figment of anyone's imagination. He was unlimited back then. There was no limits. I remember it, and like so many of you, I remember that stadium. I remember being inside that stadium with my dad when we made a pilgrimage from Buffalo to see my favorite team, the Pirates, right after the Bill Madlock trade, and saw them play the Giants, where he had come from. And those are memories that are, seared into my psyche forever. I'll remember that.
Joe, I hate to interrupt you.
What happened now?
But the lady that you were talking to yesterday has just called in.
Oh, my God.
Her name is Lynn.
Lynn? I thought it was Susie.
No, her name is Lynn.
I was on drugs. I got her mixed up with my wife, Susie. Put her on.
She said, I love Joe. He is my favorite, and I have to talk to him.
Good morning, Lynn.
Hi, Lynn.
Up all our fears. And that brings us to
Lynn?
Seems like all
Lynn. She has to turn off the radio limits.
Yeah, she said you just wanted to listen. I don't know if she wanted to go on.
Well, then hang back up. What has happened here, Limits?
Well, I put her on hold so that she could hear it live.
Anyway, Lynn, thank you very much, you and everybody over there, for a very minor procedure, granted. But the spirit that you guys showed was amazing. And she was also very helpful on the phone in an age where people are often not helpful on the phone. So thank you to Lynn and everybody over there. Not really for yesterday, just for what you do for people in general is amazing to me. Let's dedicate this show to Lynn and healthcare workers. How do you like that move, Limits? Why don't we do that today? So anyway, Three Rivers Stadium. What a place. I mean, in some ways, crappy for the actual games, right, in terms of the turf and things like that. But the memories and the teams that played in there, the city of champion teams that played in there, man, it was powerful. I hadn't seen the implosion again in a while until I looked at it this morning. And it felt sad, really sad to watch it just crumble, fall to the ground, and think of all the memories and how much that place meant to people in this city and to people who came from the outside like me, who came here on a pilgrimage with my dad. Imagine going back to whatever it was, your 11 or 12-year-old self, never having been to, I don't think had I been to a major league ballpark? Maybe Toronto, and that was barely a major league ballpark. That was a fence stuck in the middle of a football stadium. But imagining what it would be like to see Willie Stargell and Bill Madlock and Dave Parker and John Candelaria and Omar Marino, Kent Tekulve, all those guys, and he made the effort to take me here. We stayed in what was then, I think, a Marriott right across the bridge at the Point. Made that trek over the bridge to Three Rivers, and every step of it, man, I remember. When I remember those games, and I remember sitting there with my dad, and I know a lot of you have similar memories of big games in that stadium. So 25 years ago today, we watched that. And I'm sure on that day, a lot of you thought about whatever you thought about, the Immaculate Reception, some random Pirate or Steeler game that you went to with someone you love over the years, the legendary performances in that place, the highs and the lows in that place, losing the 72 NL championship on a wild pitch. But you also saw Clemente's 3,000th hit. You saw the Steelers win any number of gigantic games in the prime of the Steel Curtain. I mean, you saw them wreck Earl Campbell twice in AFC title games. Just everything that happened in that place over the years. Would love to take calls on that. And texts, 412-928-9370, 928-9370. And who would have thought that the team that I came to watch while I still had braces and greasy hair, wearing purple toughskins as a 12-year-old or whatever I was in 79, would have been the last Pirate team to win a playoff series? What? But it's true. That team that I came here to watch in 79 was the last Pirate team to win a playoff series. It's mind-boggling. They got back in 91 and 92, right? And then they got back from 13 to 15, but they never won a series. Is that incredible or what, Limits? To think about that.
Yeah, especially considering how many rounds of the baseball playoffs there are now. Or, the 90s Pirates just went right to the NLCS, and then you're one step away from the World Series.
I mean, Three River Stadium was in its heyday when the Pirates last won a playoff series. That just blows my mind. So that's what's on my mind today is, will that streak end this year? Like, where are we with Pirate optimism, pessimism? It's all going to be the same. I put out a quickie Twitter poll yesterday. The Pirates will, A, make the playoffs, B, finish around 81 wins, which, somebody pointed out, that could be playoff territory if you have 83 or so. I get it, but you know what I mean. Crack 500 or finish just below. Or will they stink again? What do you think won that poll, Limits? Oh, he's on the phone. Made the playoffs won the poll, but not by much. 37%. Finish lower than that, around 81, 33%, and stink again around 30%. And I think that, anecdotally anyway, from what I've gathered, is pretty representative of how you all feel out there about this team. There's definite reason for optimism. The Pirates, for whatever reason, as Tim Benz wrote in the Trib today, who cares what the reason is? Was it a nudge from Major League Baseball? Was it Bob Nutting seeing the Skeens era quickly coming to a close, perhaps with no playoff wins, no playoff appearances? Is he finally nudged to do business the way it's supposed to be done, to do the bare minimum, which is really what the Pirates have done this offseason? I don't want to go too crazy here. They've done the bare minimum if you're trying to win. So great. I'll take it. And from what I gather, most of you will too. Paul Skeens is going to speak today, by the way, after the team workout. Should be during our show. Very curious to hear what he has to say. So now we can sit here with the additions of Ozuna, O'Hearn, and Lau and tinker with lineups without feeling like it's an exercise in self-torture. It's actually fun. It's fun to look at lineups. Where would you back Connor Griffin if he's here? How do you configure it? And one thing that I really have to laugh at right now is all this worry about how they're to configure themselves defensively. I don't give a damn. They brought in a bunch of bats. Figure it out. Off days, injuries. Brandon Lau's injured all the time. Off days, injuries, Individual matchups, it'll all take care of itself. God forbid Ryan O'Hearn has to take a day off. Great, he's a bat off the bench then. Same with Brian Reynolds. Same with Cruz. These guys are not going to be healthy all year. This is a good problem to have. I've used this example many times. They seem to have been obsessed with defense in recent years. It hasn't worked. This just in, it hasn't worked. And I use Key Brian Hayes as the greatest example of all, an elite fielder. That's inarguable. How many times in a game is Key Brian Hayes going to get a chance to make a hugely impactful defensive play, which is to say, a play that the average major league third baseman just couldn't make? How many times in a game? Maybe once, often never. Now, how many times is Key Brian Hayes going to get a chance to have a huge impact offensively? Pretty much guaranteed 4 times a game. They opted for the first part of that equation instead of the second part too often. Now, without regard for defense or how are you going to configure your lineup defensively, which I love, forget about it. They went out and got bats. Great. That's what I wanted them to do. So now people like me and Limits can sit down and figure out if it's Freddie Peralta in the opener for the Mets, which I guess it would be, wouldn't you think, Limitless Wonder?
I would think so.
He's a right-hander. His splits are about even. Now I can sit down and actually think baseball and talk baseball and try to form a lineup, which is fun. I'm having fun instead of beating myself over the head. Like I said, trying to put a lineup together last year was basically self-torture. That's what it was. You couldn't find one that made any sense or that would give any team a reasonable chance of winning on most nights. It was a bad joke. Now I'm sitting here, Limits, thinking about my opening day lineup. Would you like to hear it?
Joe, there is nothing more I'd like to hear today.
That's what today's for, right? It's the first day of spring training. Hope springs eternal.
It's like the first day of training camp with the Steelers. It's an all-day affair.
Even for the Pirates. And by the way, Gormy the Owl, is he going to join us later?
Just waiting on a response.
He thinks that Connor Griffin's going to make the team. He projected his 26-man roster, and he's got Connor Griffin on it. What do you think of them apples, Limits?
Yeah, I saw something that Jim Callis, not to be confused with Harry Callis, and Jonathan Mayo of MLB Pipeline said where they believe it's right around a 50-50 shot. I think Callis said 40% that Griffin can make the team. So it seems like there's some real smoke where Griffin, not like reported or anything.
No.
But believe that Connor Griffin could actually make the squad because he's that good of a player. He might do a Jared Jones and blow them away in spring training so that he forces his way onto the team.
If he's even okay in spring training, for me, it's not about spring training. It's not about him, quote, making the team. It's about whether they choose to have him on the team and blow off whatever financial implications are down the road. And in sticking with their offseason theme, that's what they should do. I mean, if the guy goes up there in spring training and looks hopelessly overmatched and is terrible, I get it. Anything else, he should be on the team. Are you ready for my lineup, Limits?
Please, provide it for me.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm going to wait till after the break to give you time to form your lineup as well.
Thank you.
And then we'll each form an alternate lineup without Connor Griffin. How many wins do you have the Pirates for, Limits, right now, with and without Griffin?
Without Griffin, I have
without Griffin, you know what I mean, for a month or two, which is a lot.
Right. Without Griffin on the opening day roster, I have them as an 83-win team.
Oh, my God.
With Griffin and another third baseman or left-handed starter, Joe, I have them as an 85-win club.
Holy ostrich milk.
And I think that will get them into the final wild card.
So
maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid too much and I'm getting bucko fever. You might have to check the temperature here, Joe. But I'm starting to believe.
Guess what I have him as?
Wrong. 79.
Wrong. I'll tell you next. Thanks. On Pomp and Joe. We have the Pomp cardboard cutout. We have the Ron cardboard cutout. And we have a lot to talk about. It's the past and the future. The 25-year anniversary of Three River Stadium imploding, which, needed to happen, but was still and still is sad to look at, thinking of everything that happened in that stadium and the connections that a lot of us had around going to that stadium and witnessing such things. And then we have a different Pirate team. We have a different Pirate team this year. It's absolutely a more threatening team. How does this all wind up? And do you sit down when you're, let's say, at Eaton Park limits? Let's say you're off to Eaton Park for a little snack, perhaps a little breakfast. Do you pull out a napkin?
Perhaps eating a Smiley cookie.
Yes, and make a lineup. Are you making lineups? I am. So is Limits. We'll compare and contrast next and hopefully talk to you at 928-9370 fan Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. I'm going to tell you about the Good Feet store. I had a lot of discomfort in the joints of my big toes for a long time. And whether it's something like that, whether it's plantar fasciitis, whether it's discomfort in the heel, needles in the heel, burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be, man, nothing really squelches a new exercise regimen than discomfort in your feet, maybe up into your low back, things like that. I discovered the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide relief, balance, and comfort, available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance, versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. You don't need new shoes for this, any clunky shoes. It's your shoes that you walk around in. Golf shoes, work shoes, basketball shoes, tennis shoes, Bob's tap dancing shoes, whatever they might be. This helped me. It could help you. The Good Feet Foot Arch Supports. Check it all out at goodfeet.com or visit a store. I did. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 next to Walgreens. There's one now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Check it all out. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball hosted number 4 Duke last night and lost 70-54. Panthers played well in the first half and had the lead for portion of the first 10 minutes. 35-29, though. They were outscored in the first half. Blue Devils were able to pull away in the second half. Cameron Boozer, a double-double, 17 points, 10 rebounds. Roman Cialeppa, the freshman, really coming on for Pitt. 19 points, 4 rebounds. Also had a steal and a block for Pitt. Barry Dunning with 17 points in the loss for the Panthers as well. The 2 Pitt players that scored in double figures. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel might want to rethink his strategy of not moving left tackle Will Campbell to guard. Campbell had some flashy moments in his rookie year, 4th overall pick in last year's draft, but was terrible down the stretch, brutal in the postseason, and atrocious in the Super Bowl loss to Seattle. And if Drake May's going to have success in year 3, they're going to need better pass protection. Vrabel might want to rethink that one. I'm Nick Custos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Two Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint-shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Gormy the Owl can't find a little 5 minutes for us today, Limits? That hurts.
You can reach out to Mr. Owl, but it's one of those very busy days where everyone talks. Paul Skeens is going to talk.
That hurts, but I understand. He's a busy man. Today is a big day out there. I know how it is.
We'll talk to him tomorrow.
When I went to spring training, what was it now, 8 years ago? Something like that. Mulsey made us grilled cheese sandwiches in the morning.
Mulsey went?
Yeah, Mulsey went.
It was you and Mulsey at the show went?
The show went.
Okay. Starkey and Muller.
Colony was there. He was still working, obviously, at the time. We had a wonderful time going out to eat every night. And as I said, Mulsey took care of the breakfast in the morning.
Why don't we get to go anymore?
It's above my pay grade. Why don't you go ask the boss? Our show could have went. We still could if you pay.
If I pay?
Yes. Here's my lineup. First let me tell you this. That I am never drinking orange Gatorade again as long as I walk this planet in order to prepare for yesterday's colonoscopy. I drank an entire, if you have a party, you have one of those, a coffee pot where you press, you could see it in a coffee shop too, a giant canister of coffee that you press the top and the coffee comes out, Limits. Yeah. I drank all of that with Miralax and orange Gatorade. It was probably 8 giant glasses filled with Miralax and orange Gatorade, which, of course, as you might expect, led to more blowouts than the 07 Patriots.
But that was the point.
Exactly. Yes. And it was cleansing. It was okay. But by the last one, I told my wife, I hope I never see a glass of orange Gatorade again. I like Gatorade. I'll drink lemon. I'll drink red or purple. Never orange. Never, ever, ever again. That or orange Jell-O will never, ever be ingested by me.
Thank you for sharing right around lunchtime.
You're welcome. All right. Memories of Three Rivers Stadium imploded 25 years ago today. And also, mixing the past with the future, there is actually legit hope, not just the Bradenton flu type hope, where you go down to Bradenton and spend 10 minutes watching the Pirates or covering them, and you come away thinking they're at least going to win the World Series. This year, they might have a winning team. This year, they actually do have a potentially good lineup. Here's my lineup for opening day against Freddie Peralta, I'm assuming, for the Mets. Like I said, a righty who's pretty much equal against righties and lefties. I'm leading off with Connor Griffin, the number 1 prospect in baseball. Who are you leading off with, Limits?
I am leading off with Spencer Horwitz, playing at first base.
Funny you should mention him. He's batting second for me at first base. Top 20 in on-base percentage in the National League last year, if he had enough at-bats. I think it was 353, if I'm not mistaken. That would have qualified him for 17th in the National League. I like him behind Griffin. I like putting the pressure on Griffin early. This guy's used to dealing with pressure. Come on, he's the number 1 prospect. If he's not able to deal with that, then move him down. I think he will be. Who's batting second for you?
I have Brian Reynolds in the 2-hole. He's consistently been there for a large portion of his Pirates career, and he stays there, which I think will be a bounce-back year for him.
I hope so. I don't necessarily want to hand him back a high spot in the lineup. I think he has to earn that and prove that he's ready to bounce back to the norm. Last year was a disaster. Batting third, Brandon Lau, 31 home runs last season, as you all know. He's also missed big portions of seasons, but who cares? It's opening day. He's batting third with 31 home runs. He might be the best hitter on the team. Limits, who's batting third for you?
Mr. Newshound, I am in agreement. I have Brandon Lau batting third, a power bat. Can he hit 31 home runs at PNC? I like his chances with the right field wall.
In this game, by the way, I'm not real concerned with right, left, right, left. I'm not concerned about defense either. I'm concerned about professional hitters. And now I've got 3 in a row. I think Griffin's going to be one right away. Might be a great hitter right away. Why can other organizations have guys rocket to the majors and tear it up and the Pirates never do? This is the guy. Batting cleanup, Mr. Marcell Ozuna, fourth in the MVP vote 2 years ago. His off year last year would have made him the Pirates' best hitter or second best. I think he's going to bounce back. I think the hip injury had a lot to do with some down months last year. He's my cleanup hitter. Wonder Twin?
Well, Joe.
Great for talk radio, my man.
It might not entirely be great for talk radio, but I'm with you on this one as well. Ozuna helps. I did kind of go left, right a little bit differently. And think that Ozuna fits well into this 4 spot where he could project for 90 RBIs.
Playing right field as my 5th hitter, Ryan O'Hearn. 17 home runs and an 803 OPS and an all-star game appearance last year. Man, do I feel better about that than some of the guys who have batted 5th in recent years. Limits?
And here is where we differ. I have O'Neal Cruz playing in center field batting 5th. Lower him down in the lineup a little bit. I feel like the 2 best spots for him are either in that lower mid portion of the order or batting leadoff. And it will give him some lineup protection with Ozuna, Lau, and O'Hearn around him.
Batting 6th, Mr. Brian Reynolds. I think he needs, again, I'll say it, to prove
But I
that
thought you had Reynolds too.
No, I had Horwitz too.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Brian Reynolds, I was disagreeing with you having Reynolds too. Reynolds batting 6th. It's up to him to prove he can bounce back. Batting, did you say your 6th place hitter?
I have not.
Please do.
Connor Griffin, playing shortstop, batting 6. Take a little bit of pressure on him. Don't put too much on the 19-year-old, but still a pretty solid spot in the order for a guy that could end up being one of the best players in the game in the future.
Batting 7th and hopefully cleaning up whatever's left over from time to time, the Cruz missile. O'Neal Cruz, I think less pressure for him could equal bigger numbers. Just bat him 7th. He wants to make this his, personal home run derby. Let him. He's batting 7th. I love him in that spot. Limits?
I love Ryan O'Hearn batting 7th because he's someone who drove in 60 runs a year ago, is a 280 hitter. You give him opportunities with runners on base, that can lengthen the lineup, and the Pirates haven't had a lengthened lineup in over a decade.
Well, this is where the lineup lengthen ends.
Yes.
Is with the 8 and 9. I still want them to get a third baseman, and I will say I'm very, very open. I don't think we talk about this enough, to Rafael Flores winning the number 1 catcher job. But I'll go with Henry Davis. Skeens will want him to catch the opener, of course. I'll go with Henry Davis, 8, and Jared Triolo, 9, if they don't find a better option. So Davis and Triolo. Who you have in the 8 and 9 spots?
You have the tree.
Izzy Z, Peggy Tree. Izzy Z, Peggy Tree.
The last man standing of the ball, Joe, is Tree. And I have Jared Triolo. I also would rather see Paredes or Vientos playing at third base.
Yeah, I would reconfigure my order if you bring me one of those guys.
And maybe it's because I just haven't fully given up on him, and I think Bob is in the same boat as me. I still think that there could be something in Henry Davis.
Oh, believe me, don't kick me off that boat yet. I'm still open to Henry Davis. I just feel like there should be a legitimate battle in camp. You have Joey Bart, Henry Davis, Endy Rodriguez, and Rafael Flores.
Yeah.
And I think it should be wide open. Wide open. Joey Bart hammers lefties. He doesn't do much else. People talk about him being on the trade block. Maybe. But that position to me, if Flores is the best guy, then give him the job and have him play most days. You know, have Hank play when Skeens pitches. That's fine. So then we have Nick Gonzalez coming off the bench as a bat. We have Mangum P.I. coming off the bench as a bat. Maybe a little bit of Jack Sawinski mixed in there. That's who the Owl, Gormy the Owl, thinks he's going to make the team. Well, who else?
Come on, Al.
Ron Cook's long-lost son, Billy. He was horrible last year.
Nick York.
The Peppermint Patty. I don't know if I want him either. Do you?
What about the password?
The password interests me more than them, but if you don't have regular at-bats for the password, you keep him at AAA.
What's his first name?
He's a top 6 winger, so to speak.
What's his first name?
If you don't have those minutes, then just have him, try to blossom in AAA. John Sexton?
Joe's Tinson.
Same thing.
Yeah, you got close.
He's the password. Who do you have as your last guy as a hitter off the bench? The last guy on the roster. The spare outfielder.
Pause for dramatic effect. Maybe, just maybe, there is a spot for Andrew McCutchen after all.
But he can't play the field. That gives you 2 guys who play no defense. You may actually have 8 of those, but I'm talking literally.
That can't play defense.
No, I'm talking literally can't go in the field, and he can't.
Yeah, I thought signing Ozuna completely took that off the table, and maybe Ben Cherington's comments also slightly hinted to that as well. I'm sure we'll get to that, but I don't know, Joe. The way I look at it, unless they want a guy, because Mangum can play all 3 defensive positions in the outfield. They can move O'Hearn to an outfield corner. I have him starting as in an outfield corner. They have some position versatility. Triolo can play every position in the infield. So maybe it does give you that opportunity for McCutchen, unless you want to have a guy, a younger type of infielder, or they sign somebody. This all goes away if they trade for Vientos or they trade for Paredes.
I just don't think there's room for 2 guys in your 26 who can't play the field. That's stretching it. I do, however, agree with you if you think that McCutchen may have a shot to play for this team at some point. Ozuna's, what is he, 35?
Yeah.
And had a major hip issue last year. I mentioned Lau tends to miss games. Horwitz came in last year with that chronic wrist problem. Reynolds is getting up there a little bit. Cruz has had some injury. He could absolutely, if he's open to it, if McCutchen is open to it, and I think that's a fair question right now because he doesn't seem like he's really enjoyed this offseason interacting with the Pirates. But if he's still open to it, if the hurt wears off and we're getting toward July, August, and injuries start cropping up, especially if there's a major one, I wouldn't write the end to that story just yet. And Cherington left that door open, didn't he?
Yeah, and the other part of that is, too, does he really want to go to another team and sit on the bench?
I don't think he's going to have that option, at least not at the start of the year. Anywho, how about you out there at 928-9370, mixing past and future, really the present, if you look at these Pirates, and also the 25-year implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. I know we have a backlog of those calls limits. Let's get to them, shall we?
Yeah, let's start with Corey. He wants to talk about Three Rivers.
What's up, Corey?
Hi. Hey, Joe, I want to tell you, I was at the last sporting event at Three Rivers, and it was a Steeler game, and they honored one of the Super Bowl teams. It was a bad game. I think the Steelers lost, but the thing that was great was not a fan left that stadium despite sleet and frozen rainfall. It was a terrific honoring them guys. But I'll also tell you, I was at last game's doubleheader with the Cubs at Forbes Field. I was 9 years old. I got to see that. So I watched them close 2 of them down. And that was a good thing. But I tell you what, Joe, one thing.
What's your favorite ballpark? Three Rivers? Forbes?
No, this new one. This new
or
one's by
PNC.
far the best one they've ever played in. But I tell you what, Joe, I lived in the Lincoln apartments right down the street from Three Rivers, and I don't remember it being this cold when they threw that thing up.
I didn't catch that. What?
Well, when they blew it up, I lived down the street at the Lincoln Apartments. And it just wasn't this cold outside. It was probably in the 40s. And that dust carried for 10, 12 blocks. It was terrible.
I would imagine. That thing, as I watched it again today, it looked like they were going to blow up Acrisure, too. Then Heinz Field.
Yeah, I mean, right next door.
It was a little too close for comfort limits.
It's crazy how they're able to implode those stadiums the way that they are, where it just kind of folds in on itself.
And they actually did beat Washington in the last game at Three River Stadium, I might add, 24-3. Did Hank Poteet have the last touchdown at Three River Stadium? Twin?
It's a great trivia question.
I'm going to get it right now. Who's next?
Here is Matt to talk about Three Rivers.
What's up, Matt?
Yeah, I went to Three Rivers back in, I want to say 97, 98. They played Green Bay on a Monday night. It was a really great game. Got to see Brett Favre, but leading up to the game, they brought in Charlie Daniels, and he did the national anthem, plus he played 3 songs beforehand.
Wow, a concert.
He played Still in America, or the song In America, where they mentioned about being a Pittsburgh Steeler fan.
Yeah.
And that place rocked. I thought it was going to fall apart when they mentioned being.
Man, when it rocked in there, it was something. I remember a game, and I didn't go to a ton of Steeler games there, although I covered a couple. I remember a Bills Monday night game where they hammered Jim Kelly. But I went to a game, let me think of the details, with my friend Hal. He brought me there with his son, and it was against Dan Marino. And Mike Tomczak played for the Steelers, and I think they won that game against Marino. And that place absolutely rocked, didn't it?
Yes, it was a great place for a football game. Baseball, not so much, but, we had some really good teams there, and especially in the 90s. That was a great place.
I appreciate the call, man. Last touchdown at Three River Stadium limits, you have a guess?
I'm going to say your guy, Poteet.
Wrong. Richard Huntley had a 30-yard touchdown run long before. Didn't he get in a fight in the locker room? It was Richard Huntley, and who was the linebacker? That's another trivia question. Whoever it was, Josh Miller later told me that when the fight broke out and they were throwing chairs around, that he played dead in the locker room. He just went down on the floor.
I remember Richard Huntley from your spiel about Najee Harris and the lack of long runs that he had.
Yes, even Richard Huntley had
Frank
that
Pollard,
one was practically
Walter
longer.
Abercrombie.
Right, and there were some who thought that getting rid of Najee would really harm the Steelers' run game. How are you going to replace that?
Well, Garrett Blunt, Mewelde Moore, Isaac Redman, Jonathan Dwyer.
Did you say Davenport?
No, I've not gotten Najee
Davenport. All of them and many, many more had longer runs than Najee ever did.
Bam Morris?
That's a good question. I don't know about Bam Morris. I think Bam Morris might have, and I'll find out right now. Limits as you go to the next call.
Here is John. He's in Elwood City.
John, let me there you go. In his oh no, that was receiving. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Bam Morris had a 38-yard run for the Kansas City Chiefs.
So not the Steelers.
But that was longer than any run Najee ever had. I mean, you talk about just how can they look on film and test a guy and not know that he has zero explosion to his game? That's just incredible to me.
Well, Joe, the other team's good, too. They had to tackle
other
him.
Guys have scouts, too. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, the fight with Richard Huntley, that was with Earl Holmes.
Earl Holmes, yes, and Josh Miller played dead in the locker room. There were stools. There were stools flying in the locker room. What else?
It was a fantastic story about Josh Miller, by the way. Three of my best adolescent memories were at Three Rivers Stadium in about a 12-month span. I played high school football there in 2 championship games in 91 and 92, and I was also at for Riverside High School out towards Elwood City here.
Nice, man. That must have been incredible.
It was awesome, and I'm currently a coach there, so I'm ending my coaching career out at Riverside as well.
Beautiful.
And then I was also at Game 7 in 91, the forgotten Game 7, where Steve Avery beat the Pirates 4-0. I was actually I was with my late mother. It's a great memory for me. We were in the first row, right above Barry Bonds out there in left field. It was a bittersweet game, but it's a memory that I have with my mother, so it's something that I kind of cherish.
Man, that is special. All of that, and I appreciate the call. That is great stuff. That was. I think they lost to John Smoltz in that game. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now I'm looking it up. Yes, it is. And in the second inning, Mark Lemke's single scored Sid Bream, just to add a little salt to that injury. Sid Bream scored in that Game 7? Oh, my God. That hurts, huh, Limits?
I have a baseball that somebody gave me that was signed by Sid Bream. And I was like, what do I do with this? Like, I understand he played for the Pirates, too, but...
you weren't born yet.
Where was I in 1991?
You were not
I would have been negative 10 years old, Joe.
I was at the Valley News Dispatch working that night. And, oh, God, why did I look this up? Now I'm looking at the stupid video of it. That was... I don't even want to talk about that. We're talking about good things, right, Limits? We're talking about the big boy being in the house. Funny how he arrives when the pizza does, right?
He's been roaming around the building for the last 10 minutes.
Let's talk Steelers. Let's talk Joey Porter Sr. taking big shots at Ben. What does the big boy think of that? Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Partly cloudy today. High of Braxton Ashcraft and his new number 35. A low of 26. Adam Frazier. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Joe Potochnik will get your roofing and siding on the right track, and so will his mustache. I've known this guy for a while now. They've been to my house a couple different times to fix things. With roofing and siding, they identified it immediately. They fixed it immediately. I never worried about it again. It's a Owens Corning Platinum Preferred company, not an easy designation to get. He's earned it, Joe has, through decades of customer satisfaction. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation at JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. And now we go to the General. General, I'm sorry to bring up the horrible Sid Bream memory. Let's guess the card.
It is what it is.
I know, and it was what it was. Limits, the card of the week is, I'm going to say, Paul Skeens, who will be speaking today as sort of a kickoff to spring training. You?
To be different, in a way, at least I'm going baseball. General, I'm curious if there's a Connor Griffin minor league card out there. Maybe Altoona Curve or maybe Bradenton Marauders.
What do you got, General?
I got to tell you, I appreciate you guys having me. This is the biggest day of the year in baseball cards. 2026 Topps Baseball comes out today, so we're going to spice it up for the Pomp and Joe listeners. I'm throwing in a box of 2026 cards. They literally just hit the shelves half an hour ago. Already had a bunch of people in here looking for them. We're going to give a box of those away. We're going to throw in a Connor Griffin card because that's the guy that most people, believe it or not, that's the card we've sold the most of non-football in the last 2 months is Connor Griffin.
Wow.
And then the card of the day, we got to have a Marcell Ozuna autographed jersey card. We're going outside the organization for 100 RBIs. We got to commemorate that.
This is a bonanza.
We got three things today. We got an Ozuna jersey autograph. We got a Connor Griffin card, which everybody's after. And then the big thing for today, we got a 2026 Topps box, 59 cards unopened, and we're going to throw that in with the package.
The three things. Thank you, General. This is gigantic.
You're welcome. Yep, let's go Bucks.
We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
All right. You can listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. The big boy. Next, talking Steelers, talking beef with Joey Porter Jr. and Ben, talking quarterbacks. There's another name on that list that Jason La Canfora mentioned today. We'll talk to Mark Cabali coming up.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The basketball lost to number 4 Duke last night at the Peterson Event Center, 70-54, the final score. Roman Cialepa, though, the young freshman for the Panthers coming on, 19 points in the loss. Panthers are now 9-16 overall. They've lost 4 in a row. They will play at North Carolina on Saturday at 2 o'clock. So the road doesn't get any easier for the Panthers. 1:30 is when our pregame coverage will begin. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Does the cold and snow have you stuck inside staring at that junk you've been dying to get rid of? Well, we're not afraid of the weather. What are you waiting for? Book us today. Too many are here and a junktruck.com.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike's is also the place to watch all the exciting winter sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave this winter, including college and pro basketball, Premier League matches, and exciting pro hockey action. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers report to Bradenton today for the Buccos as it is baseball time. Jared Jones back on the mound as well in a video posted by Colin Beasley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. So might get an update on what Jones' status is later today. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Mark Cabali, who is currently getting pizza, will join the show next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is incrinculant, is it not? Limits?
It's wonderful. Here comes Mark. He's removing part-time Pomp. And
why did you remove Pomp and not Cookie? He can't talk because he has pizza in his mouth. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line on which you can communicate with our dear friend City Limits. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Did anybody weigh in on the text line? We have to do more text readings, I think, Limits, and keep our texters happy. Either on Three River Stadium, lineups, Cabali, colonoscopies, anything we discussed in the first hour.
Yeah, somebody on the text line says the Three Rivers memory they have going to the 94 All-Star game. Willie Stargell throughout the first pitch. Meatloaf sang the anthem. Jim Leland coached third base and waved Tony Gwynn home to win in the bottom of the 10th.
That's incredible. Mark Cabali, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. How are you, big boy?
I'm wonderful.
How are you? I'm good, and thank you for inquiring. Give me a Three River Stadium memory for the big boy.
Wow. I almost caught a foul ball from Lenny Harris.
Really? Did you miss it? You drop it? Or
skipped school one day. It was like a 12:35 getaway game. I don't know if it was the Dodgers or Reds. I'm not quite sure of who he played for at the time.
Yeah.
Ball was hit up into the press box area. I anticipated bouncing back out of the press box. I was behind home plate.
Yes.
Here it comes right at me. And I grabbed the guy's hand next to me rather than the ball. Closest I ever came to catching a ball.
You tried to box out. That's okay.
Yep.
I respect you for that. What about football? Did you cover any games in there?
Yes, very few. It was, let me think, preseason game. I think it was Joey Porter's first preseason game.
Did he rip Ben before the game?
That and Devo. I think it was 90. I want to say
there was
99
no Ben back then.
Maybe. He had a really good game, the preseason game. I think I covered the last Washington game there.
Well, that was the last game, right?
Yeah, I think I covered that.
Do you remember who scored the Steelers' final touchdown at Three Rivers?
Troy Edwards. I have no idea.
Wrong. Richard Huntley.
What's his nickname?
Were you in the locker room when Huntley and Earl Holmes got in their fight?
No, that was before my time. I've heard that story many of times.
Yeah.
About the old wooden chair.
Oh, yeah.
Very WWE-like. And
very much
there's some words that were relayed to me about that day that can't say on the air. Were you in it? Were you there?
Yeah, I covered the Bills the week they came here they came here twice for playoff games. I think this was the week they came here in 94, maybe, when they pretty much ended the Bills' AFC dynasty by crushing them in a playoff game. And I covered them that week in Buffalo, and then I covered the game.
Was that the Woodson interception one?
I think so, yeah. I covered a Monday night game, too, with the Bills and the Steelers. They sent me over there. That was nice of them, actually. Now that I think about it, I think it was the late, great Dave Ailes and the late, great Rich Emmert, who both made decisions to give me opportunities to cover stuff they thought I would enjoy covering. That was cool. Who was your boss back then?
The great Norm Vargo.
Really?
Oh, yeah, Storm and Norman.
For McKeesport.
Yes. Before that, I was in Monessen, so it was the legendary Brian Herman. You remember him?
No.
Okay.
Herman Munster. I don't remember him.
Brian Herman, Jeff Oliver. Who else?
Scoop Oliver.
Norm Vargo. Then I took over for Norm in McKeesport in maybe 02 or 03.
Yeah.
And he retired until the Daily News met its ending about 10 years ago.
And then who was your boss at the Trib?
Oh, Smitty.
For the whole time?
Well, Smitty, there was a lot of different people there, right? They brought in, Frank Craig was still the publisher, I believe.
And they made you the Steelers guy, didn't they?
Yes, and I left about a year later. I was officially the Steelers guy, and for the infamous perfect playoff game in Cincinnati.
Oh, my gosh.
It was one of the worst stories I ever wrote in my life because it was a deadline game that had 7 different outcomes within a span of 4 minutes.
That was an incredible game.
I refuse to even look at.
How is it that Ben couldn't go in on the second last series but came in on the last series? That's the question I've never been able to answer.
Because they didn't have any chance to win in the second to last series.
What do you mean? They had as good a chance to win then as they did on the last one.
When they got the ball back from Jeremy Hill, they had to
I've never been able to figure that one out.
Sort of like the Seattle game. You remember how he pulled himself out in Seattle because he had a concussion? Then he came back in when they had a chance to win.
Was that the Al Villanueva fake field goal game?
I just saw that play the other day where Landry Jones threw it. It was a great design. Villanueva came in motion, and it was just a horribly thrown ball.
It was a bad throw, and everybody blamed Tomlin.
Yes.
I love that call. I defend those calls.
He caught a touchdown, or was a 2-pointer in Denver at Big Al.
Big Al, yeah, he did.
Was it a touchdown or a 2-pointer?
I think it was a 2-point. I think it was, yeah.
He was a tight end.
At Army. Yes. Not only was he a tight end, he was able to do a handstand and walk on his hands the entire width of a football field. Wow. Can you imagine that?
Well, Scott Paxson used to do that in the locker room at the Steelers, but he may or may not have had any clothes on at the time, but that was back in the day when that was allowed.
My God. Have you seen any other fights break out in the Steeler locker room over the years?
Close.
Like physical between players or players in media?
Well,
other than me and Antoine
media.
Randall.
Oh, man, media we hit a span where it was pretty bad for a couple weeks span. There was everybody going at each other.
What happened? Why?
Well, Rich Walsh was involved in one.
Rich Walsh? What, did somebody mess up his hair?
They may or may not have jacked him up on the wall.
Wait a second.
You know who it was?
The
Pouncey,
statute
too.
of limitations has passed. Who jacked up Richie Walsh on the wall?
I can't say this.
Pouncey?
No, Pouncey had it with Bill DeFabio. No, DeFabio. I gotta get DeFabio and DeFabio. Him and Marcus Gilbert got into a little bit of a
Tell me
argument.
the Richie Walsh story. I need to hear that.
Can't tell you
Nobody
that.
cares anymore.
Yes,
not even
everybody
Richie.
listens. Everybody's waiting to text these people who's doing this. I can't bring that up.
Give me a
Everybody
position.
knows.
Give me a position.
No, position. It was another media guy. It was
I know that story. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
media
right.
versus media. It wasn't position. I mean, I've had my share of altercations or run-ins. James Harrison, where it got to the point where Brett Kiesel says, "Hey, better separate that guy from him." Me and Mike Wallace didn't see eye to eye from time to time.
Yeah,
that's my two notable ones.
Mike Wallace and I had a couple of problems as well, although I did like him. You know, he was entertaining, he was fun, but all of a sudden he would just snap. Who's the other
Ben
one?
too. Ben got me in the hall, got me in the lobby one time.
About what?
for a guy that didn't have social media, he didn't like something I tweeted, I guess. I can't.
I sat down with Ben once, and he gave me a great story calling Todd Haley's offense a pop gun offense. And I wrote it, and then he was actually okay with it, now that I think of it.
Okay.
We both agreed we didn't expect the fallout to happen the way it did, but it did.
Yeah, you expect a lot of fallout. Maybe back in 10, 15 years ago, you wouldn't expect that fallout. You can't even sneeze right now.
I know.
Once again, that's on Coach Todd.
D'Angelo Williams once snapped at me for we had him in a scrum at training camp, and I said, you shared time in Carolina, and he snapped. But that was just a fact.
Yeah, Jonathan Stewart, right? Well, he was an interesting guy to get to know, and he tended to snap at people from time to time. But we got along because we were big wrestling fans.
You know who I got along with well? Ryan Clark.
Oh, Ryan.
Even though he snapped on Gertie one day. And a couple of other people from time to time.
Oh, he would snap on
He was
everybody. Moody.
He was also very insightful. And
absolutely.
And very honest. Whether he was accurate or not some of the time, who knows? But he was honest and was a great quote. He was a great quote.
Yes. There's not too many of those left anymore.
And we would talk a little LSU basketball from time to time. Little Shaq, little Chris Jackson, who became Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. You remember him?
I remember Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. I don't remember
shooter.
Chris Jackson, though.
Well, that same guy.
I know.
Little Pistol Pete Maravich. Is there a player that you wish you had covered in the history of sports that was before your time,
History
Dr.
of sports
Kabali?
or just football?
Sports or football, including football.
Well, I was at the last Barry Bonds game at PNC Park when he had his big recliner in the locker room, and right before everybody started talking to him, he goes, "I don't trust you, blank, blank, blanks," and he pulled out a tape recorder and taped himself talking to everybody.
It's a great move. I never heard that one.
Then he went out and hit 2 home runs and sat down by the 5th inning, and he was done for the.
That is tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, in the history of time, you would love to see somebody like Babe Ruth play, right? But we're going back.
Back then, you would have been out on the town with Babe Ruth. The writers used to travel on the trains with the players and drink with them and everything else. And Babe Ruth probably would have been good buddies.
My first 6, 7 years on the Steelers beat, I was on the team plane until I got the boot.
Who'd you sit next to most of the time?
I sat next to Myron from time to time.
What?
One of my first ones was Myron, and
what was that like?
Oh, it's classic. It's Myron Cope sitting next to a guy that's just new to the business. And he looks at me and goes, "Hey, Sonny, get that lady." Okay, I'm guessing he meant the flight attendant. She comes over and goes, "Get me a glass of ice." I said, "You want water?" He goes, "No, just ice." Okay, gets the ice, reaches into his bag, pulls out a little 5th of whiskey.
Wow. And I bet you he talked you up.
Oh, yeah. He was great.
Wonderful guy. My first assignment at the Trib, my first real assignment, above high school, was to cover Myron Cope's final show. And he couldn't have been kinder. And we had a very good relationship from that point on. You talk about how many bigger legends have there been in Pittsburgh sports than Myron Cope? How many bigger ones?
Everybody knows Myron Cope.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about Three River Stadium and how that was imploded, 25 years ago. I do remember that. I do have a photo of the actual process of it, from one part to another on my wall in the game room. But the way I look at that is Beckty probably doesn't know much. He's never been to that game, right? It's really how I look at it. It's generational. It means much to us. It probably doesn't mean that much to him, just like Myron. But Myron, as I'm getting back to it, is everybody knows Myron.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like, everybody knows Myron Cope. Everybody probably has a Myron Cope story. Or
even,
heard
I'm
of him.
Sure, right.
Yeah, but
I'm sure Limits has Myron
and Limits
Cope
never was
stories.
able to go to Three River Stadium, right?
Right. Yeah, my Myron Cope stories are just the representation of the terrible towel and hearing a lot of clips from old Super Bowls and stuff like that.
And I'm sure your dad grew up on Myron Cope, right?
Yeah, he met Myron once.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, now Three River Stadium probably doesn't mean that much to him, but it means a ton to me and you, right?
Yeah.
It's just the general. But Myron Cope meant a lot to everybody still to this day.
Were you? I bet you were nervous walking on that Steeler plane the first time. As a young,
it's a couple times
buck.
I call it the walk of shame. They used to have
Don't tell me you were late.
Yeah, it was a flood, and the old bathtub was filled up, right? Whatever you call it downtown. So I had to do a
what old bathtub?
You know where it always floods at down, right?
Oh yeah.
So
at Point State Park.
So they have two entrances to the plane, the front and the back, right? You schlubs like me would get in the back. Well, I get there just in time, and the back shut. Oh no, I got to go through the front.
Oh my God!
You walk through the front, and every player and every coach is just like staring at you. It's like the walk.
Oh
you just
my
keep your
God.
head down, and you're like, hopefully they don't notice me. I did a walk of shame a time or two. Ellis Cannon used to be the great walk of shamer. He would always be late.
Ellis Cannon went on those trips, huh?
For a brief time, he used to be the pregame host.
I had those moments. I had those moments with the Penguins, riding on the plane and then the team bus to games.
Oh, yeah. That's great, though.
That was tough sometimes.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you who was the kindest guy to me. Take a guess. The kindest player.
Francois Leroux.
For example, if there were no seats, he would say, have a seat, Joe, and just be a normal person. Who was it? 1997. Wrong. Robbie Brown.
Robbie Brown. I know that happened a lot to us at the training camp when they would go to Friday Night Lights. You just get on that bus, and at one time I found myself surrounded by like Casey Hampton, Larry Foote, the Shea Townsend. I'm thinking, what in the world?
Were they busting
doing
your
here?
chops?
No, they were just like talking about practice and being very loud. And I'm thinking, oh man, I can't wait till this is over. This is very.
I rode home from Wilkes-Barre once from Penguin training camp. They used to spend a week up there with Andrew Ferentz and Steige in my car.
Oh, Steige.
And we listened to Ring of Fire over and over again the whole time. And Andrew Ferentz, this was again in the late 90s, was all over the computer situation, even back then. Like he was a tech person.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, sitting in the back seat, figuring out all this stuff. And we had Johnny Cash in the background, me, Steige, and Andrew Ferentz limits on the ride home from Wilkes-Barre.
How about those rides there, Mark?
You weren't even born.
What year?
97.
He doesn't even know who Andrew Ferentz is.
Correct. I don't.
You don't?
Nope.
That's understandable.
Interesting.
All right, big boy. Let's.
Boy, we're going down memory lane here, man.
Yeah.
All that means is we're two old fogies there, Joe.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm still very energetic, and I'm at the height of my career even as we speak.
Speaking of that, how's your colon?
Good, thank you.
Good.
How's yours?
Well, I have to go here in a year or so we'll find out.
Yeah, it's important to go. I can tell you it is really important.
Very important, very important.
Let's bring ourselves up to date, shall we? Let's talk about the Steelers. That's who you cover for the Pat McAfee show. And I saw today, in fact, I'm looking up right now, Good Morning Football, Aaron Rodgers' potential return to the Steelers. It seems so obvious this is going to happen. But when is it going to happen, and is there a deadline?
I don't know if there's a hard deadline, but they are assuming it's going to be before free agency.
And when's free agency, remind us?
March 11th, I think.
Okay.
So you'll find out within another month or so. You can't move forward without knowing. You can't do what happened last year and wait till June or July, even if it's not official, because you have to make concessions if something does happen. But everything is pointing towards him coming back. I don't think unless something crazy happens, which tends to happen from time to time with Aaron Rodgers, they're anticipating him back. And we're just going to see these same headlines, these same stories pop up every other week until it's official. Oh, Aaron Rodgers has not signed yet. What is he waiting for? Is he going to sign? Is it good for him? He's coming back, and it's just a matter of, when he signs, I think.
Are you positive that they're not going to take Ty Simpson or a quarterback in the first round?
I don't think if Aaron Rodgers comes back.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because if Aaron Rodgers comes back and you take Ty Simpson, what does that mean?
That just means Ty Simpson, who's only played 1 year of college ball, if I'm correct. Is that correct, Limits?
As the starter, yeah.
Is just an apprentice. I mean, that almost makes sense.
No, you're going into the season with a 43-year-old quarterback, and the backup and the third team are having just as many snaps as me and you. I don't think that's the right way to go, man.
Well, if you
put him on the practice squad, Howard or Simpson would be gone, right? You would imagine. So you're just wasting one of them if Rodgers comes back. Maybe that's the argument for Rodgers not coming back.
A big difference between the two if one's taken in the first round and one's the sixth?
Well, then you're saying buy the Will Howard, right?
Probably, yeah. I mean, if you take Ty Simpson or anybody in the first round, you're saying basically bye to Will Howard anyway. But aside from our opinions on whether that would be good or bad, are you sure that they're not going to take Ty Simpson or a quarterback in the first round? Is that what all your intelligence out there among people is telling you?
Yeah, I would be shocked right now if they would.
Okay.
Absolutely, because Ty Simpson, I won't even say it, but he does have a little bit, reminds me of the Kenny Pickett. He's the best of the worst, or the best of the worst, Maybe in other drafts, he doesn't even go in the first round, considering he would be the second quarterback off the market that pushes him up a little bit. So
it's just
that's a bigger, that's just as big as a project as Will Howard, in my opinion, right? No,
just as big a project.
I mean, if you bring in Ty Simpson, you're going to have to treat him like you treated Will Howard too, right? You have to learn.
Oh yeah, he's going to have to apprentice for a year,
maybe even longer than that. So
maybe, although that's a long time.
At that point, I think you could. It would come into play if Rodgers decides not to come back.
Are we all positive? This sounds like a silly question. I just want to make sure that the Raiders are all in on Mendoza. That's happening. They love him.
Yeah, I think that's
okay.
They had some weird comments yesterday, right?
Who did?
The coach, Kubiak.
What did he say?
Oh, you'd have to pull it up so I don't misquote him, but they made it sound like there's still some question. Maybe that has to do with.
I'm just wondering if somebody there didn't love him, and if they were open for business, if the Steelers would be open for business.
To go from 21 to 1?
Yeah.
You have to Ricky Williams that sucker.
Give
him all 12 of your picks. Right? And say,
I mean, if you throw in Will Howard, that should do it, right?
Hey, I'd be willing for that and make a quick day for us.
I just want to make sure. That's all. They've shocked us before. Devin Bush was about the biggest shocker that I can think of.
They went up, 11, 12? That's the most they've ever went up, I believe. And, well, if you're going to move up that much, you probably shouldn't go get an inside linebacker who's undersized.
Probably not. And then have him become a good player in Cleveland, or at least a player. Okay. I just wanted to make sure on that. How about Malik Willis? How about him?
I'm not a big fan. First of all, there's probably about, 4, 5, 6 teams maybe are in the market for a quarterback, starting with probably, Miami, the Cleveland, a bunch of different teams. I mean, and this is a guy that then all of a sudden his price goes up a little bit. Am I going 2 for 40, 2 for 50 for Malik Willis, who has 150 career attempts?
2 for Will Howard has 0 career attempts, and we're talking about him like he's Tom Brady.
I don't have to pay him $50 million. Then
you only have to pay him
for
20 million a year. I mean, they only had Justin Fields for 1 year, right?
They traded him, right? No,
you could always get rid of him if he stinks, or you think he. But here's the thing: I would be more interested in a competition between him and Will Howard than Aaron Rodgers. I just think there's a ceiling on Rodgers. You don't?
Oh, of course there's a ceiling on him. He's 43 years old, but let's not mistake him for being a total bum here.
No,
too.
I'm not. I'm not. In fact, I'm identifying him as a 10-8 quarterback who gets blown out in the first round of the playoffs. That's the problem around here.
You know how many quarterbacks won 10 games this year? 9.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying he was 10-7 in the regular season.
Great.
Well, what I'm saying is as the offseason goes on, we're looking at him as being just this atrocious quarterback.
Nobody's looking at him. There's not one person who looks at him that way. I don't know you'd find one person who thinks he was atrocious.
I think we very much believe that he did not have as good as a season. All you hear is about, what is his extend the play rate and all that crap. Maybe that had to do with the offensive line. Maybe that had to do with the play calling. Maybe it didn't. But I just don't want to get it all confused of saying that he is not a very good. Okay, let me ask you this, Joe. If he was 27 and he was coming off that season, let's say forget that. Say he was 30.
Of course.
How many people would want him? Probably every single team.
Every single team. Yeah. But what happens to guys late in their careers, and what has happened with him, is you have flashes of brilliance. It's not enough in the end, and you struggle against the better teams. In fact, I have some numbers here that'll blow your mind. Are you ready?
I'm not ready for him, but go ahead.
This is what happens to guys. in Ben's final season here. The savvy old news sound looked all this up. I know you're proud of me.
I would like to see the fourth quarter stats of these, but go ahead.
In Ben's final season here, he was 7-3 against non-playoff teams. 16 touchdowns and 3 picks. Against the playoff teams, he was 2-5 with 6 TDs and 7 picks. Russell Wilson, and that was probably his final season as a full-time starter, was here. 4-2 against non-playoff teams with 10 touchdowns and 1 pick. Goes against the better teams, the playoff teams. He's 2-3 with 6 TDs and 4 picks. And finally, we come to Aaron Rodgers. 9-2 against non-playoff teams with 18 touchdowns and 2 picks. But against playoff teams, he's 1-4 with 6 touchdowns and 5 picks. And that was before the playoff debacle with 2 pick sixes. That's what happens to really good quarterbacks when they age. And let me be the first to tell you, it ain't going to get better.
You sure?
Yes.
It
ain't going to get better.
Aren't you at least intrigued about the whole new coaching staff and his relationship with McCarthy? You're not intrigued of what this might do?
They went to the Super Bowl when Limits was 3 together, right? How old were you in 10?
In 2010?
Yeah.
I would have been 8, about to turn 9.
Back when Limits was 8, about to turn 9. I mean, they could enhance the receivers around it, but he's also a year older.
Yeah. I still think the arm's still there.
So do I.
The brain's still there.
So do I.
You put him in a situation and surround him with more options. I'm not saying it's the best long-term. It's not a long-term plan. It's a short-term stopgap until you find somebody. But right now, how this team is put together, I think he gives you your best chance. But even saying that.
Your best chance to do what?
At least get to the playoffs and have an opportunity. I'm not saying
those are two different things to me.
I'd say if you get first, you have to get to the playoffs, right? I want a legitimate shot of not being, down 21-0 in the first quarter. I think Rodgers is able to do that.
All right. 412.
What about Mason Rudolph? Why are we forgetting about him?
You forgot about him. I didn't forget about him. Oh, yes, I did. I did forget about him. Man, I don't know about Mason Rudolph. Let's talk about him and the rest of this club next. In fact, I'm going to take Mark Cabali entirely through the roster limits. Are you looking forward to that with a cut him or keep him segment?
All 53 members.
Well, at least 22 of them.
Yes.
412-928-9370. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Guess what, big boy? Limits has an endorsement, and you're about to hear it.
Mark, I have a message for the people, including you, about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, because purchasing a new appliance or TV at the wrong place can be costly, but having knowledgeable people on your side matters, and that's why I shop at Voss TV and Appliance. Family-owned since 1960. The Voss family and their entire team does right by every Voss customer, and the relationship begins when you walk through the door or call, and it never ends, not even after the sale is complete. So visit Voss's South Hill showroom today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS. Or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices guaranteed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Utah Jazz have signed Blake Hinson. They've added him to their NBA roster, the former Pitt basketball star. Panthers lost to Duke last night. Will play against North Carolina on Saturday on the road in Chapel Hill at 2 o'clock. Hear that game right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage will begin at 1:30. Pitchers and catchers have reported for the Pirates. Jared Jones was spotted throwing off the mound, and also players including Jared Triolo, Nick Gonzalez, and others are already in Pirate City. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With LeBron James missing last night's Lakers loss to the San Antonio Spurs, he is ineligible for All-NBA honors, and that will snap a 21-year streak of LeBron making an All-NBA team. And that's going to end up being up there with Cy Young, 511 wins, as a record that will never be surpassed in professional sports. LeBron, maybe this is his last year, maybe it's next year. We should all appreciate his greatness. I'm Nick Costos.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hola, amigos. It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in. Team Huevos.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19.
Increasing clouds this afternoon, the high 31.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show joining us here. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. And nobody should have to face winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon, presented by MediConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining myself and part-time Pomp. We might show up for a round of golf powered by Dynegy, brought to you by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and Impact HVAC. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, big boy, you have an interesting opinion on Patrick Queen. Some people think he might not be back. You say there's a better chance he'll be extended. What do you think of him so far as a Steeler? And what's his immediate future here?
I think he's been better as the years have went on. I think he was very inconsistent his first year. Last year, he tightened that up a little bit, but still needs time to work on that. I don't think he's quite grown as fast as maybe they anticipated that he did, but I think he's key to their defense. And now you got a new defensive coordinator like Patrick Graham. I think that would interest him, that type of a player at Patrick Queen. But the way I always look at it is who are you going to get to replace him? where you're going to have to go out free agency market if you decide to get rid of Patrick Queen, or you go and, Peyton, what's his name again?
Wilson.
Peyton Wilson. I almost said Peyton Hillis. Peyton Wilson and Malik Harrison, right? So you have to be a little bit curious about that. Which makes it so tough, Joe, is some of these guys aren't going to be back next year, right?
Tell me some who aren't.
And that's the tough part, because we would know, or where Mike Tomlin would be leaning towards, right?
Yeah.
Because of 19. Here is just, we just don't know until we know. That's what makes it so hard for these predictions. And I hear people saying, oh, this guy. You just don't know what they're thinking right now, because it's an entirely new, different staff that you don't know what they put in the on the front burner. What interests them. So
will Mason Rudolph be back here?
I would imagine so.
Like, what if they bring in, like we said, what if they draft a kid? Not even in the first round. What if they draft a kid in the third round? Then what?
There's a difference between, I guess, bringing him back and, maybe be a potential trade option or a potential. One thing you don't want to do is head down into the season and you're into August or September, and all of a sudden, you got to have his two young quarterbacks because your veteran got hurt. You got to keep him around.
Yeah.
Right? Even if you have intentions of drafting Ty Simpson, whatever your intentions are, to keep him around just in case. I guess Malik Willis would make a difference there, but does it? Because if Malik Willis comes, then Aaron Rodgers is not going to be here. So I think he's definitely here into September, and we'll see how they approach the draft. But I would imagine, especially with a 43-year-old quarterback, you better have somebody raring to go.
What's Calvin Austin's immediate future here?
Once you let those guys go to free agency, Joe, it's tough to get them back. I know he's not going to be number 1 or 2 on a lot of people's list, but you look at it his way, he'd probably have a better option somewhere else. Somebody else fall in love with him being a 3 and a kick returner. I think when it's all said and done, they'll say, hey, go find your market, like they normally say. Go out, see what the market tells you you're worth, and typically that means you're gone. So I would be, at this point, I'd be a little bit surprised if he does come back.
I think they can upgrade there. He had some good moments as a Steeler, but by and large,
but
not the guy maybe I thought he'd be.
The problem with that is if he goes, Scotty Miller goes, Thielen goes, MVS goes, so you got
good.
You got Metcalf and Roman. Wilson is your two.
Yeah, find some. Sign somebody. Draft somebody. Upgrade.
Well, we've learned if drafting somebody doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play and be successful right away.
I know. They made a mistake with Roman Wilson.
I don't know if they made a mistake.
What do you mean you don't know if they made a mistake?
Well, they made a mistake. The first year he got hurt.
Scotty Miller and Adam Thielen?
The first year he got hurt. The second year he had a...
Okay, then you still have Roman Wilson. You didn't mention him on the guys you still have.
Yeah, I understand that, but...
Can you believe this, Limits?
Well, how can I put this delicately?
Put it delicately.
Delicately.
If Roman Wilson didn't play last year with these wide receivers, who do you think's the reason why? Why do you think he didn't
Rodgers.
Play? There you go. Who's coming back?
Rodgers.
There you go. Unless he shows him something different this year, I would imagine it would be the same, right?
Yes. How about Broderick Jones? I know he'll be here, or at least I'm assuming he will. Is he in an open camp battle with Dylan Cook?
He should be.
Wow.
I mean, why not? You got Campen, was he been here? Was he coaching 20 years?
Yeah.
Then you got the Hall of Famer at the guard. He should be able to put some pointers towards him, Jahar Evans. So I go in, I don't pick up his option. I think that's a foregone conclusion, right?
Yes.
And you just say, Dylan Cook, Broderick Jones, let's see if we can get something out of this guy. And I'm a little bit intrigued by Broderick Jones right now when you got a different
I thought he played
two sets of eyes on him differently now, right?
Yeah, some of his best football right before he got hurt. Do you agree?
Yeah, and plus now you got a veteran guy and a guy that's been there and done that.
But he's going to cost a lot.
Well, you worry about that next year. I ain't paying him a penny right now.
Oh, me neither.
Worst comes to worst, you franchise tag him if you love him so much after an all-pro season.
Sayamalu gone?
That's a tough one.
Is it?
I don't know. I think he played well when he was he didn't miss that many games, but he didn't practice much either because
he's getting up there. It feels like he's been beaten up a little bit, and the Texans game didn't go well.
That might be, if there was one guy just speculating would not be back that he would call it a career, would be him, just for the fact that he has been put together with, although he's played, you give him credit for going out there and playing, he's been put together with some Band-Aids and some.
Kenneth Gainwell?
I keep saying this about Kenny Gainwell, man. You've made $5 million over your career. Now you have a chance to potentially make some.
You got to go where the money is.
You got to go where the money is. And now if that's the Steelers going to offer him that, I don't know. But whoever pays me $5 more, I'm going if I'm Kenny Gainwell.
Cam Hayward, what was the little thing that he put out the other day? Limits, a book closing or something?
He changed that today.
Okay.
So
he
opened the book? I'm just closing the book on the 2025 season.
Is he coming back to play, and will there be a contract dispute?
I think they should pay him. I think they should.
So there will be a contract dispute.
I think you can get around that by adding another year on to him, but make it a voidable year. Just allows you to give him a little bit of a pay raise. We're getting paid $12, $13 this year. That's underpaid. I don't care if he's 37 or not. He's underpaid.
He is definitely going to set the NFL record for consecutive contract disputes.
What about Boswell? He's the one they probably should have signed already. I'm sure they're waiting until April.
God, imagine them without him. I think that 2 or 3 of these playoff appearances would have been non-playoff appearances. But
yeah, I mean, that's something. That's the first guy on your docket. I mean, there's a bunch of guys that you have to sign who are not free agents till the end of next year, but you have to sign them before, September.
Percent chance they trade T.J. Watt?
0.
0? Holy ostrich milk. 0? Jump in here, Limits. What do you make of this?
It has to be because of the contract, $41 million. Is that A, no one wants to take it, or B, his value is just down?
Oh, his value I don't think is down. I think he'll have.
You don't think his value's down?
Oh, his value's down compared to the 22.5 season sack game and the punctured lung.
When he gets a third of that and a punctured lung, and he's getting older, and he has 1 playoff sack in his whole career, yes.
Yes, but I think, first of all, I think there's still some good football left in him.
So do I, actually.
I really do think there's good football left in him.
It doesn't mean he's worth $41 million. Doesn't mean he's not tradable.
Who in the world is going to say, hey, give me 41? I'll take him. 40. If somebody comes to me and says, here, we'll take that contract off your hands, then you may have to consider it. But nobody's going to do that.
You just made him sound like Lawrence Taylor in his prime. So now you're saying he's not tradable because nobody would want him.
Wow, that's part of it. No, nobody. I wouldn't say nobody wants him. Nobody wants him for that price and that age, like you said. But I think he's still a very good ball player, and I think he has that contract that makes it very hard to move. Now, come to me next year or the year after that. I think that's where you have to start looking ahead and say, how do we keep Herbig around for a couple years?
Yeah.
To make sure there's a transition there, maybe.
And what about Highsmith, who I thought came on big last year?
Team MVP. Well, defensive MVP. Right?
For a couple of years, he was Alex Lowsmith in terms of his sack total, but he went back up last year.
It was a joke.
His big bugaboo was his injuries, right?
Yeah, and then when he wasn't injured, he didn't play very well. But last year, he was great when he was healthy.
Herbig's been hurt a lot, too. So, I mean, I don't know how one argument.
Do you come back then with all 4? Sawyer, Herbig?
Yeah.
Watt and Highsmith. All 4 will be back.
You have to sign Herbig. If you could somehow convince Herbig, what are you, 23, almost 24? He's right around that age.
Yeah.
To say, hey, we'll give you some cash right now, 2 years. But once TJ's gone after this 2 years, you're our guy. Then you can really cash out at 25, 26.
But you're taking the injury risk if you're him then.
Yeah, you are, but you are getting paid. I mean, how much do you think he is in the open market? That's hard to determine.
If he could go on the open market, Nick Herbig right now, he would land a big deal in my opinion. Yes.
Even though he's been injured, he hasn't had the number of snaps.
If the Cincinnati Bengals, the Buffalo Bills, some of these teams who are maybe a defender away could get their hands on Nick Herbig on the open market, if that,
But wouldn't there be some questions if he can be more than a 300-400 snap guy?
Sure, but those teams are going out and signing people like Joey Bosa. That's how desperate they are.
It's very, very difficult.
This kid's young and he's talented.
I don't know what his market value.
He could lead the league in sacks one day.
I don't know what his market value would be, Joe. That's very interesting. I wish somebody knew it who's a lot smarter than me than with those things. How much is he worth now?
It's a theoretical question, but limits. Herbig on the open market, if that would ever happen within the next few years,
he'd get a lot of money.
Yeah,
he would definitely.
I'm just saying, not the next few years. I'm saying you're saying to Nick Herbig right now in September, we're giving you 2 years for $30 million. Once again, I'm just throwing it out.
Sure. Yeah, for
don't you say a guy that was making fourth-round pick money or whatever it was wouldn't say $30 million? Absolutely, I'll take that for 2 years, and I can cash out in 2 years from now. I don't know.
How about Kyle Duggar? He dug himself a hole late in the year, didn't he?
When you get benched for who do you get benched for? Chuck Clark?
Chuck Clark,
when you're benched for Chuck Clark, you're in trouble.
That's not a good sign. But, again, that's a Tomlin, that coaching staff brought him in.
Yeah.
Maybe Mike McCarthy and Jason Simmons and
maybe
say, hey, we don't want him at all, or we do want him.
Last but not least, what about Jalen Ramsey? Is he coming back?
I think I think you need to do is get a safety. You get a legit safety, pair him with Elliott?
Yeah.
My brain's off today. Deshaun Elliott?
Yes.
Who am I thinking of a couple of years ago? 2 years ago. Who was there? KZ. I was saying KZ. But, yeah, pair him with Deshaun Elliott. Then I think if you put him back at that spot of being that slot guy, and apparently, he was credited a lot for helping Joey Porter Jr. make that jump this year.
Interesting.
So wouldn't you want to keep him around?
How about Asante Samuel Jr.?
I would give him a whirl. Why not?
I'd give him a whirl too.
How about bringing back Devin Bush and Robert Spillane to be your linebackers?
I didn't hear him.
He said, how about Devin Bush and Robert Spillane as your linebackers?
Did you really say that?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Bobby Spillane.
Did you do that, Mark?
Who would be better, those two or Peyton Wilson and Queen?
I wouldn't want Spillane.
Spillane's a good player. Have you gone nuts?
Well, he's limited.
And Patrick Queen's not?
Well, at least Patrick Queen's a three-down guy. He's the one that puts up.
Yeah, unfortunately, on third down, he gets smoked like a salmon.
It is very, very hard to find a three-down linebacker as much as him.
I mean, come on.
Get smoked like what?
A salmon.
A salmon. You never had smoked salmon?
It was a joke. I like a lot of fish, but I don't like salmon.
All right. Well, we appreciate the time, sir.
Now it's back to talking buccos.
I'm sure your take will be very positive
the last
on the Pirates.
shot in. Give me an over-under on Pirates wins.
I heard Beckty has them at 97 wins.
I have them at 86.
74, 75.
The eternal doom and gloom Cavalli.
No. Only 40 years in a row of losing doesn't push me into that direction.
You know how many texts I've got from Cavalli last season that was like, oh, you projected them to win 86 games. I said, Mark, here's the graphic. We all said 74 or 76.
I've come to the conclusion why I'm such a, I won't say hater, but always down on the Pirates. I think that 92 Braves game just killed me.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
It still hurts to this day, and I just can't accept it ever since then. So I blame Francisco Cabrera.
All right. Coming up next, Robert Morris basketball coach Andy Toole. Going to talk to him about his team, but also some trends in college basketball these days. Always fun to catch up with Andy Toole. We'll talk to him next. Then we will get back to Pirates. Paul Skeen's supposed to speak tomorrow. We're going to play some Ben Cherington clips about McCutchen and about Marcel Ozuna. That's all coming up next. First, partly cloudy and a high of Braxton Ashcraft with his new number, 35, a low of Adam Frazier, 26. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. And speaking of being on the right track, Gina Giampietro will do that for you with a new home, whether you want to buy your home or whether you want to sell one. She's the best. Selling a home can be stressful, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent who can make the selling process simple, stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills, reached out to Gina for help, and it's another 5-star review because Anna said Gina and her team worked her through the entire process, took away the stress, and it can be very stressful. said Gina and her team quick to answer any questions at any time in an honest and professional manner. With their years of experience and knowledge of the market, Gina and her team were able to sell Anna's home for over $800,000. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google GM Petra of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin, the number one prospect in all of baseball, is at Pirate City for the Buccos and took some ground balls in the first workout of the year for the Buccos. As pitchers and catchers reported today, full squad next week. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com. Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Buccos have reported to spring training as pitchers and catchers there for the first time today. Tomorrow, or Monday, I should say, is the first full squad workout, so you will get to see Ryan O'Hearn, Brandon Lau, Marcelo Ozuna, and other Pirates for the first time. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Andy Toole, RMU men's basketball coach, will join the show next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Needless to say, Bob's not here. Where'd Bob go? Do we have that part of the song?
Part-time Pomp, baby. You know me.
No, Bob has the day off today. He'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, we have a jam-packed show here, including right now on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Robert Morris basketball coach Andy Toole, a friend of the show, his 16th year at RMU. Andy, how are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing good. We were just reminiscing about last year's crazy game with Alabama and also about your run to the tournament. How are you feeling about this year's team? You've won 5 of 7 here. It looks like you're heating up at the right time.
We're starting to play better and a little more consistent. You know, obviously, we're still on a day-to-day basis here in terms of our execution. And, you know, we let some games get away early in the conference year by not being as focused on the task at hand as we need to be. And, you know, some possessions early in games kind of came back to cost us later on. And, you know, I think we've made some growth and some strides in that direction. But each one of our games so far in the Horizon League has been, you know, so tightly contested. You know, we played probably out of the 15 games we probably played, you know, close to 10 one-possession or two-possession games. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but we're trending in the right direction. But I say that with some cautious optimism.
When you come down to those one-possession games, Andy, Do you like to try to control it as a coach more often than not, or do you like to sort of give your players the freedom to kind of do what they do at the ends of games, at least offensively?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think there's been times where, we felt like in this situation, maybe the game is tied and there's under 10 seconds left. Calling the timeout might not be the play. Maybe it's trying to get a quick push down the floor, see if you can gain advantage and find a great shot without having to allow the defense to get set. Sometimes, depending on your team, you want to call that timeout quickly and get them organized because they might not be able to organize themselves quite as well, right? So some of it's year to year, some of it's, opponent to opponent. So it's a combination of both, but obviously, like a lot of coaches across the country, it's stuff we talk about, consistently. We practice consistently. There's things that we know we want to try to do late game, and then you hope that your preparation, carries into that moment and you're able to execute.
I imagine you're immersed in the moment right now, but that game last year, the NCAA tournament game against Alabama, was crazy and entertaining. How do you look back on that one?
Just thankful to be a part of it. I mean, that group of guys and those players that were on that team, sacrificed a lot. They came a long way. As they came together as a group during the course of the season, we went on an unbelievable, 6-week run, where we were playing basketball at a super high level, and it kind of culminated with that game in the NCAA tournament. And I was just thankful to be a part of it and look back really fondly on that group of guys and the way that they competed and connected as the year went on.
We've talked about this before, and we're talking to RMU basketball coach Andy Toole. We've talked about this before, Andy, but the challenges for your school, other schools, and your other like schools in your conference, just with NIL, with transfer portal, with things like that. Have you settled into this new reality? How many guys are on your team from last year, for example?
One. But it's not just an RMU problem. It's not just a Horizon League problem.
Right.
Baylor had 0 players last year in April, so it's everywhere. It's from Division III to the highest levels of Power 5 basketball. If you are a Division III player, you're trying to get to Division II or Division I. If you're a Division II player, you're trying to get to Division I. If you're a low major player, you're trying to get to mid major. If you're mid major, you're trying to get to high major. If you get to high major and you stink, you're trying to go back down to the mid major, the low major level, so you can put some stats up. So everybody's dealing with it. It's not unique. I think early on in the transfer portal era, there was a lot of guys trying to move up the ladder. Now it's guys moving everywhere. The supply greatly outweighs the demand, and that's why I think there's got to be some understanding as players go into the portal often as to, am I going to have a landing spot? Now, I think with people getting through the COVID year that was had, some of the eligibility rules that potentially could come out to kind of solidify the length of time you can be in college, some of the supply will shrink. But it's really hard right now if you're a high school player. It's really hard, to break into college basketball and to find your way because, there's just so much movement each and every year. And I think every coach knows, hey, this is just par for the course, right? Our season's going to be over. We're going to lose the vast majority of our team, some for good, some not for as good. And you have to try to navigate it the best you can, and you have to try to have somewhat of a plan as you are trying to, put together your team on a year-to-year basis.
It feels like such a big part of coaching, I would imagine anyway, at the college level, is I'm going to have these guys, most of them for multiple years, maybe some of them for 4, and be able to sort of mold them over the years and form a team. That's just gone. So how much does that affect your love of coaching or what you thought you were getting into coaching for?
Well, I mean, I think that there's still the, I think this is coaching, and college athletics has now just taken on the persona of society in general, right? Instant gratification, microwave relationships. Does that part stink? Yeah, to some extent. But for example, 2 weeks ago, I'm sitting in my house at 7 o'clock on a Monday night, and I get a FaceTime call from Alvaro Fulgaris, Cam Woods, and Amarion Dickerson because Iowa was getting ready to play USC, and the 3 of those guys FaceTime me, and I think I laughed for 15 minutes straight. So there's still opportunity to create relationship and hopefully impact people. Sometimes it's just in a shorter period of time that you're in each other's presence, but it doesn't mean that you can't have impact on people and you can't help guys, continue to grow and become better versions of themselves or try to become a team, right? I think that, we're still trying to promote all the same things we did when we had guys for 3 or 4 or 5 years. We're still trying to emphasize being a great teammate, being able to handle your responsibilities, being able to do your job. That doesn't change because that still helps you win basketball games, and that's still the right way to be able to approach all this. So that stuff doesn't change. Unfortunately, it's just not for as long a period of time because there are some great opportunities for guys to be able to go on and take on that next challenge. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're no longer part of their development and their existence or their life.
Andy, compared to 5-7 years ago, have you found the need to have to simplify some things because you haven't had the stability with the roster where you might not be able to become more complex offensively or defensively, having that consistency?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think there's two things that make it a little bit of make the challenge greater is the simplicity factor, right? A lot of guys come with residue from their last place, right? Whether it's, hey, we were a denial team, and now you're trying to get them to break that habit in order to learn the habits of arm use. Sometimes when you got guys as true freshmen, they didn't really have habits in college, and so they were able to learn your system. You were able to, over time, build in more. You didn't have to start completely from scratch each and every year. Now you got to start from scratch each and every year with terminology, with spacing, with style, with system. Now you go through some of that stuff, obviously, in the recruiting process, but that doesn't mean they have a grasp of how to execute it. And I do think you have to emphasize a little bit of basketball IQ and instinct in your recruitment. Like there's a couple guys that we've recruited over the last couple of years who just were talented enough, but just not able to grasp the system quick enough in order to really impact the team. And then the other thing I think that's hard now is, you don't have the same scar tissue you used to have. Like when I lose my mind in a practice because we miss a free throw box out because in 2018 we missed a free throw box out at FDU in the conference tournament semifinals. Like that doesn't resonate with these guys. Or when we go to play Youngstown State and we say, man, this is going to be a really intense game because we played them last year in the Horizon League championship game. That doesn't necessarily resonate with these guys. So you got to find some different ways to try to get your point across and get them to understand the important things that really determine winning and losing.
Well, Ryan Prather, the one holdover from a year ago, what has he meant for you guys this year and how has he stepped up?
Yeah, he's been awesome. His growth has been, incredible. He still has another year, so we'll go through the same saga as soon as the season's over of what his status will be as he moves forward. But, he was very intelligent about his process last year. Obviously a huge piece of our team, got a bigger role this year, more opportunity, more minutes, and he's taken full advantage of all of it. And that's a lesson that we're going to try to talk to some other guys about. Hey, in their second year, Ryan increased his, almost has doubled his scoring. His assist-to-turnover ratio is through the roof, where last year he was a guy that we didn't always think made great decisions, right? But the comfort of the system, the understanding of the coaching and the offense and defense has allowed him to do a better job of it. And those are things that I think are all positives for young guys that are trying to develop and figure out how to be good college players.
Andy, do you think that this team might have it in them for a second consecutive magical run here?
I will say this. I think we can beat anybody or lose to anybody. I really do. And I think if you look at the Horizon League scores, and I don't know how many people in Pittsburgh follow Horizon League basketball, but the games this year have been unbelievable. The drama has been high. There's nights that you go look at the 4 or 5 games played on that evening, and the 3 teams that were the underdogs all won the games, and 2 of them might have been on the road, right? I mean, just the outcomes each and every night have, at times made you scratch your head. Obviously, Wright State, Oakland have probably done the best job of being the most consistent so far. But I think we have the ability, if we play together and we execute, to compete with anybody in the league. We also have had nights where we go out and we look like we can't beat anybody. So I think we're growing from these experiences. I think we have a chance as the season goes on if we can continue to stay healthy and play our best basketball. But the focus right now is we got practice in 8 minutes. We got to have a great practice in our prep for Cleveland State tomorrow night. And then we'll figure out, what happens from there. Because it's just, again, as we talked about, keeping it simple, keeping the focus as small as we can, kind of taking these guys through this process step by step is really where our mindset's been at.
Well, we'll let you go to practice. I have to touch on one other thing here because you guys, your program was in the news back in mid-January, and I know you can't talk about the case, Andy, involving Marquise Hastings, but just to see that and see the headline, I imagine had a pretty profound impact on you. How did you react when you saw those headlines? Because if true, that would obviously be quite the betrayal of your program.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you feel. That year, as that year went on, we consistently were thinking to ourselves, man, we can't just get these guys to come together and do the things that you need to do to win based on some of the talent we had. And, you get angry. Our program, our university, my staff, the other players in that locker room, they're victims of that. And it's a huge frustration. Obviously, everybody, we talk about respecting the game all the time. And there couldn't be a larger, more disgusting disrespect of the game than not going out and giving your best and trying to influence the outcome. So, again, a lot still to be determined. But certainly, when this is the way that you feed your family and you have people not going out there with the intention of trying to win the game, betrayal and anger and frustration and disgust are some of the emotions that rise really quickly.
And has it caused you to be more vigilant around your program, whether it's all this stuff, transfer portal, these kinds of things, everything happening? Does it cause you to sort of close ranks or be more vigilant about everything happening?
I think we're always vigilant. Our administration does an unbelievable job. Our compliance department does an unbelievable job in every facet, trying to provide the best experience we possibly can, trying to educate everybody on the issues and the problems that can arise from poor decision making on and off the floor. So I think that doesn't change, and I think it'll be something we continue to emphasize. But there's never been a time that we haven't been vigilant about the guys that are in this program, trying to give them every piece of information and every resource available to make their experience here the best it can be on and off the court.
We'll let you get to practice. Good luck down the stretch here. Thanks for coming on, Andy.
Anytime. Thanks, guys. Hope to talk to you soon.
Andy Toole, that was more than I expected out of that answer. Limits.
Yeah, he's because when I was at Robert Morris my first 2 years before I transferred to Waynesburg, he was the first coach that I ever interviewed. And he was always transparent and upfront, easy to talk to. So I was a little surprised about what he said about it.
Yeah, I meant the first question about that, regard to Hastings. And is that what you meant too?
Correct.
Because I expected maybe just I can't talk about that or it was impactful. But, if it did happen, and he said at the end there's still a lot more, investigation that needs to happen. He said of the word betrayal, that's exactly how you feel. And they were thinking that year, we just can't get these guys together. You get angry, our program, our university, other players in the locker room. We talk about respecting the game, and he used the word disgusting. That was pretty powerful.
Very.
All right. Up next, we have the Limitless Express. I guess no Gormy the Owl from spring training?
No, we're going to try to talk to Gormy tomorrow. Today is a big media day with the players.
When are we getting Skeens? Is he going to talk before the end of our show?
I doubt it.
Oh, come on.
Gormy said that he's going to talk right around 1:40 to 2
They always get that on the PM show.
So the PM team will ride with the Skeens talk.
All right. We'll take a little trip around some NFL offseason and some of the baseball happenings. Maybe some Ben Cherington clips coming up next on the Limitless Express. The entire nation crowded around their radios. The fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry, Saturday, February 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. Support youth sports. 10% of the sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Limits, I believe you have a message for the Populace.
Thank you, Joe. I want to tell everyone about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. They are pure Pittsburgh in every way and family-owned since 1960, where you get the chance to talk to real people like Megan and Tracy. They answer the phones. You can talk to them, or they can personally walk you through the showroom. Also, reliable delivery and installation by the Voss team with no third-party shenanigans. Voss provides the advice that fits your lifestyle with a huge selection of quality brands, and my family has trusted trusted Voss for over 30 years. So visit Voss's South Hill showroom today. You can call them at 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS. Or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Last night, Pitt basketball hosted Duke, the number 4 team in the country. Blue Devils beat the Panthers 70-54. And the likely player of the year in college basketball, Cameron Boozer, put up a double-double, 17 points, 10 rebounds. Roman Cialeppa, the freshman for the Panthers, forward with 19 points to lead Pitt. Also, 17 points for Barry Dunning in the loss. Panthers will play at North Carolina on Saturday at 2 o'clock. 1:30 is when our pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan, with Bill Hillgrove, Curtis Aiken, and Charlie Borges, with Hillgrove and Aiken in Chapel Hill. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Las Vegas Raiders introduced Clint Kubiak as their new head coach. Nice 48 hours for him. Win the Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator with Seattle, now the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. And the first thing Clint Kubiak needs to do is try to figure out a trade of star defensive end Max Crosby. The Raiders are not close to competing, not close to winning, could get multiple first-round picks for Max Crosby. They need to do the right thing and trade Crosby for picks. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, it's Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at our Peters Township location. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents.
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Southside Jake here. Have you seen the upcoming weather report? There's a deep freeze heading to the area. It's imperative to keep your family safe and warm. If you encounter no heat, frozen water lines, or even worse, broken water lines, Southside Plumbing Heating is here for you. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call today, 412-431-7455, or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Yes, we've reached that point in the show, 12:30, where it's time for the Limitless Express, starring our friend and yours, Austin Bechtold.
I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant. Here we go, Limits.
Well, Joe, let's dive into these comments that were made by Joey Porter Sr. on Cam Hayward's Not Just Football podcast. We'll give you a snippet of it that is suitable for air.
He broke the brotherhood, then Seven definitely broke the brotherhood because, like, the that Seven did that we don't talk about is crazy. Out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won one Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
All right. Well, a lot of things there. Number one, what exactly makes a good teammate? That's what I've been thinking about with this. Everybody knows that Ben wasn't the friendliest guy early in his career, or really a good guy. I even think he would probably admit that. But if I'm looking at a teammate, especially a quarterback, I want a guy who's willing to sacrifice his body to the cause, who's willing to play hurt, things like that, and who's good. That always helps. Ben was all of that. He was as tough a quarterback as I've ever seen in my life. That's a good teammate. To me, that's prerequisite number one, is you have to be willing to sacrifice to the cause. As far as did he sign autographs for people in his rookie year, like autograph things for the vets to take home to their families like Joey Porter said he didn't? Who the hell cares? There's probably reasons they never voted him as MVP, or what was he, once the MVP, and Porter said he didn't vote for him as a captain. Whatever. All right, maybe he wasn't a likable guy. Maybe he wasn't beloved. He wasn't one of those beloved players in the locker room. Who cares? We're talking leadership. Give me a guy who's willing to go out there on one leg like he did in San Francisco that night. I didn't think Mike Tomlin should have played him that night, but he did, and he was always a willing combatant who fought for his team. That to me is the most important. And this idea of this guy shouldn't be, Ben shouldn't be talking Steelers business. Why? He should be able to talk about and say anything he wants. Meanwhile, the irony here is that Joey Porter is talking stuff behind the scenes from Ben's career left and right in this interview with Cam. So which is it? Are you allowed to talk about Steelers business or are you not? I would say you are. I'm glad he did. It's great for our business. And he didn't really say anything all that new. Plus, there were times that Joey Porter wasn't a great guy.
I'm looking at the lead to a story from January 8th, 2017. Steelers outside linebackers coach Joey Porter was arrested Sunday night outside a Pittsburgh bar hours after a 30-12 wild card win over the Dolphins. So maybe it's just one not that good guy to another. I don't know. But as far as the quarterback goes, and as far as does Ben have a right to speak on Steelers' so-called business, you're damn right he does, and so does Joey. It's all good.
So there's an added wrinkle to this that Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette just put out on Twitter.
Yeah.
So there was a video of Porter on the Not Just Football podcast discussing James Harrison and Ben Roethlisberger taking shots at Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
And there are comments from former Steelers players on this post. Mason Rudolph tweets, "Go off" at Joey Porter with a arrow or with a bullseye emoji.
Yeah.
Mike Mitchell says, "Peasy talking that talk." And Mike Adams says, "Amen, hold them boys accountable." Ben talking
Adams.
bleep about anybody is comical.
It's too bad Mike Adams didn't hold any pass rushers accountable.
Is he the worst second-round pick outside of Shanquez Golson that they made in the last 20 years?
He's one of them. All right, so let's guys defending Tomlin from the criticism of Ben and Debo. Well, first of all, again, Ben has a podcast. He's basically a member of the media now. He can say and do anything he wants, and I credit him for critiquing Tomlin. Why wouldn't he? He's also been unbelievably complimentary of Tomlin. Instead of just like kissing butt, he gives you his honest opinions. Tomlin's been on his podcast. So has Bob. I'm surprised Ron never made it on there. Aren't you, Limits?
Great for talk radio, my man.
I know we'll never be on there.
No.
But I think he's had a balanced view of Tomlin. He's told us some things, in his opinion, that maybe it was time to move on. He kind of backtracked on that, by the way.
At the Hall of Honor ceremony, yeah.
And he's also been very complimentary. Is that all those guys want? Mike Mitchell and Mason is only compliments toward Tomlin? That's it? I'd rather hear some truth-telling myself. You?
Definitely.
Or at least some honest opinions.
Right.
You know, like I said, I forget who I was talking about earlier. You might not be accurate, but you're honest. So give us your honest opinion. And Ben does that, and good for him. It's not like Joey Porter's never given an honest opinion before. Or James Harrison. You know, those are three guys who have been known to speak their minds. Good for them.
Or when Porter ran onto the field in the playoff game against Cincinnati and got a 15-yard penalty for the Steelers. He's talking his mind.
He got a 15-yard penalty
for the
against,
Steelers.
four of them against the Bengals.
Correct.
Right. Exactly. I mean, are we only allowed to say good things about Tomlin? If you're a former Steeler who played for him, that's it? Only good? That seems a little ridiculous. What else you got, Wonder Twin?
Well, Luke Getsy will not be coming to Pittsburgh after all. He has been named the Packers quarterback coach, former offensive coordinator, a couple different stops, Pittsburgh native. He will not be here, Joe. So there is one member of the Packer family.
Well, that makes
Mike
one.
McCarthy family that is not coming to Pittsburgh and joining the McCarthy team.
Well, Luke Getsy's still on the way up as far as I'm concerned. How old is he? He couldn't be more than 41 years old. Munhall's very own. And he's been on both sides of the ball a little bit. He was a defensive consultant with the Packers a couple of years ago. This past season, he was an offensive assistant. Now he's a quarterback's coach. I still consider his career on the rise. You?
Yeah, I do too. I mean, pretty solid offensive mind if he continues to get these.
Maybe he's
jobs.
the one that McCarthy should have hired. I don't know.
As an assistant quarterback coach with Tom Arth?
I don't know if you're expanding the staff. I'm not real big on this expanded staff.
Why not?
What I mean by that is it doesn't really matter to me either way because NFL staffs are bloated as it is.
The Steelers staff wasn't bloated. The Steelers had one of the smallest staffs in all football.
Yeah, who cares? I don't need an assistant tight ends coach. I don't need a third-string running backs coach. There's too many coaches flying around anyway.
You don't want a pass game coordinator?
Left and right.
I mean, Nate Schillhouse is a pass game coordinator. He seems to be a hot commodity.
I get. Does he? Yeah, who hired him?
At least he was in the interview realm. Maybe not actually getting hired.
Until nobody hired him.
Well, maybe he's a year away. I'm sure next year he'll be another hot name.
There's plenty of coaches floating around. I'm for reducing staffs, not expanding them.
So you want just an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, a special teams coach?
I just want one assistant coach who coaches everything.
So that's it, just 4 coaches?
No, I think everybody for a position is fine.
Like it's a high school basketball team. 4 coaches sit on the bench, and that's
offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, O-line, D-line, receivers, defensive backs, and linebackers. That's good enough for me. Maybe a senior consultant here. Maybe what is a pass game coordinator? Isn't that the offensive coordinator's job?
They coordinate the pass game in different respects than the offensive coordinator does. The offensive coordinator has a lot on their plate.
I think they can handle it.
Mike McCarthy basically is the offensive coordinator with Brian Angelico.
Did Bill Walsh have a pass game coordinator? I don't think so. I think that's the offensive coordinator's job. But that's just me limits. I think staffs are too bloated as they are. Next.
What did you make of last night's Pitt basketball game against Duke?
Man, it was nice to see the place jumping again.
Yeah.
That was one.
The zoo has always been jumping, like even on the down times of the last couple of years, the last decade.
But the zoo is a very small part of the building.
Right.
The building's been dead.
Correct.
I wish that we would see it that lively more often. We all know what does that is winning, and there has to be more winning there. It's really a simple equation, right?
Yeah, they lose to Duke 70-54. Cia-Lepa, the freshman, is really battling.
Yeah, they battled. It was a pretty competitive game for a lot of it, and you have to respect that. And the place was jumping, but it reminded me of old times in there when it was jumping almost every single night.
Yeah, watching the first half, they competed, and they did well on Boozer. He really came alive in the second half especially, but they made Duke somewhat uncomfortable to start that game, and I wonder how they're going to play at North Carolina this upcoming Saturday. Carolina just coming off a loss against Miami, so but imagine they're not going to lose 2 games in a row. But Pitt, 9-16.
They're in danger of missing
streak.
The ACC tournament, correct? Don't the bottom 3 teams miss?
I thought everybody made the ACC tournament.
Wrong.
I know that
the bottom 3 teams miss.
I know that's the case in the Big Ten. That must be different than when I used to cover the ACC tournament a couple years ago when I was still in college.
I think it is. I was told that in the back before. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bottom 3 miss. But go ahead.
I'm just confirming, and you are correct. Now there being 18 members, only the top 15 make the ACC tournament.
Never distrust the savvy old news sound. Next.
How dare I ever doubt you, Joe? How dare I ever doubt you? How much are you looking forward to
Not very.
Not very. I don't even know what I'm going to ask.
No, I don't. What are you going to ask?
Team USA and Team Canada in the Olympic Games. Because tomorrow is when hockey really ramps up for Team USA.
I mean, it's going to be as good as the Four Nations was, which is about as good as hockey can be, period. That's how much I'm looking forward to it. It's as good as the game can possibly get when you have that many stars on the ice fighting for high stakes. That's what I think of that, Oh Limitless Wonder. Although the first matchup isn't all that critical, is it? It's the second one, assuming there is a second one, that will be that way. Man, I remember watching when I covered the 2002, I think, Olympics in Utah, the U.S. against Canada and the U.S. against Russia. Well, that was something to see in a little tiny rink, and I was right down on the ice for that. And that was as memorable a hockey game as I've seen, only because it felt like I was in the game. I was like 10 rows up in this little rink in Utah, and it was crazy. So this is as good as it gets. I'm very much looking forward to it, and thank you for asking. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 30 years. 93.7 The Fan Trading Cards, brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime you're out in the community. Plus limits, it's 12:51. Time to make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Next.
Joe, the Limitless Express does not take a lot of calls during the segment, but why don't we dive into a couple on Ben Roethlisberger in these comments?
I'm a little leery of this, but let's go.
All right, here is Michael. He's in the north side.
Hello, Michael.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
Good. You?
Good. So a few things. with Big Ben and all the controversy that's going on today with the comments from Joey Porter, Debo, or whatnot, here's the difference. Joey Porter was one of the guys that would bring the rest of the linebackers, the rest of the secondary to dinner or something like that after the game so that they could make the bond and they could make that defense great, not just on the field, not just in the practice facility, but also outside, getting to know the guys. Ben wouldn't spend 10 minutes with a guy outside of that building.
Ben spent a lot of time with his offensive line outside of that building, so that's false.
Okay. Maybe Pouncey, I will give you that. But the difference is Ben wasn't the guy that was going to bring the guys together.
Yeah.
He wasn't that guy.
Okay, but what's the significance of that? Like, who cares?
Have you ever been in a locker room? What do you mean, who cares?
Who cares? Who cares? They went 25 years without a Super Bowl championship until Ben came along. Who cares?
Okay, so you're giving all of that Super Bowl to Ben Roethlisberger?
A lot of it, yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence that they went a quarter century without a Super Bowl, and then he came along and they won 2. I think he might have had something to do with it, and I think along the way to the first one, he had one of the great 3-game runs to a Super Bowl there's ever been. He went into Cincy and played well. He outplayed Peyton Manning in Indy, and then went into Denver and won.
The amount of talent that Ben Roethlisberger had was undisputable. Great player, great for this city.
Not a great guy when he came here, and as you're saying, not a great, in locker room leader. As I was saying, on the field, a great leader, and that's what matters.
No, that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
It doesn't matter because when you look at it, you look at guys like Tom Brady. You look at guys like Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
You look at guys that bring the rest of the team together, that brings that trust, that brings the relationship and gets to know. You play way better with someone that you know than someone you don't know. You play better with someone that you trust and that you don't trust.
I think they trusted him. I think they trusted Ben that he was going to play hurt and that he was going to play well, and I think those are the two most important things. But what was your second point?
And the second point is you guys just dogged Mike Adams. The Steelers screwed Mike Adams on a botched surgery, and you guys dogged him for that, which was
he was a terrible player, but thanks for the call. He was also, as I recall, didn't he test positive at being high at his job interview with the Steelers? Is that a fact? Limits?
I want to confirm that first.
Either way, he was a bad player. So sorry. I don't know if that guy's related to Mike Adams or what. Ohio State's Mike Adams had positive marijuana test at Combine. That's good, right? To go to your job interview with a positive marijuana test.
Yeah, not ideal.
Good job. Okay. Any other calls, Limits? This is why we don't take calls on the Limitless Express.
Yeah, I was just thinking that a little bit after the fact.
Partly cloudy with a high of 35. Braxton Ashcraft's new number. A low of 26. Adam Frazier. I was in a great mood until that. Until the mic.
And that's my fault. I put you there.
No, it's not.
I thought
no, it's really not.
I thought that calls during the Limitless Express would be a nice little turn off the path that we usually
Listen,
take.
man, it's wonderful when you have a really good player who's also beloved in the locker room. It's wonderful. But I'd rather have a guy you can trust on the field who might not be a great guy, and the guys might not love him in the locker room. That's fine. Plus, the idea that Ben never hung out with people outside the locker room is patently false anyway. He was very close to his offensive lineman. Where were we? Partly cloudy, a high of Braxton Ashcraft, 35, a low of 26, Adam Frazier. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. And you can call now. Top of the hour. We're going to have Ben Cherington comments on Ozuna, on Andrew McCutchen, as the Pirates kick it off today with catchers and pitchers reporting. Let's talk Pirates. It's a day of hope, finally. Of course, it's hope every year, but this year it seems like it's legitimate hope. Call now to win 4 tickets to the Pittsburgh Golf Show 2026 at the Monroeville Convention Center. February 20th to the 22nd. Why didn't you tell me about this, Limits? And what present are you getting me this year?
You might take these, Joe. You might take the tickets right off of everyone's hands and go.
We'll give those tickets to caller number 3.
Let's do it.
At 412-928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joe. Video posted by Colin Beasley at Pirates City for the first day of Pirates pitchers and catchers reporting has Jared Jones throwing baseballs, and Beasley saying, believe that he heard that the Pirates' right-handed pitcher was saying, it's so back. So who knows? Still don't know what the timeline is for Jared Jones to return, but maybe it's going to be sooner than later. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain, limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it, no trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. Seattle was the big winner in the Super Bowl, and so was DraftKings Casino. You have a chance to make bets every single day. How about the Olympic hockey tournament? Can USA overcome the odds and beat Canada? Listen, it's a new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at 5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log into DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and more. Come back every day to launch 3 more rockets and get more rewards. And then you can enjoy all your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings, Inc.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do, in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp is at lgkg.com today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers have reported for the Buccos. Now, the first full squad workout is going to be on Monday for the Pirates, as spring training games are still a couple of weeks away. World Baseball Classic will begin on March 5th and go until March 17th. 8 Pirates that are on the 40-man roster, including Paul Skeens, will play in the WBC. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Joe.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I see the YouTubers really liked the last caller, didn't they? And me going at it.
Yeah, the YouTube chat definitely has a way of bringing out emotions.
It also has a way of bringing out people's inability to hold two ideas at once. And the two ideas here that I've mentioned 20 times on the show today, Ben wasn't a good guy early in his career and was probably not a good leader in the room. And he wasn't a beloved player. That's obvious, right? But that doesn't mean, as the last caller said, that he didn't interact with any teammates outside of the building. It also doesn't mean that he wasn't a great leader on the field, and it's way, way, way more important on the field than off the field. This kumbaya stuff of let's have a, really close-knit, happy team is so overrated, and I think fans tend to overrate it a lot. And that guy actually asked me, was I ever in a locker room? I was in that locker room every single day practically for years. That locker room I was in all the time. And yeah, Ben is not, in many ways, has not been a very likable character. That's obvious. And I'm glad that Joey Porter, at least according to our last caller, would take people out to lunch on the team. I am. And he was a leader. He was a guy people rallied around in the locker room. But Ben led on the field. Are we able to hold all those ideas at once, Limits, or are our brains too small? Are we able
I think we
to
could fit them in today.
Somewhat competing ideas within the parameters of our brain? That's the question. I think fewer and fewer people are every single day. Every single day, our brains get sort of frittered down to nothing, to where unless something is in 40 characters or less, then we're unable to comprehend it. There's no nuance. There's no gray area. Nobody reads a book anymore.
They read your book.
Except for Tales from the Penguins Locker Room, available on Amazon, I might add.
And that proves that you were in a
I just got a check for that.
Really?
Yeah, I get a check every year. Not for much, I can tell you, but people still buy that book.
Sales from that book, like the royalties from it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get much of that either, but I get something. A nominal check every year. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Like Ben, don't like Ben. There's only 4 Super Bowls over there if Ben never arrives in Pittsburgh. You best believe that. You best believe that. So if you're one of the YouTubers out there commenting, that's not really an opinion. That's a fact. We're still stuck on 4 here if he never shows up. You agree with that, Wonder Twin?
Yes, I definitely agree with that because...
And Ben wasn't very good over the last decade. He didn't maximize his time here. I know those are competing ideas. Let's see if our brains can hold competing ideas. The competing idea Olympics. We should test everybody's brain. Can you hold 2 at once that might be competing? Both are true. There's a little bit of nuance. It's a deeper conversation than just he sucked or he was great, everybody hated him, or, some people liked it, whatever it might be. Whatever it might be, there's more to the conversation than just one simple idea that you're either on side A or side B, which is what we've all become these days.
Right, like Ben clearly had a lot of troublesome things off the field early on in his career. But it did seem like he was pretty close with Bettis, with Hines.
No, he wasn't close with Hines at all. They didn't like each other at all. But with Pouncey, he certainly was.
Yeah, with Pouncey, he definitely was. So, but still, you got to be able to, I think, differentiate the opinions based on field, off field, what time of career it was for Ben and stuff like that.
They're stuck on 4 if Ben never arrives, period. I don't know who would disagree with that. I don't know who. So even Joey Porter in his comments today. And Ben was a jerk a lot of the time. Okay. I never had a good relationship with him. That doesn't prevent me from stating the obvious. He won. Do they win that Cardinals Super Bowl without Ben?
Nope.
What are we talking about here? Was he a good leader in that game?
Like, does Neil O'Donnell win that Super Bowl? Does Cordell win that Super Bowl? Tommy Maddox?
Does the Mike Adams defender want to call in about that one? Whether they win that Super Bowl with that offensive line with a different quarterback? I think he was a pretty good leader in that game. He led them down the field 88 yards and made one of the most unbelievable throws in football history to win the Super Bowl. That's true. And at times he wasn't a great guy. That's true too. Again, 2 ideas. I know that's a big amount to hold in one brain. Let's see if we can. Anywho, where are we, Limits? The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's the day pitchers and catchers report to spring training, a day of hope. And this time, this year, there is actual legitimate hope. At least I think there is. I know you think there is. I put out a Twitter poll the other day that asked, do you feel like the Pirates will be a playoff team right around 81 wins, maybe a little less, or they'll stink again? And it was more or less split. It was basically 33, 33, 33, a little bit more to the playoff with the optimism, but I think people are really split on this idea. We're going to hear from Paul Skeens in a little bit. It's definitely a radically improved lineup. I think that's a fact rather than an opinion. And it also means for now there's going to be no Andrew McCutchen because Ozuna is here. Ben Cherington addressed that. He addressed Ozuna's off-the-field issues in his past. Let's hear some Cherington clips. Was this yesterday, Oh Limitless Wonder?
It was. This was on a conference call with the media. First, regarding Andrew McCutchen, 2 things here, Joe. This is a long-form answer on the communication that Ben Cherington has had with McCutchen.
Yeah, well, first of all, as far as I'm concerned, Andrew will always be a Pirate. I think most people feel that way. I certainly speak for the organization and that's how we feel, that no matter what, Andrew's a Pirate, and certainly our desire will be to continue to have a really strong relationship with him into the future, whatever that looks like. At the beginning of the offseason, when we spoke, what I shared was that, we felt like we needed to go into the offseason with a singular mindset, and that was, what puts this team in the best position to win more games in 2026. Really focus on that, be singularly focused on the team, and that as we did that work, we would do the best we could to continue to share information with him about what that looked like, and we did the best we could to do that.
Let's stop there for a moment. So this is sort of classic Ben Cherington in that I have no idea what he's talking about. He talked to McCutchen at the beginning of the offseason and said to him that the team had a singular mindset, which is to put the team in the best position to win more games. And as we did that work, we would do the best we could to continue to share with it. Like, did you say, we're probably not going to have you back, or we're definitely? Here's the way I would have handled it. Andrew, we're looking to upgrade. We're probably... not even probably. Just we're on the lookout for offensive pieces, and you're not in our plans. How about that? You're not in our plans right now. That could change, but you're not. I feel like Ben Cherington, the duty to break up with somebody, he's not the guy I would leave that to.
No.
Because he's not the guy who would simply say, this didn't work, it's time for us both to move on. He's the guy who would say in 8,000 words something that you didn't know what the hell he just said.
He's leaving a 7-minute voicemail, and it says, are you still there trying to record your message? Are you still going?
Ben Cherington's breakup message, still going on 35 minutes. I think we were right for each other, and I think it did go well at times, and I still think it could go well.
If you're satisfied with your message, please press 1.
So, okay, keep going. He was just saying we would do the best we could to continue to share information with Andrew. Keep going.
Of course, we can always look back and reflect on communication. There's always a way to make it better. But that was our mindset going into the offseason. That really guided every decision that we've made. I feel confident that every decision we've made has been about what we believe is best for the team. And sometimes when you are making those decisions, they're going to be hard. Some of those decisions are hard. And I think that, again, that's the nature of these things. Tremendous respect for Andrew, and certainly our desire would be to have a strong relationship with him going forward. Right now, obviously focused on the guys that are here in Bradenton and getting ready to prepare for a season.
Okay. I like the last part. That made sense. That was good. Sometimes when making these decisions, he basically said, in so many words, we're trying to win. And every decision we made in this offseason was pointed in that direction. And sometimes when making decisions like that, they're going to be hard. And that's the nature of these things. And basically, we'll always want to have a relationship with Andrew McCutchen because he was an all-time Pirate, is basically what he said there. That's what I heard. That part made sense. You?
That's basically how it sounded to me. We are satisfied with who we've added. We like our additions. It's the most additions that they've made in a while, ever. And we're good with it. So McCutchen is in the back of our minds, but not taking up a lot of space in our heads.
I still believe, and I don't know, does this go on? Is there more about McCutchen or no? Because
there is one more clip, yes.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Yeah, this is a kind of a strange answer at the start of it when talking about McCutchen.
I think this is a moment in time. I think there's a long time ahead of us. Forever is a long time. And I don't think the Pirates will never, completely shut the door on Andrew McCutchen. That's just, how we feel about him. That's not going to happen. There's a moment in time that we're in right now in Bradenton today, focused on the players that are here, focused on how do we get ready for the 2026 season. I think given the complexion of the roster, what we expect it to be here, as we get into full camp when position players arrive, I just think our focus will be on the players that are here. Longer term, we don't need to make any declaration about the longer term, just focus on today right now.
Okay, well, that fits perfectly into what I was going to say, which is I wouldn't close the door on the possibility of McCutchen joining this team at some point. Look at Brandon Lau. The last 23 and 24, he played 109 and 107 games. Okay, he's 30, going on 32. Marcell Ozuna, who essentially took McCutchen's spot, is 35. And had a pretty impactful hip injury last year. Other guys get hurt. It's the nature of the sport. Reynolds is in his 30s now. Cruz has had injury issues. So if McCutchen is open to it, and I don't know that he will be, and of course, whatever he decides is totally up to him and to be respected. But if he wants to stay in shape and nobody else picks him up, it wouldn't surprise me in the least to see him as a midseason ad because of injuries that could happen. You know what I mean? I like the fact that Cherington didn't shut the door there. That would not shock me to see that happen.
It's easier for a guy, I think, to come off the couch and shoot some hoops, or if you're a player like Phillip Rivers to come off the couch or take off the headset coaching high school football and go out there and play, than it would be for a baseball player who's 37, 38 years old, 39?
Yeah.
To be able to pick up a bat and be able to hit major league pitching. Like, you're going to need some run time. But I do agree with you that the door should not be entirely closed. You don't know what's going to happen with injuries. You don't know what's going to happen just in general. A spot might open up for McCutchen. There might be a time in June where it makes sense, and they give him a mini 3 weeks of spring training to get right, and here he is, ready to go right before the All-Star break to be able to contribute. I wouldn't rule that out. I think that's probably unlikely, given just where McCutchen is.
Yeah.
Like in his career.
And also maybe with his feelings toward the franchise at the moment. I don't think they're in a great spot from his end.
But what are his options? His options right
that's
now.
That's the question. I don't think he will have any with other teams, but I could be surprised because other teams have injuries too in spring training. In fact, if you read yesterday, there's a bunch of different injuries around the league opening spring training.
Yeah, it's hold tight and wait for an injury or one of these teams to call on you and see if you could fill a void, or retire if you don't want to wait on the Pirates. And I would imagine that retire is probably what's in the cards mathematically, the most likely thing that happens to McCutchen moving forward this year.
I'll tell you this, Limits. I just hope that Ozuna didn't come here to go out to pasture. I have that.
See, I don't think he
sinking feeling. I have that sinking Jeremy Burnitz feeling. It's not the predominant one. I actually think that the hip injury impacted his numbers last year, and assuming he's fully healthy now, I think there's a better chance he'll get back to 24-like than just sort of use this as a retirement home. But there is that little feeling because it's the Pirates and because this has happened multiple times. We've seen this. This is like the last chance saloon here, the last stop saloon. You come in, you order a little shot on your way out of town, right?
Yeah, Burnitz is a solid comp, more so than I expected, because he was 24 homers and 87 RBIs. And what was Ozuna at? 21 homers and 68 RBIs?
I know. And there's been more like him, believe me. And that's my fear with this guy. What about Lonnie Invisible?
Yeah, but Lonnie Chisenhall was not nearly the player that Marcell Ozuna is or was.
I know.
He was just a
This goes all the way back to Joggin George Hendrick and Benito Santiago and everybody, even Tommy. Where's Tommy Pham right now?
Free agent.
There you go.
Nobody's picked him up yet.
Nobody picked him up. So it may wind up that this was his last stop too.
What about Michael Lake Taylor? Has anybody heard from him?
I mean, that's what this is. It's been a I'll pick up the check on the way home.
You're calling them the Arizona Cardinals of Major League Baseball.
Yes, I'll pick up the check on my way to retirement. Thank you. In fact, Jeremy Burnitz once said to Dave Littlefield, thanks, Dave, basically thanking him for 1 year of being paid millions of dollars for doing nothing.
He was a negative 0.7 WAR player that year with the Pirates.
Don't blame me. It's post-traumatic pirate syndrome, I guess you would call it. I've seen it too many times. I like the signing, and I think he's going to be good. Okay? And I know, again, that's two ideas competing. I'm sorry for that. It might be too much for the YouTubers.
Jeremy Burnitz hit 315 home runs in his career.
He was a good player, and then he didn't run down the first baseline here. And somebody asked Jim Tracy why, and he said, what, did you expect him to be safe? To which the answer was, I don't know, Jim. If somebody bobbled the ball, yes, it's good to be running down the line, given the choice. Sprint down the line.
Do you remember that game when Garrett Cole didn't run out a ground ball to first base where he would have been safe? I think it was against like the Nationals. I remember being at that game, and my dad was so mad. Oh, he was so mad at that game.
Well, here's the thing.
Guys not running down the line. What the heck are you doing? There were a lot more colorful words, but you know what I mean.
Garrett Cole, when he got here, went crazy running down the line.
Right.
And then they all get conditioned, once they're in the majors for a little while, that maybe that's not the thing to do.
Should pitchers still be hitting?
No.
You're
think
good
so?
with the DH?
Yeah, aren't you?
Yeah, I like the DH. I was a little bit skeptical of it at first when they were talking about adding it. Remember Bob Walk had the whole ban the DH thing for a while?
Yeah.
And I think I'm pretty happy with
Of course, I respected him and Greg's opinions on that. Of course I did. And it was very entertaining to see pitchers hit, and it was a huge part of the strategy of the game. But my argument has always been one of my favorite players of all time, the late, great Dave Parker. His career would have been over 5 to 8 years before it was. And the question is, would I rather have watched Dave Parker come to the plate in Oakland or Toronto or Cincinnati or a pitcher? I know it was always in the American League, but you get the point. Would I rather see an aging Dave Parker who can still hit come to the plate, or would I rather see, Garrett Cole come to the plate? It's a pretty easy answer for me, although I'd sure like to see Paul Skeens hit.
I would too, but we could even modernize it with McCutchen. Would McCutchen have come back for 3 years and played for the Pirates if it wasn't for the DH spot?
There you go. There you go. It's even a better example, Limits.
That's the modern era version of that since the NL has added the DH.
What if they said
for that?
What if they said one time through the rotation, and they've made up enough screwy rules in baseball that this one wouldn't be so weird. One time through your rotation has to be your starting pitcher has to hit.
And you have to pick when it is?
You get to pick when it is.
Everybody would pick the first time through, but...
What do you mean? What if that was your worst hitting pitcher?
Well, wouldn't you just want to get it out of the way and then have your DH bat? Like, have your pitcher bat the third inning?
No.
The second inning?
One game per every 5, your pitcher has to hit the whole game. 1 game per every 5.
Oh, like, take every at-bat. So, like, you can't insert a DH in, like,
exactly.
This is for the second at-bat of that game.
Exactly. 1 game per every 5, and I would choose the Skeens game, wouldn't you?
I would, too. So, every game that Skeens pitches, Skeens would also hit.
That would be incorrigible, incrinculant.
Be able to see Madison Bumgarner hitting nukes into the outfield bleachers.
We go all the way to Don Robinson, way back before you were born, Limit. Speaking of which, we began the show today with the 25-year anniversary of the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. If you have any memories of that stadium, I certainly do, even though I didn't live here. Well, I did, actually, for, what am I talking about? I lived here from 1989 until Three River Stadium was no longer in use.
Mm-hmm. You were here for a solid decade. It's a decade longer than I was.
More than a decade, Limits. 13 years, I think.
12.
11. Yeah, maybe only a decade. When it was in its heyday, I wasn't living here, and yet I came here on pilgrimages with my dad to see the 79 Pirates. And will remember that for the rest of my life. And I know there's tons of people out there with memories that are buried in that spot where Three River Stadium came down 25 years ago today. More than welcome to call in and share. 412-928-9370. Social media's biggest loser. Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester. Who would you like to go with, Limits, today?
Ooh, that's a great question.
I think so. We can always settle on Mulsey, although they wanted us to expand our horizons.
I'm going to say that social media's biggest loser is Ben Roethlisberger for getting torched by Joey Porter
Maybe
Jr.
today,
Joey Porter
yes.
Sr.
Maybe.
Thank you to Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
Yes, sir. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We'll wrap it up. Coming up next and give way to the PM guys. I wonder if they lead with Pirates or with Joey Porter Sr. I'm guessing Peasy gets the lead slot here. But we shall see. That's why we lift all them weights.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
One option that is off the table for the Pirates is left-handed pitcher Jose Quintana. He agreed to a 1-year, $6 million contract with the Colorado Rockies late last night. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions. He say, let me loosen that tie. Let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night, LeBron James sat out. The Lakers lost to the Spurs. Missing the game last night was his 18th missed game of the season. It's notable because LeBron can't reach the 65 games played threshold that would make him eligible for postseason awards. This will end LeBron's all-NBA team record-setting streak at 21 seasons. It's pretty incredible. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/van, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/van for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Want to know how much more your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty has a free and easy way for you to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley, Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com 412-515-6575.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Visit Taft Poorhouse in Greensburg for Valentine's Day cocktail and food specials.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Maybe the most notable thing from this Peasy Ben thing that went on today. Joey Porter Sr. shredding Ben Roethlisberger as a bad leader and other things is who commented on this. Mason Rudolph saying, go off, Porter 55. How about that? Mason finally getting a lick in on Ben all these years later, huh?
Yeah, so that was in response to what was said about Mike Tomlin. So I kind of take it as...
Oh, it was. It was on... Because I'm reading Steelers Depot, and it says, oh, boy, look who all commented on Joey Porter Sr. going off on Ben Roethlisberger on the Cam Hayward podcast. And one of them was Mason Rudolph. So you sure about that?
Yeah, I saw the comment, and I looked it up. And
so it was more about defending Tomlin?
I believe
or ripping Ben?
Maybe a little bit of both. I took it as the ripping Tomlin because it says on the thumbnail here on the Not Just Football Instagram, Joey Porter goes off on players bashing Mike Tomlin. So I feel like that is Mason Rudolph trying to support Mike Tomlin, especially after the statement that he put out a couple weeks after Tomlin stepped down. Patrick Queen also responded and said, talk, with 3 exclamation points. And Patrick Queen never played with Ben. So I feel like that is Patrick Queen supporting Mike Tomlin. It might be a little bit of both.
No, I think it's a lot about Ben, too. I mean, pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Pretty clearly. Mike Adams, we had that caller earlier, says to this, amen, hold them boys accountable. Ben talking crap about anybody is comical. Why isn't Ben allowed to have an opinion on the Steelers, by the way, and on Mike Tomlin? And do these guys know that he also was highly complimentary of Tomlin and had him on his podcast?
Right.
This
Probably
is
not.
what we've all been reduced to, is tiny little sound bites.
Zach Banner has responded on here. DeMar Hamlin put in a comment. Terrell Armstead, the former offensive tackle, put a bunch of fire emojis and tagged Joey Porter Sr. Interesting. Tyler Matakevich.
Wow.
Also saying Peasy with a bunch of Y's.
Yeah.
So it's probably a little bit of both. Going at Ben a little, but also trying to defend Tomlin.
Probably. Is there a defense? What did Ben say? What did Ben actually say that was so horrifying about Tomlin, by the way?
I mean, maybe that
it was time to move on?
I guess, yeah.
Who the hell couldn't?
Its course? A lot of people had
who
said
in their
that.
right mind couldn't see that?
A lot of former players said that.
I'm not sure what else was really said. Was there something like horrific that Ben said?
Maybe off camera.
It seems to me people, former teammates, so far not many of them notable teammates, are using this as a platform on which to jump on Ben, right?
And I also think when you're Ben and you have that stature and you're the quarterback, you're the face of the Steelers for the last 20-plus years outside of, like, maybe Troy, then, of course, everybody's going to be a little bit more critical of you.
Well, yeah,
than
and as
everyone
I said,
else, because your voice is just so much higher and
some
has
of
so
that
much more depth
criticism,
and weight.
is deserved.
Yes.
Ben has acknowledged, I think, that he wasn't a good leader early in his career, and I think never really beloved in the locker room. I just don't know that it matters all that much.
It clearly matters to them if they're commenting like this.
Yeah, I mean, it matters to Zach Banner, I guess. Does it matter to you if it matters to Zach Banner?
Not really.
Me neither.
As long as they win.
Like I said, he was a pretty good leader when they came back and beat the Cardinals in the Super Bowl with like half of an offensive line that year. Not to be critical of them. So he actually said at one point, it might be clean house time for the organization and time for Coach Tomlin to move on. And is this what this is all about? That comment?
Apparently, yeah. No one can criticize Mike, I guess. Especially not Ben.
I guess not. Although Mike wouldn't have a ring or a non-losing streak if it wasn't for Ben, right?
Correct.
Yes.
I mean,
on both counts.
Well, the last 4 years, Mike still found a way to be able to do it without Ben.
Do what?
And was severely compromised Ben during his final year.
Wait, what?
Still have the non-losing season streak.
Yeah, but
he carried it on despite not having Ben.
Sure, but it never would have reached the point it did without Ben. That's
Correct.
Ben's streak more than Tomlin's. We agree on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, Limits. What's your prediction on the opening day lineup? Is Connor Griffin going to be here?
I don't think so. Unless he just tears the cover off the ball in spring training.
Tell people what's at stake financially for the Pirates by keeping him in the minors.
Yeah, so if they do, well, it's a little bit more complex than it was a couple of years ago. But if they keep Griffin down there, say, like they did with Skeens, when they brought Skeens up on May 11th, then the idea with that was, okay, you have an extra year of control from Paul Skeens. You would have to pay him Super 2 money, which is an extra year of arbitration. But you would still keep that extra year of control. Unlike Jared Jones, when he debuted and was on the team from the very start of the year, they lost a year of team control of him. Now, Paul Skeens lost a year of control that they were trying to save because he finished top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting, winning it. So if this could all be a moot point.
Are we saving a year of free agency? Is that the idea at the end?
That's the idea.
Okay.
Yeah. But if Connor Griffin comes up, let's say, right around that time, like when Skeens did, and he wins Rookie of the Year or finishes second in Rookie of the Year, they still lose that year of control. So that's the risk that they're
So why not just have him up
taking.
from the start then?
Because he probably will. Because if you have him up from the start, he probably will finish top 2 in Rookie of the Year, I would imagine.
Well, wouldn't that be a good thing?
Yes, it would.
Then have him up. You want them to save the year of free agency.
I do.
I don't
and
care.
I know that you don't care about that in the future, but we're already counting down the years of Paul Skeens left.
I know.
I don't want to do the same thing with Connor
That's part of the
Griffin.
point, too, is we're counting down the years of Paul Skeens.
Now, yeah, do you really think 1 month of not having Connor Griffin is going to make all that much of a difference?
Yes, I do.
How many wins?
2?
2 in the first month?
Maybe. I don't know.
That means that Connor Griffin's going to be like an 8-win player in his rookie year.
You believe in clearly believe in the win value added. I don't
I'm not
necessarily
beholden to it.
believe in that. But then don't have him at all then if you don't believe in that. How many wins will he add this year? A great player if he's great.
If he's great, probably 4.
How many does Skeens add?
7, 8.
Okay, so somebody
more.
else couldn't do that? What if he's the position equivalent of Skeens? What if he plays like the number 1 prospect in baseball?
That's why I want to extend him before the start of the year.
What if he wins 3 games on game-winning hits or plays? Isn't that 3 games they would have won without him?
Yeah, that's why I want to extend him. And I would give him a 8-year, $140 million deal. As soon as he showed up to spring training today, I would have presented it to him and his agent. And I hope those conversations are taking place right now. Or at least they will in the next couple of weeks.
If he's the best shortstop on the team, bring him north. The rest is academic to me. I don't care about 2034. I really don't, or 2032. And if he's going to be tradable, then he's going to get traded anyway, late in his contract. Just add a year. What you could do is instead of trading him like Garrett Cole with 2 years left on his deal, trade him with 1 year left on his deal. So you added the year anyway at the end where you normally would trade a guy, right?
No, because you still would have lost a total year. You would have been able to keep him for an additional
but you kept
season.
him for more than a year than you would have kept than you did keep somebody like Garrett Cole. Why are you worried about 2033?
Don't you want to have great players for a longer period of time?
I want to have them now. I want to have them now.
Well, I'm sorry.
Right now.
I'm sorry that I would be okay giving up a month of Connor Griffin to be able to have another year.
He'll be up May
1st.
He'll be up May 1st?
May 11th or so, May 12th.
You sure about that?
Yeah, that's what they did with Skeens. I would imagine that's what they're going to do.
You're sure about
if he hits the cover off the ball, that's what I believe.
I'd like to reach the point where the best players come north with the team from Bradenton and let's go and let's try to win. And playoff spots are decided by a game or two, I might add.
Well, then why doesn't every team do that? Every team doesn't just naturally.
I don't care about every team. I care about a team that hasn't made the playoffs or won a playoff series since Moby Dick was a minnow.
And that's why that
since
team
Malsey
brought
had
in
hair.
Marcelo Zuna and brought in Ryan O'Hearn and traded
so
for
bring
Brandon
up your
Lau.
best shortstop and let's go.
How do we know he's never taken a AAA at bat yet?
Okay, if he's decidedly not your best shortstop, then I'll agree with you.
Yeah,
but
he's
something
only played.
Tells me he is.
He's only played 20+ games in AA. He might need more seasoning. I don't think we agree that he's going to be a good
1 month
player.
is more seasoning, 30 more games, 25 more games.
It's good enough for Skeens.
Skeens should have. I think Skeens would have been really good on day one. Call me crazy.
Probably. But I'm sure that the extra time that he spent down there, that extra month or 3 weeks or whatever, didn't hurt.
I think he would have been really good on day one. And I think Connor Griffin will be too. Bring him north, for God's sakes. All right, let's take calls on that. Limits. 412-928-9370.
We have a couple of calls.
I know there's only a minute left in the show. I'd be curious.
Here is Nick and Latrobe to chime in on whatever he'd like to talk about.
I thought we were talking about Griffin.
People called in about to talk about Three Rivers. That's what you asked.
Oh, my God.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Hey, Starkey Limits. Good to talk to you guys.
You too.
Hey, go and make this quick. 1992, going to Three Rivers Stadium for a Genesis concert. Well, that's the same day that the Chicago Blackhawks play in the Penguins, Game 1, 92 finals.
Wow.
We go into the stadium, and Phil Collins doing his deal, and then we keep getting not text back then, just updates wherever they'd put it on the scoreboard. The Penguins are down 4-1. They start coming back. Everyone's going, here we go. Let's go, Pens. Let's go, Pens. Lighters coming out. Phil Collins, he gets ticked off because nobody cared about the concert.
How did Peter Gabriel feel about it?
I guess he was there, right?
He must have been. You think Peter Gabriel was actually the better musician, or was it Phil Collins?
I'm more of a Phil Collins type of guy.
Did they get along in that band, or was it more of a JPZ Ben situation? I don't know what he just said, Limits. I don't know what he just said.
Yeah, I don't either.
There have been a couple of times today when going to calls was decidedly the wrong move. Should we try it one more time?
Let's see what Sean in Wexford has to say.
All right. Sean, what's up?
Oh, my God. First-time caller, long-time listener, but I'm not sure I want to talk now if you guys want to bounce me off. Hey, 79 World Series. I went to the only game they won in Pittsburgh. It was a Sunday night, and you can go back to Wikipedia, but we ran on the field after the win, and I was in first grade, and I grabbed a handful of dirt and put it in my pocket and took it to school the next day. And the teacher at Perrysville Elementary made me throw it away. Can you believe that?
No, she should have, or he should have let you keep it. Now, what did you think? What did you think of the last call? You seemed very emotional over how the last call ended.
Well, I just, I feel like I'm holding you guys back from, going to Topgolf or something. So have a nice day. You guys are great.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. I hate when calls become contentious at the end of the show. Limits.
Yeah, me too.
And it was your fault.
It feels like.
Oh, it was
because you courted calls and.
No, I don't know what happened at the end of the
discussion.
show.
How was I
don't know what the
take
Phil Collins guy was talking about.
I don't either. There was a Phil Collins concert, and he was saying, "Let's kill Pens." And
yes, and we have to go. I mean, that's for this last guy. That's just the reality of it. The show's over, and we get in trouble if we go over. I'm not going to Topgolf. I might. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Partly cloudy, a high of Braxton Ashcraft with his new number 35, a low of Adam Frazier 26. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Limits. Good show today. Some may disagree.
Big treats tomorrow.
Treats all
Big
over
treats
tomorrow.
Charlie Campbell, water football tomorrow.
Holy bird milk.
Talk mock draft.
And Bob is back.
Bob is back.
Good night, Limitless Wonder.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
25th anniversary of the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium, which also means that the stadiums here are now 25 years old. Kind of hard to believe. Pitchers and catchers report to training camp for the Pittsburgh Pirates at spring training at Pirate City starting today. First full squad workout is going to be on Monday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sport. The Celtics play the Bulls tonight, and Boston could put up 150 on the Chicago defense. They're essentially fielding an entirely new rotation now because they finally dealt most of their team at the deadline. But that makes it so difficult to figure out defensive communication. No surprise, they're dead last in the NBA in defensive rating in the last 5 games, and they've given up 123 points or more in those 5 games. That's less than the Celtics team total tonight. Let's go over on Boston's team total points. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. The Olympic hockey tournament is underway. Slovakia taking down medalist Finland today in an upset, 4-1. Team USA plays tomorrow against Latvia. So does Sidney Crosby and Team Canada playing Czechia. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Broke the brotherhood, then 7 definitely broke the brotherhood because, like, the 7 did that we don't talk about
I know.
is crazy. Out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah. Because if we talking Steeler business, his ass is foul of all foul. Won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that. But we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl, and that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. The show that features me, Pony, Donnie Football, and a guy who has a history with the voice you heard there, Joey Porter, who at Jerome Bettis' golf tournament once got in Malsey's face and dropped more F-bombs and FCC violating words than he did on that Hayward podcast. There was spittle that was coming out of the mouth of Porter.
There was very entertaining.
People trying to hold him back.
There was also, there was just a very large human being, one guy with him, who was probably about 6'7", if my memory serves, who was older than me and Porter. So he was like the sage bodyguard type. There was also, in what still to me, I don't think about this part of it a lot, is still very, very funny. While he was basically dog cussing me and calling me things like the reason for the treason, very clever.
Yeah.
There was also a guy just trying to get his autograph, and he was yelling at me while absentmindedly signing
a pylon.
Yes.
It was a pylon from a football game. It wasn't even a football or a glove or a helmet. It was a pylon.
So here's this guy trying to
Someone brought a pylon to a golf tournament.
There's this guy trying to schmooze with Joey Porter Sr. while Joey Porter Sr. is deciding in that moment if it is better, a better use of his time to just yell at me or to rip my head off.
So you and Big Ben are both in Peasy's doghouse. 412-928-9370 if Steelers fans want to weigh in on this family feud. It's 2 guys you love. Big Ben, who won you 2 Super Bowls. Joey Porter, who was a part of 1. Spiritual leader, emotional leader of those teams. Really good player. Ben, the guy that ended the Super Bowl drought and gave you your first franchise quarterback since Bradshaw and gave you almost 2 decades of glory. And now there's in-house fighting. And this all starts, I think, because of what Ben said about Tomlin. And he tried to walk it back at the Hall of Honor ceremony. Apparently, Joey Porter didn't care about those comments. That's the issue here. He's the guy in the middle is Tomlin, and Porter wants to stick up for Tomlin. He coached with Tomlin. He was friends with Tomlin. His son was drafted by Tomlin, and he's coming to Tomlin's defense, and he's airing Ben out and saying not only was he a bad teammate, but he's a bad person. And everybody knows it, and said even Ben knows it. And so who do you side with on this one? 412-928-9370. Malsey, do you side with the guy that you're in the doghouse with or the guy that cussed you out?
I side with Porter here. I think Porter's telling the truth. I think Porter's telling an accurate version of how Steelers players have long felt about Ben, probably saying it out in the open more distinctly and more emphatically than we've pretty much heard anyone say it. It is because he's defending Tomlin. It is because he's friends with Mike. I do think it is noteworthy about Porter to point out that Tomlin cut him from the Steelers, got rid of him when he took over. Like, got Porter out of there, and that relationship did not suffer for it.
And then fired him as an assistant coach.
Had to, but yes. But my point is, like, if Porter was the type to hold a grudge, he might feel like, well, Mike sent me packing, and I still had something left in the tank because he went and led the league in sacks with
you
Miami.
would think if he had to choose between the guy who helped him win a Super Bowl or the guy that fired him and then
cut him, then fired him eventually, he would take the guy who helped him win a Super Bowl.
Yes.
But I think that lends his words more credence. And if the choice is who do I back here, the guy who I thought for a split second might cave my face in with his fist.
Oh, I was right there.
Or why don't you say what you were about to say there, which is I wish that would have happened.
I was going to get video of it, post it, go viral, and then if you needed that in a lawsuit, I would have shared it with you.
That might have hurt my chances in a lawsuit. Either way, if it's between him or the guy who I know hates my guts because I've been very critical of him for the near entirety of my time on the air, I'm going to side with Porter because I think Porter's telling the truth. I think Porter is giving an accurate portrayal about how the majority of Steelers players felt about Ben as a teammate specifically.
And you know who I'm going to side with? I'm going to side with Ben.
The guy who you feel has helped make your career.
But it's not only that though. Like, do I think that Porter and being around Ben in his early years has reason to call him out for being a bad teammate during his early 20s? I do. Like, if he wanted to if he got asked a question about that, he's called himself a truth teller on this podcast. If he wanted to, 20 years later, say, you know what, I'm just going to be real with you. Ben was an a-hole. Okay, fine. What I don't agree with is Ben has no right to talk about Steelers business because I don't really know we listen to Ben's podcast or we have people at the station who listen to Ben's show for the purpose of our show because we relay to you if we think Ben said something interesting, entertaining, controversial, all those things. He really doesn't do that. You know, James Harrison's the guy that goes on his podcast now and recites personal text messages between him and Tomlin and then uses them to attack Tomlin. James is the guy that makes it super personal. Like, I don't think Ben's really done any of that with his show. He's critiqued the Steelers, but he's done it in, I think, a very delicate way. He's done it in a way that a lot of fans do it, where they love the team, so they pull some punches when calling them out. All he said was that they should blow it up, and Mike would be better off coaching at Penn State. He never said he never said Tomlin was a bad head. Harrison said Tomlin was not a Hall of Fame coach or not a great coach.
Why are you saying that like it's some mortal sin? You agree with that?
No, but I'm saying he's mad. I don't know what he's mad at. He's mad at Ben for one comment. And I don't even think the comment's that inflammatory.
Well, I think he's also using it as a chance to just air what are his actual feelings about Ben.
Right.
But also Ben saying Tomlin should go coach Penn State. Don't short sell that. Ben knew exactly how Tomlin reacted to like the Tomlin to LSU rumors. He knows that was taking a monster shot at Tomlin.
Okay, fair enough. Let's say I even agree with you on that. Like the things that he's alleging Ben of being bad teammate, bad leader. Does that manifest at all on his podcast whatsoever? Do we hear that ooze out of him? Does he sound like a guy that's got an axe to grind? Does he sound like a guy that's got vendettas? Does he sound like a guy that has agendas? I don't think he does. And I would be honest with you, if I thought he did, I'd say it on the air and say, ooh, the reason why he's saying this is because he doesn't like this guy. He rarely does that. He's supported just about every quarterback that's come through here. He said Trubisky, except Mason. He said Trubisky would be good.
Remember, at the start, he said he wasn't rooting for Kenny because he was worried that he was going to...
I know, but that was like a self-own. Like, he was not a dink in talking about Pickett his rookie year. He was not, like, treating him like garbage. He wasn't mean to him. He said that after the fact, and it made him look bad. I agree with that.
I think the far more interesting thing about all this is I think the more cutting things in a lot of football terms were said about Harrison, but no one really cares that he went after Harrison because it's the Ben Porter thing that people care about.
But also, that to me is like fighting fire with fire. Like, oh, you're going to really say these nasty things about Tomlin? I'm going to say some nasty things about you. Ben really, okay.
Do you think Mike liked or respected Mike, or do you think Ben liked or respected Tomlin really? Either. Because I think it's no, no.
I don't know if he disliked him. I don't know,
he definitely didn't respect him.
I don't know if I would say there were probably certain things about him as a coach he didn't respect. I don't know if he just blanket disrespected him, but I'm sure if you got truth serum in him, he said, yes, these are things he should have done much different.
I just think that people are going to close ranks around Ben here because in this town, Ben is still largely bulletproof.
All I'm saying is that I don't think Ben, you want to get on his case for things that he did 20 years ago, like we want to relitigate 23-year-old, 24-year-old Ben. I guess we can do that, but to me, that's what Joey Porter is taking umbrage with. The guy he was a long time ago. I don't think what Ben said about Tomlin on his podcast. No, Starkey always has a nuclear option. You always tell me about. Porter,
well, yes, he claims he has one for every person he's ever worked with.
Porter pressed the nuclear button here with Ben, and I just don't think Ben did anything that merited or warranted that. He did 20 years ago.
I think he wanted to
did
get
a
it
long
off his
time
chest.
ago.
I think he wanted to get it off his chest. Clearly.
Yeah. But why? Like
doesn't like the guy?
It's
pretty obvious.
But he also said, do I love him because he's my quarterback that won me a Super Bowl? Yes.
He loves him as a quarterback because he was the quarterback of the Super Bowl winning team.
I don't know,
he had a huge
man.
hand in getting there. He doesn't like him otherwise.
The other part of this is too, like,
for the record, I don't think Porter's like a particularly good guy
That's what I was just going to say. Like, isn't there stones being thrown at glass houses here? And if Ben wants to not take the high road, I'm sure he could probably say some things about Joey too. If he wanted to get down in the mud with him, I don't think he will.
I don't know of anything that Porter has ever been either flat out seen doing or alleged to have done that matches what Ben was twice accused of.
Sure, I agree with that.
But yes, I don't think Joey Porter is up for sainthood here. Steelers
no, he's never
beatification.
He's never won Walter Payton Man of the Year.
The great irony is that he does this on the podcast of a Walter Payton Man of the Year winner.
To me, that, like, of all the things, so if you asked me, does Joey Porter harbor some of these feelings against Ben? Before he opened his mouth, I would have said yes. So, like, the only surprising part is that he randomly decided because of one throwaway comment Ben made about Tomlin that he was going to go on the offensive here. The most interesting thing is Hayward is sitting there with a microphone on his own podcast. At any point, he could have said, hey, man, you were around Ben when he was young and immature and a jerk. I was around Ben for the prime of his career and then the end of his career. He evolved into a different dude. He might have been that guy for you. He was not that guy around me. He never did that.
Maybe he was cosplaying as Spence.
He never said that.
Neither did Diana Rossini, who was
Diana
sitting there
Rossini
going,
sounded like she.
Definitely.
Diana Rossini basically sounded like I know where the bodies are buried.
Well, hold on, that part.
I know where the skeletons are in the closet.
That doesn't surprise me at all, though, because I do think a lot of these players talk to more of the national journalists off the record, and she's like reacting because she's heard a lot of this stuff probably off the record. And now that Porter is very much putting it on the record, she doesn't feel like she has to go, oh, whoa, wow.
Let's go to our callers on this. Let's see what Zach in Bellevue thinks. Hello, Zach.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
So, yeah, it's been a known fact in Pittsburgh since Big Ben has been in Pittsburgh that he wasn't too much of a good man and well-liked throughout the city. I mean, everyone knows that.
Okay, what else?
Yeah, is that all?
No, that's out there.
You're just telling us that there were rumors about Ben when he was younger?
Rumors.
Yes. So we've heard stories. Yeah. There was a whole Sports Illustrated expose about it.
Joey Porter's telling about when he was with Big Ben and playing with him. So he's giving his account.
Well, there's two different parts of Ben Roethlisberger, the human being assailed here. Him off the field as a person, and I think the one that I would assume people also felt was very much out there as like all but common knowledge that he was a bad teammate. Last in, first out, very naturally gifted, won him a Super Bowl, but never really won his teammates over.
Yeah.
At any point in his career.
Well, some of his offensive linemen, I think he did.
How many good friends does he have from the team?
Pouncey.
Okay.
Maybe Kiesel. Willie Colon.
Is DeCastro Villanueva?
Possibly.
How does Ramon feel about him these days?
I don't know. I've texted a lot of these guys, and to be honest with you, I've not heard back from many of them. I don't think they want any of this smoke, as they say. So, first guy up says, yeah, no surprise, Ben was a jerk. Okay, that's where we'll start this,
Quite the soliloquy from Porter, wasn't it?
Joey Porter destroys Big Ben on Hayward's podcast. Whose side are you on? What do you make of these comments? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Duke beats Pitt 70-54 last night inside the Peterson Event Center. The Panthers with another matchup against an ACC Blue Blood. Number 11 UNC on the schedule Saturday on the road for the Panthers. That game tips at 2 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And they've got the winter games that you can bet on. And I am not pleased with Finland for what happened in hockey earlier today. Sweden takes the ice in a little bit here. So a chance at redemption for me on FanDuel with a couple of Pittsburgh hockey players taking part in that with Raquel and Carlson. From game lines to money to medal counts, you can find the angle on the events you care about most. FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on. So follow them with a bet on FanDuel, whether that is hockey. We've got, I think, either ice dancing or figure skating going on right now on TV. Either way, get involved in the action. Just download the app and get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Rockets beat the Clippers last night 102-95. Kevin Durant led the Rockets with 26 points. Durant accomplished playing in his 1,000th NBA game with 20-plus points. He's now the fourth player in NBA history to do so. He'll go down as one of the best offensive weapons in league history. I'm Chris Fleck.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart, both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And I know it's being talked about around here a lot. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too. Sure. Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
Legit. Because
he's a great recruiter.
I think that's what got Joey Porter so hot and bothered and triggered. And then he went to the nuclear option. Not only did he call Big Ben a bad teammate, but he called him a bad guy on Cam Hayward's podcast. And Hayward sat there quiet as a church mouse as the whole thing went down, having played with Ben even longer than Porter, which I thought was interesting. No pushback. So we're getting your thoughts on what you make of it, who you side with, 412-928-9370. That is the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's go back to the phones. Here is Jody on the Fan. Hello, Jody.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Squarely on Joey Porter's side on this one. And it's not just because I would be worried that his dogs would eat my horse, but...
Jeez, that is a deep cut right there. Wow.
But, I mean, Ben has had this awful reputation for a long time. I mean, and I know that's like 20 years ago, but if you talk to anybody that works in a bar or a restaurant, they have, similar stories about Ben. And I think part of it, too, is that, like, most of the media, not all the media in this town, closed ranks around Ben. And whenever he retired, it was like he overcame these things that he had no doing in. Well, he created those problems for himself, and we had to act like he's this reformed, wonderful guy. And, I mean, it's obvious that Porter used this as an opportunity to settle scores, but, like, I agree with him. He seemed like a horrible human being, and he still kind of does. And Hayward's silence, I think, is sort of the biggest indicator that a lot of the players feel the same way.
I mean, you might run in different circles than I do, so I'm not gonna project my thoughts or what I've heard about Ben.
Probably do.
Yeah, on you. But these things about like Ben being crass and mean and maybe not sinister, but like these kind of like very like these awful interactions with him.
He's very boorish is the way people would describe him in one word.
Yes. But,
very boorish.
But that to me is mostly past tense. I did a show with him 10 years ago. In the last 5 years, 10 years, I haven't heard people say, man, I got a new Big Ben story for you. Wait till you get a load of this one. So
I mean, and that's fine.
Hold on, I've heard from people though who say it's transitioned from he doesn't go out to bars and do that, but that they still just do not have pleasant interactions with him whatsoever when they run into him.
But pleasant meaning what? Like he doesn't want to talk? Like he treats people like garbage?
No,
like
I think the second part, like there's just still I think Pony, you would know it when you see it. Does somebody treat other people well in whatever setting? And he does not pass that test from all the people I've run into.
I know, man, and that's fine if that's true. But to me, like that behavior is not grounds for someone jumping to conclusions that you're a bad person.
Okay, how about being twice accused of sexual assault?
That's different.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. If someone wants to point to that from a long time ago,
I mean, those ones don't just get like wiped off the record because they happened a long time ago. You don't just say, well, that was a long time ago. Still happened twice. He got accused twice.
I'm aware of that. I mean, my thing is, though, why doesn't Joey Porter call James Harrison a bad guy then? You want to bring up what he did?
He could.
Right?
I would agree with that.
So there you go. I mean,
would agree
that's
with
what
that.
I would say back to it. I mean, if we're going to, why not we just put them all on the table? Be consistent about it.
I like to think that I am, so I would agree with you.
I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying, how about Joey Porter?
They all liked AB as a teammate. AB was a bad guy. Still is.
Here's GP next. Hello, GP.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
But I agree with Joey Porter on this one because Ben.
Man, no one's coming to Ben's defense here.
Well, Twitter has been the haven of the Ben defender.
Well, hear me out on this. Like the last caller said, why wouldn't Hayward have asked him that? You know, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So my parents always told me, if you don't have something good to say, then don't say it. That's why
apparently
Hayward
Joey Porter,
quiet.
but I'm saying apparently Joey Porter didn't have your parents because he had something nasty to say and he said it anyways.
This is the way he's always been. This is the way Porter's always been. He's gotten fights in these bars before. You remember on the South Side.
Sure. He got in trouble for that after a playoff game.
Right, and he got fights on the sideline when he was a coach. That's why we had to let him go. So, I mean, he hasn't had any press lately, Joey Porter. This is why he comes out and says stuff like this. You know what I mean?
I do think it's Pony brought it up though. I do think it's like score settling that he found an opening to say something he clearly always wanted to say and decided to take that and run through the wall with it.
But you want to hear my what I think is to me two-faced and a little bit BS. If you don't like somebody and it's this bad, and you go as far as to say he's a bad person, he's not teammate. What you are in a locker room is not, to me, the gold standard. You brought this up with Ozuna. All right, great. He treats baseball players well. He's got a DUI and he's got a domestic violence thing. Okay, so you can be a great teammate and a bad guy. You can be a crappy teammate and a good person. At the end of the day, what would you rather be known for? I think you'd rather be known as a good person than a good teammate, right? But he went as far as to say he's a bad guy. If you think he's such a bad guy, don't go into the Hall of Honor with him.
He did. He was schmoozing with him.
Exactly.
And hanging out
Tell
with
the
him,
Roonies, look, I've got beef with this person. I don't like him. So I can pretty much go in whenever I want. I'm an all-time Steeler. I'd prefer that when I have my moment in the sun, I'm not attached to this guy. But for that week, he was acting like Big Ben was his best friend, posing for pictures with him and whatnot.
I will say this to your point. If he had done something like that and he was conspicuously absent, or people said, man, why isn't Peasy in there? And we found out that had actually happened, that would be like extremely standing on business.
Yes.
That would be.
Like I've got great umbrage with that. Don't act like you're best friends with this guy when you could put a tie on and get an honor, and then a few months later act like he's somebody that you wouldn't urinate on if he caught on fire, which is pretty much what he said. Here's Jenna next. Hello, Jenna.
Hey, man. I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Okay. I'm a daughter of a cop, and I can't tell you how many times.
We should do that call. I don't know. I just dumped it. That just didn't
Porter watch?
That just didn't seem right to me.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know. I'm just going to...
A little bit off.
I'm going to play the card that a lot of producers do when they have conversations with Craig. I'd rather be safe than sorry and just dump it.
Oh, Craig lives for safe over sorry.
You know?
Craig does live for that.
No offense, Jenna. I don't want to get embroiled in something here.
Still think, I know it's Porter versus Ben, and what he said about Ben off the field is going to make all the headlines. I just would like to take a second to say what he said about Harrison, linebacker to linebacker, was unbelievably cutting. Before Mike Tomlin got here, you weren't Debo, you were James Harrison. Bill Cowher cut your ass 3 times.
I got to be honest with you. That comment makes me think. So, Donnie, correct me if I'm right about this or wrong about this, but Harrison didn't come back for the 04 or for the 05 20th anniversary event, right? Like, he was not at any of the reunion pictures. Like, I don't remember seeing him at it all, which makes sense. I mean, for him, he probably doesn't feel like he was a big part of that team.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, that's my preamble for saying, I feel like now if those two guys did run into each other, there would be fireworks.
I think so.
Unless this is all an act to put butts in seats,
well,
as they say.
Don't you think Porter ultimately thinks he's a better player than James Harrison?
Yeah, and I think James Harrison is convinced he's a better player than Porter.
I think in balance, Harrison would get the nod by most impartial observers because his prime, his run came all at once, and he has a Super Bowl or a hugely famous Super Bowl play and everything else, and he's a Defensive Player of the Year. Their overall careers, otherwise, are very similar as far as overall level of NFL production. Porter technically has more of it in a shorter career. He just doesn't have the highest mountain peaks.
Who do you side with, Big Ben or Joey Porter? 412-928-9370. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Tyler Kennedy, our Penguins and Olympic hockey analyst, going to join us next, too. We'll be talking about this beef between Porter and Ben all day. And Paul Skeens going to chime in on today's show as well. Quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
United States men's hockey gets started tomorrow, a 3:10 p.m. puck drop against Latvia. Sidney Crosby and Canada take on Czechia tomorrow morning, 10:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Comer and Cross. You know these guys. I sing their praises and extol their virtues and everything they've done for me with my amazing new garage floor. And with warmer weather, yeah, I know, it's in the high 30s today. It was in the 50s yesterday. I'm going to count this as a tropical occurrence with the rise in temperatures and the melting of the snow. It is a perfect time to think about booking that appointment with Comer and Cross before their schedule fills up. They will transform your garage in just one day. That's all they need, people. They'll take all the stuff out of the garage for you, and they'll keep it secure and protected while they work on the garage floor itself. It'll be done in less than 24 hours, and these are by pros, not fly-by-night subcontractors, high school kids who they're paying cheap wages to. So go to Comer and Cross, their website right now, or call and get that free and quick, easy estimate before the schedule fills up. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR. Tell Siri, hey, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to comercross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh. Not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Listen to us, the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can watch us on Twitter and YouTube as well. Tyler Kennedy is here, and he is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's, and Julian Gray Associates, SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. All right, TK, who are you rooting for, the U.S. or Canada, and why?
Coming in hot right off the pop, right, boys?
Pony they dropped the puck, and Pony threw his gloves down and grabbed you and said, let's dance here.
That wouldn't be a good idea, but I'm on the fence on who I'm rooting for. Obviously, I'm Canadian. I love Sidney Crosby, all that stuff. I got my citizenship in the U.S. I think it's time maybe for the U.S. maybe to do what the girls did to the Canadian girls. But I don't know. I'm just excited to watch. I think it's going to be such great hockey, that something that we haven't seen at this level
All right.
in a long time.
I don't love the sitting on the fence answer, but that's okay, because now I'm going to demand that you hopefully answer this question. Tell me what was on the citizenship test. What kind of questions was Tyler Kennedy getting to get his United States citizenship card?
There's like a lot about history, about how many, states there are, certain presidents, stuff like that.
So you had to bone up on like Abe Lincoln and Thomas Jefferson and.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Did you have to know what like a bunch of the amendments meant and signified?
Yeah, you had to know all that stuff. But they made you study for all that stuff, even though it was 5 questions. And I forget, they made me spell a word, and it was this simple word, but it was so nerve wracking, because you're I know how to spell this, but this lady is staring at me, and I hope I did it right.
TK, do you remember what the Third Amendment signifies?
No idea.
That one, TK, just so you know, everyone knows the first two amendments.
Search and Caesar?
That's the quartering of soldiers. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner. So, Tyler, if somebody is a soldier who tries to come and get quartered, get rested in your house, you don't have to let them in if it's time of peace.
How long did you study for this thing?
Probably about 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I just didn't want to fail.
Yeah.
And I think when you fail, it takes you have to wait a certain amount of time, 3 months or 6 months.
Oh, that would be nerve-wracking, dude. Because I've heard that most U.S. citizens who are born here would not pass this test.
And it's an oral exam, or you
I thought it was written.
It was written.
Oh.
But it was questions,
Was it multiple choice, so you could at least try to take an educated stab at them if you didn't know it for sure?
honestly, I can't even remember. It's been a while, boys. I was just waking up from a nap.
Pony, did you have the same experience? I had no experience like close to this. The only one I had, TK, was you had to take a test to get your learner's permit to drive.
Yeah.
And that was like a test at the DMV. It was like on a computer. You had to get, I think, like 14 out of 18 or something. I got like the first 13 in a row correct. Got 4 in a row wrong. And so it was all down to one question. I stared at, because you couldn't take the test again for several weeks, which in high school terms was like an eternity. I think I stared at the final question for a solid 10 minutes before I decided on my answer.
Did you guys do something celebratory after you became a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, is there
TK?
like a nice trip to dinner or what?
Yeah, it was exciting. Like obviously my wife and, was excited and all this. But yeah, we went out for dinner and like it was funny because like I posted like a picture with my citizenship or in front of the American flag, and like all the American guys I played with, like Billy Guerin was like, "Welcome to the good side. We're happy to have you, old boy." Like all the American guys I played with were texting me.
But TK, I would think that since you're a dual citizen, they would worry about your loyalties. Like,
well, clearly they are right now. He's sitting on the fence for the Olympics. Crying out loud.
I would think Guerin would say, "Now you're in, and you got to forsake everything that came before."
And Guerin picked the U.S. team, and you still can't even say you're rooting for him.
Well, again, you guys are trying to get something out of me, and I think Canada's got the best offense I've ever seen on a piece of paper up front. I think they are going to have. It's going to be hard to beat them, but the U.S. defense and goalie situation, they're going to put up a great fight. And if someone like an Austin Matthews gets a red hot stick for the U.S., like you never know what can happen in a short tournament like this. You just need like your team to click at the right time or find chemistry or get like one or two guys that get red hot that are scoring.
TK, I got a question for you about that. You just mentioned if Matthews gets red hot. What do you make of the decision to not put Jason Robertson on the team as a guy who can get red hot and absolutely fill it up?
And Sully went with the Pittsburgh guys over him. He put JT Miller and Trocheck on the team.
Because Guerin said they wanted a, quote, grit and grind style. But, man, it seems like a big omission to not have Robertson on there.
Yeah, but I think if I threw the puck into the corner with JT and Robinson, I have a feeling JT would come out with the puck just like Vincent Trocheck, and that's why I would pick them over him.
Interesting.
I think it's a man's game, and you're going to need some men to handle Tom Wilson, handle some of the Sam Bennett's. I think a guy like JT, Vincent Trocheck, give you a better chance than those high-end skill guys. Not saying Robinson isn't a gritty player, but you can't have all high-end skill, all goal scorers. You need some grit. You need some diversification throughout the lineup with what you're bringing to the table. And when you have guys like JT, you have guys like Vince, guys that bring a different aspect, guys that can pop the puck in the back of the net if you need, but a guy like JT can drop the mitts, a guy like Vince, maybe one of the...
They're not going to fight in the Olympics, though, are they? This ain't the Four Nations. They're not going to let them fight.
Yeah, but there's still going to be... There's still an intimidation factor that I don't think you're intimidating guys like those two Pittsburgh guys that, again, I think it's going to be such a man's game, and you need some guys with some cojones, and I like that decision. I like those two guys. I think they're dogs. I think they'll lay their body. They'll do whatever it takes to try to win gold, and that's why I think it's a good decision.
All right, so ultimately, who wins the gold medal in your opinion?
This isn't who you're rooting for. This is just who you think's got the best team and is going to win.
This is now being analyst and not a fan. Okay.
Boys, it's Team Canada. Team Canada's they've got to win.
I'll tell you who's not going to win. The Finns. Finland. You don't have to worry about them this year.
You were napping. They got beat by Slovakia, TK.
Ooh.
Teemu Solani's not walking through that door.
Yeah, he ain't happy.
All right.
I think Team Sweden will be
Tony, tell him what you said.
I said don't sleep on Sweden.
He says you got to watch for the Swedes every time there's an international competition.
I also think Jágr should still play for the Czechs. Thoughts? Get Jágr out there at 58 or whatever he is. He can't be on a power play.
Can you imagine him just on the half wall running it like a senior citizen, and he's just directing traffic?
Let's
TK,
go. He can give you 8 to 10 good minutes.
Boys, that pace of that Olympics this year is going to be so high that I think if a guy retired a year ago, he'd have a hard time keeping up.
Oh, all right.
That's a bummer.
Thanks for killing my dreams.
We did want to see an old graybeard Jágr just running
we'll
things
check
from
you
the
out
half
tomorrow
wall.
with Starkey and Bob. Goodbye, Tyler.
All right, boys, later.
Man, could not get him to pick a side there on that.
Sounded like he was ready to be the 22nd person to drop the mitts and put a straight right hand on your jaw.
Here's Tony on the Joey Porter, Ben Roethlisberger debate. Hello, Tone. Tony?
Tone.
Hey, Tony. What up, Tone?
Now, what would be like the Sopranos? Who would say, "Hey, Tone"? Would it be Paulie that?
They say, "Hey, T."
Hey, T.
Right, Don?
Yeah. What would Kale Berger
Paulie
come in
was
here
a
and
big
do?
T.
He'd go, T.
T, you're not going to believe this.
All right, Donnie. Who do you side with?
I mean, what Porter said is accurate, but I just couldn't believe that this was news to people. Like, it wasn't common knowledge to people that Ben Roethlisberger wasn't a good teammate and not particularly a good guy.
I don't know, man. I think the difference there is if he says when I came into the league as a player, he was a jerk, but he came back and coached. You know, he was around him for the middle part of Ben's career and the later parts of Ben's career, and the narrative on Ben was that he had changed. There's no acknowledgement in that rant, in that takedown that Ben turned into a better guy. None whatsoever.
Well,
on his part or Hayward's part.
Well, maybe because he doesn't think that actually was true. I think we had a caller say that they thought the narrative was BS.
Fair enough, but I'm saying that is new for people. That part is new. He just never changed. He's always a bad guy and bad teammate and never changed.
I also wonder when it comes to bad guy off the field, I wonder how much Porter knew in the latter stages of Ben's career. Like, teammate, he would know. He was in there as a coach, and I mean, very well that could have just stayed the same the entire way through.
Man, I will say about the narrative that Ben had changed, I wonder how much of that, since it's a media-created narrative, was Ben was a little bit more accommodating to reporters later in his career.
The other big part of this for me is when somebody wins you a Super Bowl, don't you just have to be grateful of that and just leave the other stuff behind?
No, you don't have to do any of that. He actually said, I'm grateful that he was I love him as my quarterback who won the Super Bowl.
He didn't mean that part.
Well, you're making like weird arbitrary rules. Well, you win a Super Bowl, it all gets swept under the rug.
I don't know, man. I don't think that's a mean arbitrary rule. I think it's a pretty big rule. If somebody wins you a championship, you give them more leash and leeway than you do someone who you went 8-8 with.
I also saw I saw.
Do you agree with me on that? Don't you even if some guy was a jerk, don't you treat him better if he won you a Super Bowl than if you went 500 with him?
Yes.
So like would Darren Sharper's teammates be like, you know what, we won a Super Bowl with Darren Sharper.
I mean, Chris, I know that Ben got accused of things. I think Darren Sharper's a little bit different than Ben.
Where's the line drawn though here? So if your quarterback maybe had like a DUI, but he rebounded from it and led you to a Super Bowl eventually?
Yes, Darren Sharper's sitting in jail somewhere right now. I don't think that's apples to apples.
I don't know. It seems like a very odd thing to say that because you won a Super Bowl with a guy, you should just slough off I thought he was otherwise kind of a bad dude and just let sleeping dogs lie.
I saw Dunlap in the kitchen earlier, and he was chatting to me about this, and we've mentioned before that he's buddies with Jeremy Tooman.
Right.
They work out together, and I know Tooman was
Congratulations on all their success.
Tooman was only a Ben teammate for a couple of seasons, but I thought he made a pretty fair point to me because he was going back and forth with Tooman about it, and I hope it's okay I say this. I mean, if it's not, then I guess he can address that later. But he said Tooman's message to him was, when there was 2 minutes left in the game, we're down by 5, I don't care who's with me in that huddle. If I have a quarterback that's going to get us down the field and win the game, that's what I care about. But assuming we do go down the field and win that game, he's the last guy I want to go out and celebrate with after.
Okay.
I mean,
I kind of get that. But your bad guy point, though, Chris, like winning with guys I do think matters. Do we hear ex-Penguins rip Kevin Stevens? Does Mario go out?
No, they do all close ranks around Kevin Stevens, even though Kevin Stevens was literally dealing the drugs he was also doing. But that's always pissed me off, and I have said as much on the air when I brought that up.
But what I'm saying is you're surprised when I say you give a guy more leeway when he wins you or you win a championship with him.
You're implying that that's what you think should be done instead of that's what athletes do.
No, I'm saying that's what athletes usually do, and I'm surprised that Porter doesn't take that approach to it, even though he's extremely outspoken and clearly doesn't give two Fs. 412-928-9370. You know who else doesn't give two Fs? One current Steeler who chimed in on what Joey Porter said. Wait till you hear who it is, and we'll get your thoughts too at 412-928-9370. Who do you side with in this Joey Porter Big Ben beef? 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. We got some nice weather in early February. High of almost 40 today. Let me tell you right now about Mr. Magic Car Wash. And the car wash was rocking and jamming. I was just talking to Kabali about it when he pulled in. He's got a giant truck that he paid a lot of money for because he's gotten big paychecks from McAfee. And he said, I was at Mr. Magic yesterday, and I almost put out a video just like you do. And I said, thank you, Mark. You should have. I don't care if you rip me in it. I just want people to see that famous people like you are using Mr. Magic and taking advantage of their unlimited pass. Yes, that's right. You pay less than $20 a month, and you can get your car washed or truck washed like Mark as much as you want at any of the 23 locations around town. So sign up today at MrMagicCarWash.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your best President's Day deals at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. The most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and we've got them. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $10,000 off, or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Outlander Sports take up to $5,000 off, or just 2.99% financing for 60 months. All backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is right here in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, pitchers and catchers officially reporting to spring training. Paul Skeen's already there. Connor Griffin, not a pitcher or a catcher, but he was seen at Pirate City getting licks in today during batting practice. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I don't think it hurts to try and bring Aaron back if he wants to, for another year, for the reason of helping Will Howard to grow for another year. That's scenario one. If Aaron is back, then I have no problem with Aaron coming back and helping Will Howard for another year. And if Will stays healthy, he's your number two. He might get some reps in. He'll get all the reps in the preseason. He'll get lots of reps in practice. In games where either we're one way or another, you just never know. He's going to get his reps. If Aaron's not in the scenario, I would go with Will Howard this year. But what I would do is I would bring in a veteran quarterback that is a league minimum type quarterback that is a great teammate, a guy that can still help. You can plug and play if you need to, right? So if Will gets dinged or if it's like, hey, he's struggling a little bit, I'm thinking of guys like Marcus Mariota. I'm thinking of guys like Carson Wentz. And then you're like, okay, this can kind of help and just keep growing Will, because again, Will's a fifth or sixth rounder.
All right, we're playing that because of what I'm about to bring up next. If you've been in a cave or under a rock for the last few hours, Joey Porter went on Cam Hayward's podcast at the Super Bowl, was released today, and just obliterated Ben. Said he was a bad guy, said he was a bad teammate, said his bleep was as foul as any Steeler ever, should not be allowed to go on his podcast and open up his microphone and comment on the Steelers, went as far as that. Then I think he told stories about how Ben wouldn't sign autographs for teammates' families. I think he told one story where Aaron Smith went up to him and asked for something to get signed, and Ben said no. And it created a big kerfluffle. And so this got out today. I will say I helped fan the flames with that. And what ended up happening was a lot of Steelers started commenting on this video, both current and former. And the current Steeler who agreed with Joey Porter the most was not mentioned in that clip. Aaron Rodgers was. Will Howard was. Bringing in a Marcus Mariota or Carson Wentz, those guys were. Mason Rudolph was not. And Mason, I think, on Instagram said something along the lines of "way to go, Peasy" or something like that. Do we know exactly what he said? I got to pull it up here.
He gave the dart hitting the arrow hitting the bullseye of a target.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite a who's who of former Steelers, but Mason, yes, was the notable current Steeler. But
Mike Mitchell came out of mothballs to agree.
Who was your favorite one? I think Tyler Matakevich backing Peasy was a very funny one.
Our old co-host Zach Banner said he would love to talk about this, and then when I reached out to him, did not hear back.
Mike Adams, not exactly an exemplar of virtue himself.
Didn't he get stabbed?
He got stabbed, but
that's one thing me and Mike have in common.
I seem to recall Mike Adams not knocking people's socks off with his pre-draft process. I was waiting for Alameda Teamu to come out of the woodwork to say something.
I'm happy he didn't, because he would have endangered people's lives by playing
that's correct. Bumper cars,
or bumper cars on the south side. Yeah.
Yes.
So Mason, still under contract with the Steelers, bashing arguably the Steelers' greatest quarterback of all time and a guy they just put into the Hall of Honor. And that's because if anyone is going to attest to Ben not being a great teammate, it's going to be Mason because of the way Ben treated him. Now, in fairness to Ben, I don't think Mason Rudolph was a great teammate back, but
the original sin there, I thought, was Ben. You could have just been like, yeah, they said first round, great on you and all that, but hey, I'll show you the ropes, a little bit here. I believe Ben said he's got his playbook, doesn't he? As far as like learning the offense.
To me, that is an example of the power of 93.7 The Fan. Because if the radio station doesn't exist and that interview with Ben doesn't exist, maybe those guys actually get off to a better start.
I doubt it.
But we didn't help the matter by giving him a platform to say those things, which got back to Mason and soured the relationship before it even started.
Well, it's the power of the fan, but it's also Ben choosing to use the power of the fan to fan flames there.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So you've got Mason Rudolph piling on. Who's piling on Porter? Who's sticking up for Ben? Do we have any evidence of that? Have you seen anything? Any ex-players, any current Steelers say this was out of line?
No, I think the people taking Ben's side here have all been like fans of Ben, like Steelers fans taking his side. I have not seen, maybe I've missed it. Maybe I've missed it. I've not seen one former player be like, Porter's out of line. This is out of bounds. Here. Yeah, not one.
I don't think Ben will address this on his podcast. I think he's going to take the high road and pretend like this never happened.
So Ben, we saw Joey Porter say you were a bad person and a bad teammate. Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you who I don't expect to take the high road whatsoever. That's Harrison. Oh, and I think whatever nuclear options he has on Porter, I think those will 100% come out, and Joe Hayden will be the Spence or the Cam Hayward from this podcast, and he'll just sit there, eyes bugging out of his head, listening to
I love boxing.
Whatever he has to say.
I love boxing, and my boxing brain also knows that, like, at least the appearance of hatred, or especially real hatred, sells tickets. If those guys wanted to try to make this a boxing brain thing, wouldn't you try to get in the ring together? Porter's probably, how many years older than Harrison? At least 5 or 6 years older than him?
Yeah, that's what first popped into my head.
Okay. Just try to make some money off of it.
Well, Harrison's supposed to box Chad Ochocinco, but Porter's more in his weight class.
Correct. Like, I think that would be more.
And those are two crazy individuals. So I would rather see that. Actually, I don't want to see two Steelers. I don't want to see them box, but
I'm saying, there's already been verbal Steeler on Steeler violence here.
Yeah, but sticks and stones can break bones and punches, not words.
Man, I wonder what Vegas, if they both were training, would go. That fight.
Oh,
would
I think Harrison would be a very heavy favorite.
Yeah, but everyone thought Le'Veon Bell was going to get rinsed out by Adrian Peterson, and then he dropped him like a sack of flour, dude.
Here's the man that won our PM Team Caller of the Year tournament in 2025, Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
Fellas, I'm a little biased here because I am friends with Peasy through my sons.
Okay.
I'm not shocked.
Anthony.
I should be a little biased in the other way because Peasy was ready to beat the crap out of me at a golf outing, but I took his side, Anthony.
Well, I came to the studio one time and showed. I think I showed Mueller pictures of my sons with me with Porter, but that's not important right now. Look, you guys are in the business. Podcasts. You make money being controversial. So I'm not surprised Hayward didn't say anything because he wants eyeballs. He wants his podcast talked about. Now everybody's going to be tuning in to see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So
do you think Porter said what he said to help Cam's podcast do even bigger numbers?
I do not. I think he said. I think
Anthony,
he's just
do you think Porter was just trying to
goose the
podcast, or do you think that was just unfiltered Peasy?
Authentic Peasy. Oh, I guess
Did we render Anthony speechless?
I guess we did. Actually,
his line is still lit up.
Actually, my program is frozen, so we might have some phone problems here.
Yeah, so is mine, actually. I just tried to do something with it.
They might have just gone.
Can you imagine Anthony just screaming into the abyss right now, wondering why we're not talking back to him?
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is, Anthony. We'll sort it out, though. Huh. I think if Hayward wanted to really take his podcast to the next level there, he could have put his own. Oh, yeah, I'll one-up that story. You want to say he's a bad guy, wait till you get a load of this one. I just think he was completely... Remember when Ron was on with me and Ben said he was thinking about retirement and he said, I'm flummoxed, I think was the word.
I don't know what to say, basically.
Yes.
You surprised
me. And then I had
me.
to start talking.
Or when Joe,
filling dead air.
Do you remember when Joe went to the Super Bowl with Seibel and they interviewed Brooklyn Decker? And I think Joe was so starstruck by how beautiful she was in person, he just said, "So you're married to Andy Roddick? How's that?" It was like
Farley interviewing Paul McCartney.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah,
that's great.
Hey, Paul, remember when you were in the Beatles?
Yeah, Joe loves telling that story. It's a great one. He said she was so unbelievably beautiful, he got tongue-tied and didn't know what to do.
I'll tell you, it was really pretty in person, and it did take my breath away for a second. Was that Alex Curry from Fox Sports when I met her?
Really?
Yeah.
So there are some people obviously who are maybe done up for
now.
TV. Hey now, who are you, Howard Stern?
Hey now. Yeah. Anyways, text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. I think that line still works. A person you law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Mason Rudolph has now chimed in. He's on Peasy's side. Joey Porter blasting Ben Roethlisberger on Cam Hayward's podcast, saying he's a bad guy and a bad teammate. This friction between two Steelers immortals, where do you come down on it? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Mike Florio in 20 minutes. But first, a quick timeout.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers reported today for the Pirates, their first spring training game against the Orioles Saturday, February 21st at 1:05. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Don. Awaken 180 weight loss. I talk all the time about losing the weight. I even tell you, too, about just keeping the weight off because that's even the more important part. But really, with Awaken 180, it's a top-down approach. It starts with Paige, the owner, and it starts with her commitment to making sure that Awaken 180 clients keep that weight off, and then, once they've lost it, they keep it off, So it's all about success for life. She doesn't want, and the coaches and the people at Awaken 180, they don't want you to come back on the program a second time. Donnie has stayed and kept the weight off. I've kept the weight off. Paul Alexander, we've all kept the weight off. And Awaken 180 stands behind that desire to see you succeed and stay successful by giving you all the tools you need to succeed. A very detailed app that has a recipe portal, among other things. The scale that you get just tells you all the info. If you're like a numbers person, you want to know all the data. That scale that you get with Awaken 180 has so many different functions that it performs. And then, of course, the support that is free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. If you have tried to drop the stubborn pounds and you have not been able to do it, the best time to find out more about Awaken 180 weight loss is right now. And you can do that at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talked to the media on Tuesday and mentioned the idea of needing to unlock the potential of Jaden Daniels and the need for Daniels to play more under center. I agree, play Daniels more under center, but the Commanders also need to make protecting Daniels a priority next season. Save Daniels from himself. I'm Chris Black.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See joeballgm.com for details. Joe Ball GMC, sales and service.
Now, Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Pittsburgh Water Association is alerting us of an emergency water repair at West Carson Street under the West End Bridge. Is the location of the repair. The ramp from West Carson Street to downtown Pittsburgh is closed, with traffic being detoured to Steuben Street and then South Main Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to Pop and Joe. Every Wednesday, that's today, to hear about their card of the week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest. Runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. So my prediction was this week it was going to be Kenneth Walker.
And?
Sam Darnold. I'm checking right now to see.
No, it was all baseball.
Oh.
He gave out a whole free pack of new cards that were unopened.
Okay.
He is giving out a Connor Griffin card. He said that's the most popular card they have had all baseball offseason. And Marcelo Zuna got thrown in.
No, that would turn Mulsey off, but everything else
I'll tell you what, the Connor Griffin sunglasses game is very funny. He looks like he's going skiing every time you see like a picture of him, like a headshot. He's got just gigantic goggles he's wearing.
Well, I got to confess something. We love it when people feed us.
Yes.
And one of the most iconic restaurants in all of Pittsburgh is up on Mount Washington, and that's Lamont Restaurant. And they had Chef Michael come in to our big conference room where all the huge meetings happen. I came to work today and I saw the director of KDK AM, a man who ate 9 breakfast sandwiches one morning down in Bradenton, Florida.
That story gets
PJ
more like a fish story
because he
every
was
time.
so hungover and he was pounding the table.
2 weeks ago, you said it was 6 breakfast sandwiches.
He was ripping into Larry Richer. And
by the end of this, he's going to eat 200 breakfast sandwiches in one morning.
And then he left, and Chef Michael went in there, and I think because we have Fat Tuesday in 6 days, he made jambalaya pasta.
Oh, so good.
Skirt steak, chipotle marinade. I'm reading off the script here because I haven't eaten it yet, but it looks amazing.
Pony, out here. Let me take the wheel here. You get to read all the stuff from there. I can just say it's unbelievably good. Donnie, make sure Chef Michael's mic is on here. This is impressive to me in and of itself. It's also incredibly impressive, Chef, that you did this in the conference room you have the one burner going or whatever, and you have all this thrown together. This is impressive.
Yeah, we just brought everything that we prepped in the kitchen back at Lamont and heated up everything here. Just that way it's a lot fresher. If you take pasta and wait a half an hour or so to eat it, it's not going to be as good as if you
I mean, this is... I'm partial, if I had to pick between these two, to the steak with the lime rice, but I also am going to inhale this plate the second we go into break. It's all incredibly good.
Yeah, there's some different dishes that we've had on the menu for a while. One is on our $99 menu.
That's the prefix. I like that.
Last time we were here, I got a little bit of heat from KDKA because I didn't bring the jambalaya. So
who was giving you?
Who was giving you crap?
Who was that last time?
Marty Griffin.
Yeah, Marty.
We'll talk to him about that. Because one of these two things is jambalaya, I must tell you quickly, I like to cook, obviously just a home cook, nothing special. Although, Pony, I did win in 2020. Remember we were down at the casino and I won a cooking contest?
Yeah, but you just lost a 2-man chili contest here at work.
Yeah, there was only 2 chilies in the contest and mine came in second, so I can't really take so much credit. I made gumbo once from a recipe I'd made before that had come out very well. I made it again. I simmered it too long, pulled the chicken instead of just chunked it. It looked not like gumbo. This being Twitter and me being stupid, I posted it and just said, oh, gumbo, like laid over the rice. It looked like somebody called it ropa vieja. I don't know if you would have ever heard of that. The entire, and I mean the entire state of Louisiana, up to and including Emerald Lagasse.
Yeah, Emerald ripped you online.
Took me apart on Twitter. There were people saying, don't ever come to New Orleans if you were thinking of it, if this is what you think is gumbo.
It was a dark day for you.
So I love Cajun Creole
Lewis
food.
Lips called into the show and
he was
excoriated
horrified.
you as a
And
Cajun
now,
man.
And so I always have I'm like, this stuff tastes so good, but that is the lowest moment of my culinary career. And it did taste good, but I messed it up.
What, Marco, get on the mic here for a second. What is Lamont up to these days? You've been around forever. Everybody knows Lamont. Everybody thinks of it as, oh, it's a big fancy night. I got to go to Lamont up on Mount Washington. So give us the state of the union up there right now.
Yeah, I think we've been there for almost 66 years now. So we've kind of got this down to a science in terms of how we treat people. Guests is entertaining our guests is the most important thing. We got to treat them better than any other restaurant does, and we feel that we do.
Yeah.
And of course, chef puts together a wonderful menu, so that's a big part of it too. The food's fantastic, the service fantastic, and guess what? The view is out of this world.
Yeah.
Number one in the city, and we're really looking forward to this NFL draft coming up. We're sponsoring a couple of draft talks, but
that's great.
We were talking on the way in. The city has never experienced an influx of 500,000 people.
And Valentine's Day's got to be a Super Bowl date for you guys, right?
It exactly is. And then we're really, really Saturday we're sold out. Friday and Sunday we're nearly sold out, and so it's.
So still some spots for Friday and Sunday.
Too? Yeah. This is you talked about the service and the customer experience. You know what I really do like? What drives that home? You walked in with plates of food. You refused to allow us to even take them out of your hands. You placed it all down in front. We're in a radio studio, and you were doing truly elite service.
Lamont strikes me as a pomp spot, doesn't it?
Yes.
Does it have some Pompiani vibes to it? Can
I
you see him
imagine.
up there?
Here's what I imagine, Pony.
Right? Marco's saying yes.
Here's what I imagine. Pomp has a nice deep glass of red, something really nice. He's swirling around. He's asking for the cork. He wants to smell the cork. He's
got his
chewing that
poofed up hair, his bouffant going.
Oh, yeah. That's him. Yeah, that's Pomp.
Well, guys, thank you so much.
But Pomp has great taste, and that's why you want your place to be a Pomp kind of place.
Absolutely. He likes the finer things in life.
Exactly. Hey, thank you guys
Marco,
for bringing
Michael,
this.
you guys are the best.
This
Thank
is
you.
awesome.
Lamont, LamontPittsburgh.com. Reservations 412-431-3100. They still got some spots for Friday and Sunday if you're trying to really knock her socks off for Valentine's Day. Here is Grant on the Fan. Hello, Grant.
Hey there, Monopoly Man.
Hey, I'm an ugly. Did you say hey?
He said Monopoly Man.
Oh, okay.
Because you're a nationally ranked Monopoly player.
I thought you said, hey, I'm an ugly man.
Pony. That's Pony. That's got to be Pony.
Yeah.
Hey,
what's up?
I was commenting on the Ben and the Peasy thing. I got to go with Ben here, and I think most fans have, but Peasy's time with Ben was quite a while ago. And there was even a time when Aaron Rodgers was mentioned as a horrible teammate, and now we look at him now. I think as they mature, I think it's a different breed coming into the NFL now. They're a little more coached. But back then, I think it was a diva position, and they came in, and many of them were like that.
Then why aren't any of the guys who came in around Ben, Eli, Phillip Rivers, Breeze hadn't been in the league very long, talked about the same way Ben was off the field?
That's a good point. I do think he was not, I don't think it's like saying diva wide receiver where they're all kind of cookie cutter. I do think he had a lot of those tendencies and kind of jerk like things about him because enough teammates and enough people who were around him will say that. What I'm still struggling with, though, is Porter's gripe seems to be because of how bad he behaved when I was around him, he shouldn't go on his podcast and talk about the Steelers. And I just think that's ridiculous because I don't even think he's using his podcast to air dirty laundry. It's not one of these.
I think he's occasionally thrown some jabs Tomlin's way that I already pointed out, but I think Ben, broadly speaking, when he does talk sports on that podcast, does so in a very anodyne way. It's not like
the anodyne, Donnie, anodyne hour. Bechtold's got that planned tonight.
Well, I do think it's just very uncontroversial. Oftentimes, I will say this: he says stuff I end up agreeing with. We've made light of that on the air, and I think a lot of times he just talks football pretty straightforwardly.
Right. I just don't think he's turned that podcast into I'm going to flamethrow. And blast
God,
people.
For the record, Ben, if you're listening to this, or if this gets back to you, please turn that podcast into something where you flamethrow and go after people. Man, would that make our jobs even easier than they already are.
And that's why I felt like, okay, if Ben had decided that that's who he wanted his media personality to be, Joey Porter gets a chance to talk, and he's like, this is the last guy who should be sounding this way because look at all the crap he's done. If he wants to, go after current Steelers or former Steelers, wait till you hear this about him. But he hasn't done that. I would say he's run a pretty buttoned-up podcast.
What if Ben does a State of the Steelers offseason one next and says they need a lot of help at corner,
Let me put it this way. If Ben was just a guy All right? Like, if he had Brian St. Pierre's NFL career.
Okay.
Or even if he had, I'll even throw Charlie in there. No disrespect to him. If he had Charlie Batch's career and said the same exact things he says on his podcast now, and it was coming from somebody that was a good backup quarterback and not a 2-time Super Bowl champion, future Hall of Fame quarterback, Chris, it would barely make a dent in anything we do. Because outside of he should go coach at Penn State, he has said very few things that are incendiary or hyperbolic. We react to some of it because it's said by Ben Roethlisberger. If it were said by, Jim Miller, we would just be like, okay, who cares?
Well, no, he has the luxury of being able to just do a podcast where it doesn't have to be controversial because he's famous. Somebody did say in the YouTube comments, you can tell that these guys don't watch Ben's podcast. He's throwing shots all the time.
I don't think he is. Then give us some. Whoever that person is, give us some references. Tell us who. Who did he go after?
I mean, I do think saying Tomlin could maybe go and coach Penn State was absolutely a shot that was intended to be a shot.
Yeah, and I'll agree with you on that. There's one.
Well, I think he doesn't do what Porter did there, which is just say, here it is, I'm going to say it. I think Ben, when he tries to get his digs in, does it subtly.
Follow us on Twitter. Watch us there, too. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Coming up next, Mike Florio. We're going to ask him to weigh in on this. Excited to hear his take. And also, he has breaking news on Aaron Rodgers. Great. Quick timeout. We're right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Duke beats Pitt 70-54 last night at the Pete. The Panthers on the road Saturday. They take on the 11th-ranked North Carolina Tar Heels. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Tip-off at 2, pregame at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Okay, I know it's not T-shirt and short weather, although it's short weather for some. I'm talking about the man that just was giving you a sports headline. It is warmer outside, and that's got me thinking about spring and the great times we have ahead in our backyards, on our decks, and in my garage, thanks to the amazing job Comer & Cross did for me this fall, giving me a brand new garage floor. Comer & Cross Premium concrete floor coatings. They can do it for you in just one day. But the schedule is filling up because they are extremely popular, and now is the time to have that work done for you while they still have some open dates. So pick the date you want, and when you pick that date, they will be there, and they will be done that day. They've got this thing down to a science. It'll take them less than one day. They are the gold standard. They will take all the stuff you have out of the garage for you and make it easy. So call Comer & Cross now for a free, quick, and easy estimate. Before that schedule fills up, guys, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
That's the power of Bowser.
This
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I'll tell you what, that skirt steak from Lamont was no joke.
Oh, my God, dude. I just tried to inhale the whole plate.
I did the same exact thing.
They brought an extra plate that was supposed to be for Don, but then he got somebody else.
I'm eyeing it right now.
Up. Do you want to divide it up? Like we'll draft.
We can do that during the break.
We'll draft quadrants of the plate.
Mike Florio back with us, Pro Football Talk, fresh off his trip to the Super Bowl where he swore on the air with us last week, but we were on top of that.
He warned us, though. He warned Donnie that he might swear before he swore. So, if you can give us at least a preemptive strike notification, that helps.
He's brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, I saw your picture of landing back in Pittsburgh from the Super Bowl. Took a picture with the Franco Harris statue there. Did you ever go partying on Mount Washington back in your day? Is that something you've done as a younger man, in his
Mount
prime?
Washington. I didn't know you could party on Mount Washington. My wife and I ate dinner up there several times. I don't recall partying there.
Yeah, maybe it's more of like a cocktail place and wine.
There's a couple
nice restaurants.
It means it's possible I did, and I partied so zealously that I forget. That's possible.
No, I think Pony had it right there. There's a couple good bars, but it's more of a nice place to go with your significant other.
Is your extent of partying in Pittsburgh like the pregame for Kiss concerts? Is that usually
possibly?
Yeah, what you come to Pittsburgh?
Well, no, Mike and his buddies would pregame and drink Instant Courage. Remember, Icy Light was Instant Courage Light.
Instant Courage Light. That's right.
All right, Mike. Let's get to your Rodgers story that you had on ProFootballTalk.com. A lot of the Steelers media and local media here seems to think that there's a harder deadline with Aaron Rodgers, but you've heard differently.
Yeah, I've heard they're not in any type of a hurry. Not that this is going to linger until June, but if he's not there, they can focus on the guys who are, specifically Will Howard. Now, I don't know what they really feel about Will Howard, specifically as it relates to the new head coach, Mike McCarthy. The guy was a sixth-round pick for a reason. And, the counter to that is the Shadur Sanders logjam pushed everybody down. And if he had gone earlier, maybe some of the other guys would have gone sooner. It's still not like Will Howard was a third, fourth round pick. Sixth rounder, 185th overall. But if Rodgers isn't there and Howard ends up showing the potential that he'd be the QB1 over Mason Rudolph, then it's time to work with Howard and see what he has and get him ready. But they do seem, and as I understand it, they are intent on leaving the door open for Aaron Rodgers for what would be one more season and one more season only. The clearest indication I got from anything Rodgers related is if he does play, 2026 is it. It's his last year.
Is there any other market for him outside of the Steelers that you understand to exist, Mike?
There wasn't one last year because the Vikings weren't interested. Now, when the Matthew Stafford stuff was going on, where he was trying to get a new contract with the Rams, and the Rams allowed him to shop himself in a trade, he was the fallback if Matthew Stafford had left L.A. The Rams had him kind of back pocket. And at one point it came out that Rodgers affirmatively contacted the Giants through his representatives. The Giants ultimately weren't interested. The Vikings, the team that was contacted, they weren't interested. Unless the Vikings do an about face, I don't see that being the case. And I don't know, would he want to go to Minnesota with the caveat that he has to compete with J.J. McCarthy and earn the job and possibly wouldn't be the starter? can't see him not beating out J.J. McCarthy, but it's not like it's a clear shot, no-brainer, you're the starter in Minnesota. The only place right now where he's got the starting job in hand, if he wants it, is Pittsburgh. Unless, Mike LaFleur would want him with the Arizona Cardinals, Matt's brother, but I don't think Rodgers would want the Cardinals. He's going to want to go somewhere where he's got a chance to get back to the playoffs in his last season and possibly advance.
Yeah.
My case is he needs to be the Phillip Rivers of 2026, where he just sits back and waits. And if there's an injury to a quarterback on a contender, you show up and play part of the season and try to put yourself in position with a team that can win multiple games in the postseason, because nobody really knows what the Steelers are going to be this year with Mike McCarthy.
Mike, how do you think Rodgers affects their draft plans? The draft is here. There's not a lot of good quarterbacks. Mendoza's probably going to go 1 overall. But you've got Simpson, you've got Nussmeier as a relationship with McCarthy, Aller, who played at Penn State. Do you think that they like Rodgers enough for 1 year and Howard's potential, where the Steelers drafting a quarterback is something that's probably unlikely?
I think drafting a quarterback would be more of an indication about their feelings as to Howard than as to Rodgers, because if they don't believe Howard can develop into the long-term answer, then you seriously consider someone who would learn the ropes in 2026 behind Rodgers. Now, will they know by the time the draft happens? I'd like to think they will. But again, so much of this, and remember last year, the thinking was Mike Tomlin knew that Rodgers eventually was going to show up. And the idea was it's better for Rodgers to not be under contract and miss the offseason program than for him to be under contract and stay away from it. There's more scrutiny and criticism if Rodgers has signed, but he's not there. So they waited until right as the mandatory minicamp was starting in June and did it that way. That's always the flip side of this. Now, I don't know how the fans are responding. Rodgers doesn't really care. If he tells them I'm coming and he signs a contract and then stays away from the voluntary stuff after that, that opens the door for some folks to say, what are we doing here? Why isn't this guy here? Getting reacquainted with Mike McCarthy and getting ready to go for 2026.
Well, Mike, I just wonder around the league, I assume that there's chatter about the fact that Rodgers and the Steelers might go around this, do this dance one more time. Like, how is that being viewed? Because there are a lot of people, I'd count myself in this camp, who just don't really see what the point is of reuniting him and Mike McCarthy because of what we saw from Rodgers for really the balance of the later portion of last year.
I don't disagree with that. And, I think the fact that there won't be a land rush for Aaron Rodgers at age 42, he'll be 43 in early December, I think that tells us everything we need to know. There was one spot last year at the end of the day. There'll be one spot this year, most likely, at the end of the day. And the Steelers would, at a minimum, have other guys that they could pursue. That's why I was a little surprised they don't want to know by the start of free agency, because they could pivot to Kirk Cousins. They could pivot to Joe Flacco. If we're going to go older quarterback who may have a little more gas in the tank than Rodgers, I think Cousins would be a fascinating alternative for the Steelers. And I think that teams in need of quarterbacks should be interested in Cousins. Look how he came on last year when he was more than a year removed from the torn Achilles tendon. And he's not a guy who musters all of his arm strength from his arm. He needs more of the full body to throw it. So
I know, but Mike, he's the personification of one and done in the playoffs, and that's what we haven't been able to get over the hump for almost a decade.
No, he's the personification of not getting to the playoffs. He was with the Vikings for 6 years and made it twice. So, yeah, I'm just saying if we're looking at alternates to Rodgers, guys who can plug and play, because this isn't a year where Sam Darnold is out there. And I have a good friend that I used to work with in Pittsburgh, and he emailed me this morning, how do you feel as a Vikings fan about Darnold winning the Super Bowl? And my response was, well, how do you feel as a Steelers fan for a team that could have signed Sam Darnold
yes, we brought
instead
that
of
up.
Aaron Rodgers last year?
Yep. How about Roethlisberger versus Joey Porter? Porter goes on Hayward's podcast and absolutely flame throws him, says he was not a good teammate, says he was not a good guy. Hayward just stares blankly the entire time and doesn't even offer a rebuttal. or say, I saw a different side of Ben. Just a former all-time great Steeler ripping into the best Steelers quarterback of the last 40 years, Mike. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure your website's posted about it. What's your take on it?
Well, before he got suspended, after that thing that happened down in Georgia where he ended up with 6 games reduced to 4, it was kind of an open secret that he wasn't the best teammate. Guys would ask him for things and he wouldn't do it. Sign this jersey for some foundation event where it's going to be raffled off, whatever the case may be. And there were stories like that. There were former Steelers who have been quietly saying he wasn't the best teammate. I thought after the suspension, they go to the Super Bowl that year. I thought those issues subsided after that. So I can't remember how long Joey Porter was there without looking it up. But, you know, in that range of mid-2000s to 2010.
He was there for 3 years with Ben, 04 to 06.
Okay, then that fits. Because I think that there was a softening and there was a maturation after he was suspended. But the time Porter was there, that fits with all the stuff that.
But he was also
kind of
there as a coach,
around.
Mike. He was there after the fact as a coach on Tomlin's staff with Ben in his prime.
There you go. You're right. So it doesn't surprise me. It always surprises me when somebody comes out and says it. It doesn't surprise me that someone believes it because stuff like that was always kind of floating around. But it did subside.
Mike, it
did subside after his suspension.
Mike, is stuff like this going to cost him first ballot Hall of Fame? Kraft's not in. Brady is worried about getting in. Belichick didn't get in. Eli Manning's still going to be on the ballot next year, which could siphon votes away as another quarterback. Is he in trouble of missing out in his first year of eligibility, in your opinion?
I don't think the Joey Porter comments will affect him as much as this current procedure they have where you've got to, like, you know, pick items off of a menu instead of cast an up or down vote on whether or not a guy should be in the Hall of Fame. The idea, and for the modern era candidates, it gets down to 7, and you ultimately have to pick 5 instead of each of the 7 getting yes or no. For everyone else, they get thrown into this other bucket where there's 5 of them, and you have to pick 3 instead of each one getting a yes or no up or down vote. I think that's a bigger impediment because it's creating a logjam with worthy guys not getting in, so they stay in that pool of potential candidates, and that logjam just grows and grows. It's going to be harder for him from that perspective. I think he deserves a spot in the Hall of Fame, but it may take a while to get there. I think he deserves it before Eli Manning, but it may take some time to get there.
Even though that process is obviously flawed, doesn't it still lend itself to occasionally identifying, though, Mike, like who are the true upper room guys? Because I look at next year's class, and even though you just described very accurately what has to happen, I still think Gronk's going to go in first ballot. I still think Adrian Peterson has a very good chance to go in first ballot, and that would still suggest to me, like, yeah, it's a bit of a mess logistically, but we still have a strata that's reserved for the best of the best.
No, because Bill Belichick didn't get in.
Well, that's a separate. Hold on, that's a separate.
Bill Belichick gets in.
That's a farce to me and a separate story. But like among non-controversial players.
Right. Well, Adrian Peterson.
Well, I shouldn't. Yeah, I should not lump him. I should not lump him in that way. Yeah, very good point.
Frank Gore, in my mind. Look, Frank Gore retired the 3rd or 4th all-time leading rusher. He was durable and consistent in an age where running backs were diminished. He just kept going and going and going, and he put together yards rushing at a time when passing is the predominant way of moving the ball. I just think it's going to get harder. Jason Witten should be in. He's going to get pushed farther back now because you're right, Gronk's going to get in next year on the first ballot. The problem is there are spots that aren't being utilized. There are busts that aren't being carved because they're not using all of the available spots. Last year, for that 5-person cluster of a coaching candidate, contributor candidate, and 3 senior players, 1 person emerged, Sterling Sharp. That's it. This year, 1 person emerged, Roger Craig. Now, I'm not saying all 5 should get in, but let's whittle it down to 8 guys who get a vote that is based only on them. Yes or no. Technically, nobody voted against Bill Belichick. Just enough didn't put him on that list of 3 out of 5 worthy candidates. You could make the argument for each of those 5 guys to get in. So that's where they got to make some changes. And look, they're not going to admit that they were wrong. It's something that's going to take a little time to unfold, and we'll see what kind of changes they make. But the fact that Belichick didn't get in, and I think this is Rodney Harrison's sentiment in a nutshell. Under any scenario, under any set of rules, under any protocol that results in Belichick not getting in, they got it wrong. And rules or not, you got it wrong if a guy who clearly should have been in on the first ballot doesn't make it.
So you flew from San Francisco back to Pittsburgh Monday, Mike?
Monday, direct flight, baby.
Nice.
Here's to more direct flights from Pittsburgh to non-common destinations.
Mike,
I didn't have to connect on the way out or the way back.
We're obligated to say for that, congratulations on all your success.
Now, has the airport fixed my big pet peeve there? Which is their display of champions. They have jerseys from every World Series, Stanley Cup, and Super Bowl team, and they listed the years the Steelers won the Super Bowl as
they do 1980. It by the year of the Super Bowl, not the year of the season?
Yes. Do you agree with me on that? That needs to be amended from 2006 to 2005, from 2009 to 2008.
That. Pony, if you were campaigning for office, this would be the easiest campaign plank ever. No one except the people who made the display disagrees with you here.
Horrible job by them.
Well, remember,
of course.
When the Franco display first went up, they had the score of the game wrong, 12-7, not 13-7.
Oh, my God, I didn't know that. What?
Man, Josh Yohe, who writes about hockey in this town, Mike, Josh Yohe was livid about that.
Well, he should be. That's a horrible job.
But you know why?
And then
people said AI did it.
I got the pushback from the actually crowd that once he scored the touchdown, it was 12-7, and then they kicked the extra point. And it's like, I don't even know if that's the case. I'm sure it was because it was 7-6 at the time. So yeah, they needed the extra point, but still, it was incorrect. They made the fix in the days after the terminal opened. Yeah, and let me tell you this. I got a soft spot for Franco Harris, the Immaculate Reception play, that game. That's what introduced me to football when I was a kid. He used to always be on our flight back from wherever the Super Bowl was. And he was the nicest guy. I mean, no BS. Nice guy, talked to anyone. Coming back from Minneapolis 8 years ago, my brother-in-law went over to talk to him. My brother-in-law couldn't get away from him. They just kept talking and talking. He was the nicest guy, and it was great. It was great to always be on a plane with Franco Harris coming back from the Super Bowl. I miss him. I miss that awesome guy.
Here's my quick Super Bowl flight home story. Gus Frerotte, who lives here and is from here, former Vikings quarterback, as you know, well-traveled. He went to Kurt Warner's Super Bowl party in Phoenix and lost his wallet, and he didn't know how he was going to get back on the plane from Phoenix to Pittsburgh. He had his old football cards with him, and he showed somebody at the Phoenix airport, see this man, this is Gus Frerotte, I am Gus Frerotte, and they let him on. I swear to God.
That's amazing because that's always my big fear when I'm traveling. Like, if the ID disappears, how in the hell do you get home?
He used like a 1997 Fleer card to get himself on
acceptable
a flight.
Forms of identification: passport, real ID,
Bowman,
1997. Yeah, upper deck.
It's got to be a football card that shows his face, not a football card of the moment he rammed his head into the padding and injured his neck.
Yeah. By the way, what would happen, just now that you've got me thinking about this, Pony, just general, like a famous person, obviously Gus is an NFL starter, so pretty famous enough to have a card. If Michael Jordan himself, 6'6", bald, maybe for about a 20-year stretch, the most famous athlete on the planet.
Right.
If he didn't have his ID and he was trying to get on a plane, he was flying commercial for God knows what reason.
He's on.
Yeah,
and he says,
that's the flaw in your argument. He ain't flying commercial.
But if he is, Mike, is he saying, "Hi, I'm Michael Jordan"? Literally, I am Michael Jordan. Does he get on? Because I think he does. I think they're bending the rules for him.
I think so too.
I don't know. I haven't seen much relaxation of the rules while I've been traveling over the past few years, and I'm not complaining about it. I just know you better
have your papers.
When you look into that camera and they take the shot of your face, it better match the image on the ID you handed them, or I think you aren't going anywhere.
I had to get my passport photo retaken when we got them 10 years ago, my wife and I, because we were honeymooning outside the country, because they basically said like it looked too villainous, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Huh.
Like I didn't, they tell you not to smile for those.
That's right. They told me not to smile.
And my resting face is so hostile looking.
Well, you do have resting bee face.
I know. It's so hostile looking. I had to go back like 2 weeks later and get it redone.
Man. All right, Mike. We'll talk again next week. Goodbye.
Good talking to you guys.
Mike Florio, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, that one went off the rails at the end there. Dove into uncharted waters.
Donnie, when is the bachelor party? When is that flight and that trip with
next weekend?
Oh man.
Yeah, you guys
are going to be plane drinks?
You guys are without me next Friday and then the Monday after.
Possibly a cocktail or two on the plane for you?
Who do you think we're talking to? A teetotaler? We're talking to Donnie football.
I know,
it's
but
a
you got
5 a.m. flight.
Hell yeah, there's going to be drinks on that flight.
You're going to drink the best beer in the world, which is the airport beer, because those places are always open. Some place that's serving alcohol
boys
should
are going to
be
be
open.
buzzing on that flight.
Do you think there will be a place in Pittsburgh open?
No, maybe not
at board at like 4:15.
No. Maybe not. I got too ahead of myself. Maybe not for a 5 a.m. flight, but
I
like
think so.
If you take like an 8 a.m. flight, one of those places will be open for a 20-ounce IPA.
The text line will answer this question, and so will YouTube.
Good in Tampa when we get there.
Text line and YouTube. Are there bars open at the airport at 5 a.m.? They'll let you know what's up. They'll tell you where to go.
I feel like most of those places don't even open until right around 4, but by then we don't have much time to like.
I can just imagine you and the Nasty Boys just draining a 20-ounce IPA and getting on the flight with a buzz right off the bat.
Well, coming up next, we have Paul Skeens, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Skeens next on the Fan with pitchers and catchers reporting. The greatest pitcher in Pirates history getting ready for his third season with the Buccos. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. I love Mike's. Mike's has treated me great. Been open for a long time now, and I appreciate everything they've done for me, all the great times, like when I got my nipples pierced there. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. We've got all these hockey games going on in the afternoon and the day. Like right now, Italy's playing Sweden. Get together with the fellas and go over to Mike's. They got it on now. You don't even have to beg and say, hey, bartender, hey, waitress, can you turn the channel? No, they know what's up. They cater to the sports fan like you. Meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, scattered snow showers with overnight lows in the low 20s. Tomorrow, high temperatures only into the upper 20s, mostly cloudy with a few flakes around. Mostly cloudy Thursday night with lows near 20 degrees and partly sunny Friday with highs in the upper 30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at boilingbay.com. That's boilingbay.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? Dave Costner here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Tonight in college hoops, Florida, a 9.5-point road favorite at Georgia. And Florida, the defending national champions, playing much better basketball as of late, blowing out Alabama recently. Georgia likes to get up and down just like Bama, but Florida's got better athletes. Florida's got better players. Florida wins tonight by double digits. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Pittsburgh Water is alerting us of an emergency water repair. West Carson Street under the West End Bridge is the location of the repair. The ramp from West Carson Street to downtown Pittsburgh is closed with traffic being detoured at Steuben Street and then South Main Street. Expected the usual delays on all other major arteries. Slow traffic flow at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. Fort Pitt Tunnel and Squirrel Hill tunnels are moving moderately in each direction. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by 2menandajunktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Does the cold and snow have you stuck inside staring at that junk you've been dying to get rid of? Well, we're not afraid of the weather. What are you waiting for? Book us today. 2 men are here and ajunktruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Hey now. Olympic hockey underway. Finland losing its opening round game to Slovakia tomorrow. The United States, late afternoon, around 3 o'clock, take on Latvia. Around 11 o'clock, Canada and Sidney Crosby playing Czechia. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Yeah, Malsey, it's Czechia now. It's not the Czech Republic.
All right, if Turkey gets mentioned, you better go with Turkey or however it's said now.
Turkey.
I don't know if... Oh,
Turkey.
No, we were looking at that earlier, Malsey, because we wondered, where did Czechia come from? Is that different from the Czech Republic?
Yeah, had Czechia splintered from the Czech Republic.
They made some sort of change around 10 years ago that they could go by either.
All right, well, if Swaziland gets mentioned, make sure you go by Eswatini. That's their proper name. I don't think they have any athletes in the Winter Olympics.
Thank you for that.
By the way, I got name game wrong yesterday still, despite, knowing all that stuff. Thanks, Finland.
Sure did. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Temperatures are balmy today, close to 40. And in Bradenton, they are in the 70s. Paul Skeens reporting for Pitchers and Catchers Day down there. And we have him responding to questions from Jason Mackey and others today as he is commenting for the first time on what the Pirates did this offseason, his plans for 2026. Here he is to start on the moves the Pirates have made this offseason and how he feels about them.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt. It's cool to see some new faces and when you show up. So it's definitely exciting now. But, hopefully it stays exciting.
Voice doesn't sound excited. Says it feels exciting. That's just, I guess, Paul's default.
I love it. I think we made great moves. Yeah,
I like
it's exciting.
I love it.
I want some more of it.
I try. So hard.
I don't know the rest.
Do you know the rest, Donnie?
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I try so hard.
That song, when do you think that came out? That's got to be early 90s, right?
That reeks of like 1993. Exactly.
Tim McGraw?
No idea, actually.
That's who I think it is. They used to play that after Carolina Hurricanes goals.
I like it. I love it. Tim McGraw from
1994.
95.
Damn. All right. Anyways. So there he is on the moves, the pickups. He's excited about it. It's cool.
Do you hear a little bit in there of him like almost saying, could have done more, and I hope they better keep doing more? I heard almost a little bit of, this is a nice start, but...
I also think he's just one of these guys who, when a team is 0-0 and they haven't done anything yet, I think he's going to downplay everything.
Games aren't won on paper.
That kind of thing.
Things of that nature.
Yep. Here he is on goals for 2026.
Is there more? What more could you do that you haven't done the past couple of years? What drives you still?
Make the playoffs. I think that's a good one. Individually, team-wise, that's the one. Individually, there's a lot of the stats that are on a baseball card are kind of speak for themselves, but there are a lot of underlying stats that you can look at. And once you look at those, I've had 4 or 5 months now to look at them, and it makes it pretty clear what you have to do once you do that.
Yeah, that's a pretty self-effacing answer. I think he's admitting that he individually is already in 2 years done about everything you can as a pitcher. He has accomplished the Cy Young already in his first full season. He won the Rookie of the Year the year before that.
Other than going Cy Young back-to-back, which I think was absolutely on the table and maybe should have been what happened.
You know what? I'm actually surprised he didn't say this because I do think he's an old soul. I do think he's a guy, he just admitted that he digs into the underlying numbers. I also think he is one of those cats that might say that winning 20 games still means something.
I disagree with that, actually.
Really?
I think he is acutely aware of how much...
I'm going to text Mackey right now that question.
I think he's acutely aware of how much his teammates have to do with whether or not he wins a given game versus a no decision or a hard luck loss, and I think he knows that doesn't matter like it used to. I'm sure he wouldn't mind it, but I think he knows that doesn't have anything to do one-to-one with whether or not he was a good pitcher. What if he had just responded to what else is there to accomplish, and he just said, I don't know, be a part of a team with a winning record?
Let's see here. I'm going to text Mackey.
Be a part of a team that wins even 80 games.
Does Skeen still value something old school like winning 20 games? Let's see what he says back. All right, here's a good one. Did he have any input in the Pirates' offseason moves?
And how much have you been involved with anybody up top, and maybe just how much do you support or appreciate the support of what what's happened kind of around you this season with the additions and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly listened. It's not like I was talking to Ben or Bob weekly or anything like that, but in exit meetings last offseason and then some conversations that we had, or exit meetings last season and then some of the conversations that we had during the offseason, they were listening to me, and I would assume others with some of the changes that have been made. So it's good to see. But like I said, gotta go out there and compete.
Ben and Bob.
That also sounds like he's making it seem like here's what happened. They had an exit meeting. He sat down in his very stoic way and said, please acquire some good players. Stood up and left. I don't really care how. Please acquire some good players.
See, I think he was actually, I think he's so in tune with baseball, broadly speaking, who the real players are, who are the underrated guys, who are the tough outs for him and everything. I think he gave them way more detailed feedback than that. I think he said, these are the specific type of guys I think we need. And here are the guys that I like. And I don't, maybe Brandon Lauer or Ryan O'Hearn or Marcell Ozuna are all from his list. But I do think he would actually give them very, very, very direct, not instructions, but advice on recommendations.
Then, I mean, if that's true, then is it possible that one of his pieces of advice was, don't worry about defense as much. We just need bats? Because that has become one of the subplots of this, is suddenly they might be a horrible defensive team.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I really have anything to draw upon how much he values the defense behind him. I'm sure he said, praiseworthy things of like outstanding defensive plays. We know how much he cares about who his catcher is in that relationship, in the framing of pitches and the chemistry.
I mean, that's good pitchers have cared about.
But also because he played catcher.
Well, yeah, but that's why Maddox had Henry Blanco. But you guys, Pony, I know you know this. That short story, The Monkey's Paw, where people ask, they have 3 wishes. They're like, I want this, this, and this, and the monkey's paw curls, but all of their wishes have unintended consequences. That would be like, I want you guys to go out and sign some good hitters or acquire some good hitters. Okay, the paw curls. Now we have the worst defense in the league behind you, but they will hit.
Yeah, there's definitely, is it yin and yang?
There's a give and take there. Yin and yang, yes.
Not yin.
No, not yin and yang. It's yin and yang.
But they're yin-yang twins.
The yin-yang twins, I thought.
Oh, they're yin. They did yin-yang?
Hold on, I think they went yin-yang.
I think they did yin, too. They got it wrong.
Yin-yang twins. You're right.
They screwed it up.
Did they screw it up on purpose?
I think because people have screwed it up on purpose for so long, they went with the malaprop.
So if you were like a football-themed hip-hop group and you went with hook and ladder, you'd be going with the malaprop, not hook and lateral.
Here is Skeens on what he has seen from Connor Griffin up close.
Yeah, I think it's funny that everything I see of him has to clarify that he's 19 years old, because you wouldn't think that. Super mature, super professional in how he goes about his business. Talking to him, it doesn't say 19-year-old when you interact with him. So that's going to be fun. I'm excited to see his development, and excited to have him help us win a lot of games in Pittsburgh this year.
Did you see the?
Is there any advice you'd give him? It's not often a prospect like that comes in at a young age and has all eyes on them even at that age, but you kind of experienced something somewhat similar.
Yeah, I mean, he's built for it. I haven't talked to him a ton. I'm sure everybody's trying to get a piece of him right now. That conversation will probably happen at some point, but he just needs to, be himself and play the game. It's no different than what he did last year or when he was in high school or anything. It's just baseball. And he's a pro, so he'll be fine.
I'll tell you what a saving grace Connor Griffin ultimately probably was for Ben Cherington.
He literally does a pretty bad job objectively with numerous draft picks and then happens into drafting what appears to be the next Juan Soto or Mike Trout.
And then Baseball America designates them the number one farm system in all of baseball.
I might be underselling that. Actually, given the fact that everyone has said he's really turned into an obvious he'll play shortstop, they've drafted the next Alex Rodriguez possibly.
By the way, are you aware of what's happening behind you? Sweden is out shooting Italy 28-4, and the game is tied 2-2.
Well, no, yeah. First of all, I got distracted during that.
Look out for the Italians, I heard.
So the Italians have no current or former NHL players on their team. They scored the first goal. Then they got outshot 27-3 or whatever it was the rest of the first period. And now they've somehow found an equalizer. I'll tell you what they were doing, Pony. They had their eyes open about Sweden. They knew what they were getting into.
Why do I feel like Carlson probably factored into all 4 goals?
I don't know, man. He's been good for the Penguins, so I've kind of put a moratorium on those sorts of jokes. But, yeah, I hear you. Where'd they conduct that Skeens interview? On the runway of Sarasota Airport?
Yeah, you could hear the planes there.
Apparently, Connor Griffin has hit a car at least once today with a batting practice moonshot, by the way.
Does insurance cover that?
That's a great question. You would think.
But it's probably the damage might be so little where you wouldn't want to screw with your deductible, so you're just out of...
That's more of a
$500 or $600
cash.
Yeah,
you know who's really eating there is probably your auto glass services.
Yeah, they probably love that the cars are parked that close to them.
Oh, man. Auto Glass Services loved minor league baseball.
Thank you. I knew you were going to say this.
Loved it.
When I went to watch
every single team, every single city that has minor league baseball.
You're 100% right. When I went to see
Park those puppies right behind the outfield wall. Let them get smashed.
Not even that. Like most of those stadiums, if you hit like a high looping foul ball, it can just clear the park. I went to an old Erie Seawolves game. I think they were playing, Donnie, famously the Batavia Muck Dogs when I was a kid. So we went up to Erie for, I think, just to go to Lake Erie. We go to this game. There are guys fouling balls out of play left and right. And every time they would, even if it didn't hit a car, they would play a glass shattering noise and go, better call Joe's Auto Glass. Very, very endearing minor league baseball stuff there.
Get Aditi Kinkabwala's thoughts on this Joey Porter, Ben Roethlisberger tip next. Text on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person you love from, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Duke beat Pitt 70-54 last night at the Pete. The Panthers take on North Carolina, a road game for Pitt against the number 11 ranked team in the country. Saturday, 2 p.m. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Your roof. Think about, I stood in the middle of my street. I'll tell you this for real. Stood in the middle of my street yesterday especially, but it happened a little bit today. It just sounded like I was in the middle of a nice babbling brook because of all the melt going on. Melting snow on the street, in yards, and then, of course, on your roof. If your roof did not handle this winter well, or at least the start of this winter, make sure you go call my friends at MHI Roofing right now and get yourself prepared for that roof for the rest of winter, because MHI Roofing, they know that things like uneven snow melt on the roof and icicles hanging from the gutter, they are signs of winter roof problems, and they can help you fix them. They can be at your home within 24 hours. They're open 52 weeks a year. They do their free 21-point roof inspection. They go over the findings with you, and then you try to recommend, or they recommend, a course of action. Xavier looked at my roof in the summer. Unbelievably thorough, unbelievably transparent about the entire process. It was awesome. It was top-notch. It was like a 500-level, grad-level course in roofing. So wouldn't you want that kind of expertise on your roof? Of course you would. Give them a call. MHI Roofing. Schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Cloudy tonight, the low 22.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
An accident reported at Lincoln Avenue, North Balf Avenue, Bellevue, in the borough of Bellevue, that is. As reported earlier, there's emergency repair work taking place on West Carson Street under the West End Bridge. The ramp from West Carson Street to downtown Pittsburgh is closed, with traffic being detoured from Steuben Street and then to South Main Street. Expect the usual delays on all other major arteries. Slow traffic flow at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Time for a weekly chat with NFL on CBS. Sideline reporter based here in Pittsburgh. Covered the Steelers for a long, long time. Aditi Kinkabwala, brought to you by Sir Grout Pittsburgh, your local grout cleaning expert, and Tap Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg. Aditi, what was the pinnacle, the apex of your Super Bowl trip this year? What was the best part?
There's like a decent answer, and there's sort of a selfish answer.
Ooh, I like the selfish one better. Make it about yourself.
I know. Well, I went to the commissioner's party Friday night, and that's for owners and GMs and head coaches and various VIPs. And I had a very interesting conversation with Gavin Newsom. I had a super quick conversation with Bill O'Reilly. And I tried to ask John Bon Jovi, as a fellow New Jerseyan, what the whole Patriots thing is about. And
he's buddies with Belichick, which is weird because I thought now that Belichick hates the Patriots, he'd divorce them too.
Yeah, the whole thing was a little. But another really nice thing was that I got very good swag for my children, and somehow ended up with this absurd. Are you either of you into football trading cards?
I want to get back into it, but I haven't yet.
So, long story short, I was given a gift of a stack of cards by somebody, and inside the stack was this Mike Evans card that's called a Mike Evans Uptown card, that if it's graded perfectly is apparently worth a significant amount of money.
Oh,
so
congratulations on all your success.
It's not my success, it's my son's success, isn't it?
Do you already have it in a plastic case?
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
Mostly, that was the funniest part, is that I was FaceTiming my son and going through the thing, and he lost his mind. And then my husband called me back all paranoid about how I was going to bring this card home. And I was like, what do you mean? I'm just tossing it with the rest of the cards and putting it in my bag. And he's like, no, you can't check it. It can't touch anything. It was a little bit stressful, actually.
Was Mike McCarthy at this commissioner's meeting, or was it too soon upon his hiring? How would that work?
You know, I didn't actually see him. So it's the commissioner throws this big party and it's this big space. And quite frankly, I didn't run into as many NFL sorts as I usually do, but that may have been because, you know, I was busy talking to Gavin Newsom and Bill O'Reilly and stalking. Nancy Pelosi was allegedly there, and I kind of was very curious to see her.
Bill O'Reilly, real tall guy, isn't he? Like 6'5"?
So tall and really lean. Like he's lost a lot of weight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lean.
Well,
Did you mention that, Tim? Did you say, Mr. O'Reilly, I just want to let you know you are a lean man. My friend,
this is what was interesting is that people around, like the group I was in, were like, that's somebody. That's like a senator or someone. That's a congressman. And I looked over and I was like, no, guys, it's Bill O'Reilly. And the people that I was with, one of whom is a very high-ranking person on a team, a very high-ranking NFL person, a fellow journalist who's really engaged in politics. And they all looked at me, and I was like, yeah, I think he's lost a lot of weight. And he caught me, like, looking at him. Oh. So he smiled at me, and he put out his hand to give me a fist bump. And I did, and I said, I was just telling everyone it's really you. You're just
lean,
skinnier than they expect.
Are you up on the most viral moment of his career? It happened technically off the air, the Inside Edition.
Live.
Bleep it. We'll do it live.
I know this.
Oh, you need to go find that.
You can find it that fast?
Aditi,
oh, yeah.
We need to just have you. We'll send you the YouTube clip of it. It is. Don't play it around your kids, but it is very, very.
Wait
funny.
a minute. How old is your son now? How old is he?
10.
Oh,
10.
she could play that clip in front of him now.
I don't think my parents at 10 would have wanted me to hear a person saying that.
I would. Your son is, from what I understand, a very, very nice kid. I think he goes to school and swears. I'm just going to throw that out there. I think when you're 10,
I will tell you this. He hears his mother, unfortunately, he hears his mother swear. His father, for years, has had a curse jar. His mother refuses to contribute to the curse jar.
So he knows all the swear words then, right?
Oh, he does.
Okay.
But this is what's awesome. Last year, our flag football season, he was trying to give our team a pep talk, and he looks at me and goes, Mom, can I curse? Can I use a curse word? And I said, no. So at least when I'm around, he's asking permission.
Obviously, the other big thing to come out of the Super Bowl now is this Joey Porter sit down with Cam Hayward, in which he rips into James Harrison, and then he goes after Ben and says Ben was not a good teammate.
He rip James, or does he just kind of like throw a stray?
Oh, I thought he ripped him. I thought saying you weren't Debo until Mike Tomlin got a hold of you. You were just James Harrison, and you got cut 3 times by Bill Cowher. I thought that was very cutting from him.
I thought he went after him pretty hard too. But everyone's latched onto the Ben stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just read that. I think that, yes, he most certainly went after Ben. As far as every conversation I've ever had, Joey and James do have a really good relationship, and it might have just been James catching a stray to not make it only about Ben.
Ah, okay. I get it. So he doesn't look like he singled Ben out.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. And, like, if you're good enough friends with James, James can laugh about it or shrug it off and take it for what it is. I didn't feel like that was nearly as biting or cutting or cold as the Ben stuff.
And it's interesting that there have been more Steelers players that have come out and cheered on what Joey Porter said than guys that have come out of the woodwork to defend Ben.
Has anyone defended Ben on it yet publicly?
I mean, Hayward just sat there and didn't even say, well, hold on a second. He's different from the guy that you played with at the beginning of his career, which I found to be pretty telling, Aditi.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because, remember, Joey came back as a coach sort of towards the last third-ish. I had to have to do the math. You're better at the math. Like the last quarter of Ben's career, last third of Ben's career, Joey was a coach on that team.
Right. So he saw Ben not just when he was 23 or 24. He saw the
elder statesman,
reformed Ben, the new Ben. The different.
I mean, I will say that I was told a long time ago the same story about the captaincy, that the votes went in, the director of player development or whatever his title was at the time tabulated them as normal, and Mike Tomlin said, no, it's time for our quarterback to be a captain, and the votes were essentially thrown out.
And I've always felt like the fact that he only won one MVP award was a sign that he was not very popular in that locker room, because that was another thing that was voted on by the players.
I remember having this. So do you remember the year that, I guess it was the year that Antonio Brown and Ben Roethlisberger ultimately had their total fissure, that they completely went up in flames. And I remember being in the Steelers media room on the day that the players were voting, and a long time Steelers beat reporter was saying that the MVP would have to be Ben. And I was like, there isn't a shot in heck that this team will vote for Ben. And that was the year that Juju Smith-Schuster was elected MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was because you couldn't reward Antonio. The antics were sort of out of control. But correct me if I'm wrong, but was that the same year that the ball in New Orleans went through Juju's hands?
Yes.
Late in the season in December?
It
right.
was.
And he was still elected the MVP. And all due respect to Juju Smith-Schuster, no offense in any way to him, but that vote was very much sort of a, who else is, sort of, gosh, I hate saying this because it's not fair for Juju to catch a stray, but
can't vote for AB,
probably
can't vote
more
for Ben.
deserving. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Cross him off the list.
By virtue of their play, correct. By virtue of their play, there were certainly more valuable players on that year's team. But because of all these other reasons we're talking about, it was pretty clear in that locker room that there were players that felt they weren't going to elect certain men because of who they were beyond just on the field. Goodness, I feel like sometimes I'm testifying before Congress. I am parsing my words.
Yeah. Well, Joey didn't do any of that. He didn't parse anything at all.
Beasley can get away with a lot
and Diana
more,
Rossini's just sitting there like, oh, yeah, all these things are true. I know where all the bodies are buried, but I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let you say it instead. It was very...
Well, I don't, but this is all sort of, in so many ways, this is distraction. Like, why are we litigating all of this now?
Because it's, you know what? Because you know why? It's tabloidy. That's why. People.
So it's clickbait.
People like
That's
messy.
what it is. It's clickbait. Yes, it's clickbait. But at the end of the day, a lot of the frustration with the way certain players were allowed to behave or what they were allowed to get away with was frustration with Mike Tomlin. Well, Mike Tomlin is not the coach anymore.
I don't agree with clickbait. I think that people forever have been intrigued by like family drama and when people that accomplish great things don't get along. And that's why Belichick versus Brady, and that's why Belichick versus Kraft, and that's why Bradshaw versus Knoll, and that's Michael Jordan versus Scottie Pippen. That's why all of these things blow up the way that we do. They do because we just love these things as sports fans for whatever reason.
But there's a difference. I remember Coach Cowher saying on your air, in fact, years ago when there was this alleged friction between Todd Haley and Ben Roethlisberger, and Coach Cowher saying coaches and players aren't supposed to be best friends, and sometimes friction is a good thing, and sometimes if you're willing to stand your ground, then that's a good thing. And of course we know that that's who Todd Haley has been his entire career. He's not going to bow down to a player. Look, it's who Todd Monken is. Todd Monken wasn't afraid of Lamar Jackson. He was calling him out on press conferences. So there's something to be said for that. I think the issue is that the Steelers didn't win again. The Steelers had, especially all those years where they had arguably one of the best running backs in the game, a future Hall of Fame quarterback, however long it's going to take Ben to get in, future Hall of Fame quarterback, the best wide receiver in the game, and Antonio Brown, and one of the best offensive lines, a defense littered with first-round picks. And in that, whatever it was, 6-year run, they have one trip to the AFC title game to show.
Yep.
They've almost nothing. I mean, ultimately, when in a city that's about winning Lombardies, they have nothing to show for a team that was so incredibly talented. And so that's where the friction didn't work. Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen having their deal, it worked. They figured it out. They managed the egos. They managed the friction. So in that sense, maybe Joey Porter talking about it now is instructive.
Aditi,
how much can you handle?
Aditi, I did notice you just said Ben Roethlisberger, however long it takes him to get into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah. You did say it that way.
That seems to imply that you're hardly convinced that it'll be in year one next year.
It's not that I'm hardly convinced, but I mean, after what we saw this year, and I mean, Luke Kuechly took a year to get in. It's who's a slam dunk anymore? And how do people cancel each other out? Exactly. So how many slam dunks, how many do you have a year that are first-year inductees?
Well,
You've already got these guys.
I think Eli Manning's going to take votes away from Ben. Not that Eli's going to get in, but that's going to split that vote.
So that's exactly where I was going to go with this. And it's funny because my 10-year-old and I were just having this conversation with my husband. In so many ways, Eli and Ben, result-wise, resume-wise, you could make arguments are similar. In other ways, you can't, And I covered Eli. I'm a huge fan of Eli's in a million ways. The leader he was, who he was in the locker room, his availability. But there's a different eye test. Ben Roethlisberger, if you just watch the eye test, looks like a different quarterback than Eli Manning does. And I remember Kurt Warner telling me a long time ago, there's the Hall of Fame, you have to pass an eye test. So I don't know, I'm not a voter, but do voters consider that sort of thing? Ben Roethlisberger looks like a Hall of Famer, looks a certain way that maybe Eli doesn't. Neither of them were an MVP, but Eli was a 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
Ben doesn't have a Super Bowl MVP. Then again, Ben had this track record of success. What Ben did during seasons was very dominant. Eli had 2 very dominant playoff runs. I mean, you could sit and argue this every which way, but it's how voters value it. You can certainly see voters picking one over the other. So does that...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole process, if there's anything we've seen this season, is that it's a little convoluted, and who knows?
And people don't like talking about their votes in some cases. Let me get you out on this. You were there at the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold won. Is there another Sam Darnold out there this offseason, a guy that was a high draft pick with pedigree and talent who just needs a new home? Kyler Murray, Tua, Mac Jones, Malik Willis. You go all over the league in your job. Is there somebody who you think fits that description as the next Sam Darnold?
I'll be honest, I don't see that for Kyler or Tua. I think that they've both had a lot more runway than Sam ever got. I think Malik Willis is really intriguing. And I say that because our crew had the Packers week 18. And even though Malik wasn't playing, we talked extensively with Matt LaFleur and with Jordan Love about Malik and how much he's grown. And the reason I say that is because I remember when we talked to Sam last season when he was with the Vikings, and he talked about the year reset he got in San Francisco and the coaching he got from Kyle Shanahan. And he said that literally Kyle Shanahan was teaching him things that no one before had taught him, ways to watch film, what to pay attention to, just the basics. That Kyle had elevated Sam's game mentally so much. And from my understanding, Matt LaFleur has very similarly done that for Malik Willis. I don't know Malik as well as I know Sam, but what I've been told is that he really, really works and that he's really got that competitiveness that maybe we were hoping a Kyle Wilson would have that hasn't quite yet shown itself. I'm told that he has a total love for the game that we've long questioned if Tua really does. It seems like there could be some intriguing pieces right there. And he certainly looked good in the opportunities that he had late in the season. It's hard to argue with that.
Yes,
and there's definitely a lot of natural talent there. So I think he's a really, really intriguing quarterback prospect out there. And I think, and I know you want me to go, but let me just say this on the last note. For a long time now, I've been saying we write off quarterbacks way too quickly, and we don't realize how dependent quarterbacks are on so many things around them, on their coaching, on their play calling, on their line, on their run game, on the environment in the locker room and in the building. And we give up on guys so quickly without considering all those other factors. I really like that we're in this place where we're recognizing, hey, maybe it takes a little bit more time.
All right. All access with Aditi. Thank you, Aditi. We'll talk again next week.
Me, guys.
You bet. Aditi Kinkhabwala. So she's on your side, Malik Willis. She's intrigued by him. Everyone's intrigued by him.
I mean, I thought
does anybody have the balls to give him?
He'll get a decent
2
deal.
years, $40 million or something like that.
Didn't Fields get that?
He did.
I think he'll get
That's
more.
why I'm throwing
Fields.
that. Okay, so even more. All right, follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Watch us on Twitter. Right now, Donnie's got a headline, then he's back with his biggest football topic of the day. But first, here it is, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers reported today for the Buccos. Their first spring training game is next Saturday, February 21st, against the Orioles at 1:05. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. You've got the winter games going on. Like right now, we have two TVs. On one, there's ice dancing, and there's a nice-looking Canadian couple that are holding hands right now and spinning around the ice to the oohs and ahs of all the crowd there in Italy. And on the other, you have a hockey mismatch, at least on paper. Sweden made up entirely of pro players. Italy with nobody in the NHL. And the game is tied at 2 in the second period. The best place to get in on the action and bet these games and events is the FanDuel Sportsbook. There's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel, whether it's curling, speed skating. There was some of that on earlier. Hockey like tomorrow when the U.S. takes on Latvia. And right now the U.S. a minus 2,800 favorite against the Latvians in that matchup. On the goal line, they are minus 650. So you can play your game with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, it's Austin Bechtel from my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Purchasing a new appliance or TV at the wrong place can be costly. Having knowledgeable people on your side matters. That's why I shop at Voss TV and Appliance, family owned since 1960. The Voss family and their entire team does right by every Voss customer. Their relationship begins when you walk through the door or call, and it never ends, not even after the sale. Visit Voss's South Hill showroom today. Call 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it, no trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for a Donnie football debrief. But first, let me tell you about Coach Dave Gray and his new book, Next Point Wins. A signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday, February 21st. Supports youth sports. 10% of sales go to the Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarship to help kids in the game of hockey. So shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Donnie?
The debrief, February 11, 2026. So this news came out yesterday, but we didn't get to it. Detroit has hosted a bowl game for nearly 3 decades. It was the Game Above Sports Bowl, the Quick Lane Bowl before that, the Little Caesars Bowl before that. Then it was just simply the Motor City Bowl. It is canceling that bowl game after 29 years. Third bowl to fold in the past calendar year, the LA Bowl, the Bahamas Bowl, the other two to do so. Do we think this is a trend and we will see this more, or do we think it is simply one bowl out, another new bowl comes in? Something that could kind of dovetail off the conversation we had about the state of college athletics yesterday. Didn't the LA Bowl, wasn't that the one hosted by Gronk that was just like horribly organized? And then I think it was Snoop Dogg.
And before that, it was Jimmy Kimmel. It was the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl.
I think it's the start of a trend. I think you're going to see some of these bowls on the periphery go away. But here, well, hold on, time out. Let's reel that back in.
You already disagree with yourself.
No, I kind of went with my gut instinct before I forgot about one very important thing.
But your gut instinct is usually right, so why are you changing your mind?
It's wrong in this case because I actually have listened to the research. You know what people still don't do anymore, Donnie?
Listen to the research?
I listened to a long podcast about the future of bowls. Donnie, do you know what people don't do anymore? They don't go to bowl games. Do you know what they still do?
Watch them.
That's right. Millions of people still watch these games, and as long as that is the case, and as long as ESPN needs the inventory, I don't think many of these games are going to go away.
Do you think, I know they've gotten a little bit creative with the venues. I know they have a couple at baseball stadiums. Do you think they could even get more creative and have bowl games? Yeah, at way smaller
high school
venues.
Stadiums? Why not have one at a high school stadium at this point?
I mean, think about some of these games. Chris is right. You watch some of these early bowl games, and my goodness,
Like you get more.
There's tumbleweeds in the stands.
I mean every Friday night high school football game we cover gets more.
You know who should also be worried? The guys who are the CEOs of these bowl games. Like that's their job as chairman of the Who Gives a Rat's Ass Bowl, and they make like $1 million a year.
Hi, I'm Steve Merck.
Chairman.
I'm the president of the
Who Gives a Rat's
Ass Bowl.
But these guys make hundreds of thousands of dollars usually to be the chairperson for the bowl. How about you just take that money, eliminate that position, which probably doesn't need to happen or exist, and just put a little financial sweetener in the pot for the players? I mean, their exhibitions pay them exhibition appearance fees, basically.
I'm surprised. I'm a little bit surprised. No, I don't know. I mean, I know these things are huge, and I don't know what the logistics of it would be. But we saw college basketball experiment with, like, having games on, like, United States battleships. Remember that little run? And half the games they couldn't even play. Pitt was in one of those games.
It was too windy or too wet or something.
Yeah,
condensation on the deck.
Like, I wonder if they would try to do that for some sort of bowl game. Like some niche thing. I mean, people would watch it, and, I mean, those things are like a mile long. You could fit a football field on it.
Yeah, I think the bottom line here is what we don't know is how much ESPN pays the bowl, and then how much, based on that, the bowl is then dependent on ticket sales to make a buck. And I would guess, based on what happened to the Game Above Sports Bowl, which I famously went to 2 years ago and watched Toledo beat Pitt in 6 overtimes, the fact that it shuttered its doors and said we're done makes me think that whatever they got from ESPN did not make up for the losses from having sparse crowds and having a big venue like Ford Field and having to pay a lot of people involved in the game to put it on. I mean, that part's black and white. It's losing money. If it was making money, they wouldn't cancel the Game Above Sports Bowl. And if it was losing money, but it was so important to ESPN's inventory, they would have paid the Game Above Sports Bowl money to keep it around. What they're probably hoping for is what Donnie described. That bowl game goes away and somebody else steps up to the plate and takes its spot to accommodate the 4th best team in the MAC and the 14th best team in the Big Ten.
I'm sorry, I'm hung up on the idea of putting a football field on an aircraft carrier. I'm imagining somebody tried to go out of bounds. There's a late hit.
Aren't those things like?
Yeah, they're big enough to accommodate
enormous.
it. I'm just imagining somebody having to say something to the effect of, and he has been shoved into open water. We're going to have to get the lifeboat out there.
I mean, people don't fall off those, but people fall. I feel like once or twice a year we find out about someone that fell right off a cruise ship.
I think that's alcohol usually.
Somebody gets drunk and they just go over the railing or whatever.
I think cruises are out for my future. I've never even gone on one, but we've watched one too many documentaries.
Poop cruise, man.
Poop cruise. The one about that Amy lady who went missing and people still think she's out there in like Belize or somewhere.
Why Belize?
I think it was like one of the stops.
Okay.
Here's what I agree with Donnie. Here's what I don't get about the concept of a cruise. If the whole thing is I'm going to listen to music, gamble, like hang out in a lounge chair with a pina colada and go in the water, like the pool.
Yep.
I'd rather just do that from a location that's not moving.
Well, hold on.
I don't want to be
all-inclusive. You stop in these like exotic locales though on the way, so you're hitting a couple of island towns and whatever.
Yeah, but those are like pit stops. You stay there briefly. You don't get off the boat and then stay in a hotel room.
I think
it's a
lifestyle
hours.
thing. I do think it's like the cruise lifestyle. I think there are people that they love it. Like you either do or you don't. I happen to be in the don't category.
I've never done it, and I don't really think I have any ambition. But you see things advertised all the time, like, here's a cruise with 71 former Steelers, and they just get drunk on board. You could do shots with Jeff Reed in the Atlantic Ocean for 6 days.
To be fair, I think if you just called up Jeff Reed, you might be able to do that.
The aerodynamics of all of that stuff or whatever it would be.
The logistics.
Kind of fascinates me.
Like how big the propellers have to be and all that stuff?
Well, just like cruises in general. Like those babies just float no problem. But you drop I don't know, your watch or your phone in the water and that baby's going to the bottom at like the speed of sound.
Well, that's ballast, brother.
What a take. All right, that was
That's
the Donnie
water
football
displacement, dude.
Fan
Me
weather.
and Brutus were out on our jet skis, brother.
Fam, I hate you. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track today. Temperature still nice, almost 40. Coming up next, this massive soap opera between Joey Porter and Ben Roethlisberger. Former Steelers, some big ones. What are they saying about it? We'll tell you next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Could the Seahawks repeat as champions? Now that the dust has settled on the Super Bowl, we can look to next season, and it's not surprising that the two favorites to win are once again the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams. The Buffalo Bills have the next closest odds, followed by the Philadelphia Eagles, New England Patriots, and Baltimore Ravens. The last time we had repeat champs were the Chiefs in Super Bowl 57 and 58. I'm Adam Abdallah.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get